Good morning, California, and welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. Today, we are going to continue with what we were up to yesterday. We are working on the congressional maps. We started in San Diego, in Imperial in San Diego, and we're going to finish that up and finish the Riverside and Orange County. So I'm the chair today, Jane Anderson, and along with my vice chair, Ray Kennedy, we are trying to usher the group through this. And at this time, could you please take roll?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Oh,
I have both of you, thank you.
thank you.
Commissioner Sanai.
Becky.
Commissioner Taylor.
I am present.
Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Here.
And Commissioner Anderson.
And I'm here. Thank you, Robbie.
You're welcome.
So a few things before we jump right into our work. There is in our handouts today, there's posted a run of show for today, and where it gives you what we are planning on doing today, which is I sort of said a little bit earlier, we're going to finish up where we were yesterday, going on San Diego, Riverside, and Orange County. And then we'll do that and then jump into Los Angeles County today. And as far as public comment, we are going to take the lines will close at 6. So as long as you call before 6, you can get in the queue. Now we won't be taking public comment until probably 7:45. If we finish our work, we come to a good breaking point before that, we will move that up possibly to 7:30. So that will give us another 90-minute session at the end, towards the end of the day, to work on maps. So please be in the line by 6. You can go off and eat something and come back at 7:15, and then join us in public comment. So, and I will make that announcement throughout the day. So at this time, well, we want to get a refresh on where we were yesterday, how we ended up, and we're going to jump into the work. But what I'd like us all commissioners to really focus on being precise and as concise as we possibly can. We'll look at architecture first, make sure we like the general shape of the districts, and then work on balancing them. So with that, are there any questions or any announcements of other commissioners? Not seeing any hands. Could I turn it over to our line drawers, Savon and Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. Just to give a brief overview of what we did yesterday, we balanced out the SECA VRA district. We also balanced out the SES-DELC VRA district. We reorganized the orientation of our districts in San Diego County to create this East County district that also goes up into Riverside. The only thing I did offline was just to clean up the deviations as well as clean up some of the splits in Escondido and Carlsbad, trying to keep 2 major roads as much as possible. So now we are continuing to move up the coast into SOC and SD.
Thank you, Savon. Could we go in and see just sort of have a look at those edges of the districts to see where the cuts were finally made? And yeah, and thinking exactly. Thank you very much. And any questions by commissioners or, oh, thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just want to remind the task here, unlike the Assembly and the Senate, where we do have more flexibility, getting down to plus or minus one, individual is often hard. But in this, as Savan said, she painstakingly went through to the best of our ability, avoided any major splits. We of course, want to avoid splitting cities where we don't have to, reservations where we don't have to. But there's it's not an easy task, but this is something that we felt really good about doing. So just wanted to give kudos to Savan for getting these lines pretty good, and we're looking forward to moving on today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Yes, by the way, I know that I'm not sure how much time that took, but we, as a full commission, really appreciates the work the line drawers do on our behalf, on both online and offline. So I have another question, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, Savan, could you just let us know if we should be aware of, did any other, besides just the city splits, which we can see, are there any other splits of other major institutions that we should, or anything like that, that we should just be aware of? And it looks like Harmony Grove is split in half as well too. And then can you just also show us where you did the split in Carlsbad?
Yeah, so to address your first question, I didn't touch Harmony Grove. As I was instructed by the commission not to create new city splits, all of the balancing was done in areas that were already split. So balancing of Escondido and the SD Coast District took place in Escondido and in Carlsbad, which were already existing city splits. Let me zoom into Carlsbad so you can see where that population split occurred as well.
Can I just ask one question? It looks like a portion of the lagoon is split up near towards the 5 and between the ocean.
And Commissioner Sinai, do you also have an issue on, or you want to talk about the same area?
Well, I saw that too, and the people in the communities are really protective of their lagoon. But in a way, this allows all of Carlsbad to have a piece of the lagoon because it's split. So it's not split between two cities; it's split between the same city and two different districts. So it may not be the worst thing, but they are protective of the lagoon, and that is considered a Carlsbad lagoon. My question was about Vista. It looked like Vista had been split, and I thought we had said it all whole, but I don't want to change anything. Don't worry.
Well, no, but we need to have a look at where these lines are drawn. So thank you very much. It does have a split. You're correct.
So I can go back and readdress these and take a look at them during breaks as well if commissioners would like to put in input.
Is that excuse me, is that a yes? Commissioner Sinai? Commissioner
It would be
Kutagawa?
great if Vista could be whole and we just have a split in Escondido. I mean, I just feel like we're splitting so many different cities, but this is such a small sliver. And I don't know if it helps, there's some unincorporated areas up above, but I don't want to, honestly, I don't want big ripples. So I think if it can be done, great. If it can't, great.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you
I would
yeah.
agree.
Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely the policy. If we have to split, just do 2 cities rather than 3 or 4. But again, I'm assuming that some of it is just because you need the population. So I thank you very much. Andrew.
Yeah, and this is a really good example when we see something like this, as we're getting more eyes on it, that we can be between 2 districts, keep a city whole and then grab from the unincorporated areas. So Commissioner Sanai, I think this is a good example of being able to take and give between 2 districts. And I know that the SOC Northern San Diego district isn't done yet, but this is a good example of something at the break where we can go keep Vista whole and then grab from unincorporated areas. So we'll add this to our list as well.
Thank you, Andrew. And I think Commissioner Kutagawa was looking at that at the hidden, what was the little town that was also seemed to be cut in half? Hidden something or other.
I think that was Harmony
Grove.
Harmony Grove.
Yeah, if we could just,
We could look at that.
if that works, thank you.
Yep.
All right.
No problem. Thank you.
So any other questions with the lines? Commissioner Kutagawa, you still have your hand up?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to, but I am wondering if you're going to, if in that the work that you're doing, it just seems weird that you have this little sliver of the lagoon. I hear what Commissioner Sinai said, but it just, I don't know, maybe this is the OCD in me, but it just seems like that little sliver of the lagoon should just be together all. And so if you're going to end up having to touch the SD coast, great. If not, it's not, you're at a 0. So and just maybe it's on the screen. Harmony Grove does look like it's split, but Sivan, I think you said it wasn't, but just the way it looks on the screen, it looks like it's split. That's why I think we're just bringing it up.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. I think commissioners have been clear in saying that they didn't want additional city splits. So it's possible that in a bit of sleep deprivation after the meeting last night, I might have grabbed by accident. I don't remember splitting it, but I will definitely keep all of those things in mind when I readdress this balancing act.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I'm not sure that the lagoon is a particular priority. Feels like if we're gonna split something, splitting it in the middle of the water feels like we're doing less. So I don't know.
Mhm.
For me, it feels like less of a priority, and I feel like I agree generally with Commissioner Sinai. The structure looks right, and to the extent we could minimize splitting cities, that would be great. But I feel like for me, this structure seems to work.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. If we're going to move on to SOCNSD, and part of Harmony Grove is in there, if that's going to change, it's obviously going to impact how we get the deviation down to 0. So I don't know. What's the population there? Thank you. You were reading my mind. Thank you, Sivan.
So it looks like there are 70.
70? Okay, so
there.
that's not, we can just keep that in the back of our mind then. Thank you.
And I can go ahead and just add that now, so, and balance it later.
Well, Sivan, you might actually balance it with Carlsbad. I mean, it might be you put more in, but take more out. It might be a straight change, correct?
Yes.
So, yeah, it might be at most like a person.
And this is a good one that we could do at break to just pick up the remaining 70, swap it out between Carlsbad.
Yeah, great, perfect.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We really it's looking good. Most appears that we definitely have consensus on this, and I'm already seeing people are loving seeing those zeros and ones. So that's what we want to see. Well, then let's continue on. And can you pan out just a little bit, Savon? Okay. So at this time, what I would recommend is we leave this one here and go and do the VRA districts. Does that seem like that's a reasonable plan of attack? We have the 3 VRA districts sort of in Riverside, the one in Orange. And then because those are, we have to lock those in. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Taylor, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I did. Just briefly, did we land on the lagoon? Are we leaving that lagoon in one district or two or?
Well, I believe maybe that might end up being the 70 people in that little bit and draw the Carlsbad line. Oh no, we have to.
Would commissioners feel more comfortable if I went ahead and fixed the deviation now?
I know I would. Again, we're dealing with such finite numbers that I think it's more ideal to fix something now instead of saying to come back. My opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Since the lagoon is, I mean, do we want to pull that line? So there's a few people. There's not, I think there's 10, no, 4 in that little bit.
So you wanted me to bring the line up to just grab the rest of the water? I can do that.
That makes
There's
sense.
not gonna, it's
No,
not
it
gonna
would be
add
the-
any population, but then all of the lagoon will be in this NO coast, or this SD coast. And then
Oh.
there's a block with 71 people here that I can give to SOC NSD, and then that will be balanced again.
Oh, so you could leave that line and just do the balance?
Yes. So, because no one lives in the lagoon, but if commissioners would like the lagoon to be kept whole, I just moved that last portion that looks like it's connected to it. And I will just move this back. And we're back at -1 deviation for the SD coast.
Okay, I'm sorry. I believe that what was Commissioner Sinai was saying that it's Carlsbad kind of considers it their lagoon, so it would be better to move the line all the way to the Encinitas.
I think
line,
this is fine. I think this
or-
is fine.
or just have it
I
go
mean-
back to right in the middle because that's a 0 population. Is that
I
correct?
can, yeah, if I'm given direction, I can move the line to the Encinitas city
No.
border and then take
Or
more
no,
population
Yeah,
from here.
no, I'm sorry, but if we just don't do that little 0 block, to put it back, so and that's that was just a 0, correct? To put the line, restore the line where it was.
Is that, you want me to split the lagoon again? These are population, these are 0 population areas, so it doesn't really matter for the sake of the district shape.
Yeah, no, I go ahead.
Yeah, that seems appropriate right there, Siobhan. That lagoon is not split, correct?
No, the lagoon
Yes.
is, as
Thank
I'm
you.
seeing it
Okay.
here, is not split.
Okay. Commissioner Vasquez.
I was just gonna say the lagoon is still with Carlsbad because part of Carlsbad is still in SD Coast, no? Right, okay.
Okay, and Mr. Larson.
This is very minor, but Sivan, where you just took out that census block of 71, if those blocks are otherwise pretty much all the same, there's a census block 2 to the left also of 71 that might make it look a little bit more compact.
Thank you, Dale. Yeah, let me switch that out.
Good eyes. Commissioner Sinai.
I was just gonna ask, Simone, I know we're driving you crazy on this lagoon thing, but if we could take that, you had that 1-0 block, if you can add that 1-0 block again, because that's on the lagoon side, not the coast side.
This block?
Yeah, because I think that's part of the lagoon. So that would be great. Thank you.
All right. So we have -1. So I think we move on, correct? Any objections? Thank you very much, Swan.
So would the chair like to move to the Inland Empire or continue north along the coast?
But at this point, we should go ahead and balance the 3 VRA districts, please. Well, actually 4, because we know where we're headed. Yes, so it's so which ones we have? We did yes. So I'm considering have the 3 would be the Riv Morper, Riasp, and Ramon Font. And then also the one in orange.
Devon, could I request that we also put up the CVAP percentages while we're doing the VRAs?
Yes, one moment, please.
And could we also get the heat map, please? Because these are Latino districts.
I'm gonna take the yellow shading off as well, so it's more reflective of the heat map underneath.
Great. Okay. So lead us through this. We have quite a few people to
So
work with.
just looking at these districts, they each need about 5,000 people. If commissioners are generally happy with the contents of these districts, we can look at adding that population from existing city splits while being cognizant of not trying to lower the Latino CVAT. But if commissioners have larger architectural changes, then I would wait for their direction there.
Yeah, do we have any architectural changes in this? Commissioner Kutagawa.
I think it's just more of a process kind of where we start question. Sivan, is it better to start with the I guess it's the Riverside Moreno Valley Paris district, since it's further down? And then as you move up, then you could then move to the Rialto San Bernardino.
Yeah, that works. I think, however, commissioners want to tackle it, just being cognizant of if you want to get population from, if you're trying to adjust the splits that are shared by the districts, then that would just be something to keep in mind in terms of order, not going back and forth. But I think whichever way the commission would like to balance these out, we can figure out a way to do that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
We spent a lot of time on the architecture for this, so I would like to propose that we look at small cities that have been split and try to make them whole, and that's how we balance it.
Thank you. That certainly seems like a logical place, and that's I think where you were leading us, Sivan. So at your suggestion, does someone have an idea? Can they see an idea?
So if commissioners are going along with trying to fix population from existing splits, we could potentially look at the city of Riverside, which is already split, and grab 4,463 people from Riverside as an option.
That seems very reasonable to me. Any objection? Thumbs up? Yes, and Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I'd keep a real close watch on the Latino CVAP for that change. Let's look at it, but I suspect we might lose some percentage.
All right. Thank you. Yes, obviously, that's what we want to be looking at. Thank you. And Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we just zoomed in, but it looks like it's a fairly mountainous area on the other side of this district that's currently in Viva Cal, but it just does create kind of a odd sort of shape. I'm wondering how much population is in that area, and if it might make sense to smooth out some of that so that it's, sorry, the colors on this are really hard for me to distinguish one district from another.
Oh.
Yeah, like some of these areas, they're mountainous here, like between Beaumont and Moreno Valley. Again, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what the population there is, but it's definitely a part of a very long neck. And I'm curious if it can be moved into any one of these districts without impacting CVAPs for the VRAs.
Okay, so you're saying don't try the Riverside, try it.
No, I support the Riverside change as well. I think we have some population to pick up. I agree with Commissioner Vasquez completely that let's keep a close eye out on what that does to Latinos.
Okay, could you do that one first, please, Swan? And then
Riverside first,
yes.
or the okay, yes.
Let's see what population is.
So perhaps starting in the southern, southwestern part of the city.
Yes, please. Commissioner Sadwani, you have another. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Sivan, is it also possible to see the street names on there? Because I mean, I know we're picking up population, but if it makes more sense that we can do it on a street versus in and out and jagged. Thank you.
Yeah, are you able to see it? I know there's a lot of stuff on the map right now, but is this clear enough?
It is for me. I'm not sure for my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Taylor.
Sorry. If we are trying to maintain our Latino CVAP in these VRA districts, can we turn on the Latino CVAP heat map, please?
That map is on.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Spawn. Yeah, to the border, or I see. Then you're jumping into another city.
Yeah, so just with the process of mapping, there might be a little bit of back and forth. So I'll just let you know when I have that selection ready, just so people aren't thinking that I'm adding things that won't be added in the final selection.
Yeah, and Savant, can you say, let's see, we are grabbing population from Bevical and adding it to Riv Morper?
Yeah, so...
Yeah, if you go ahead and say that, that's what we're doing right now.
Yes, so moving population from the city of Riverside, which is currently split between BEA Vical and Riv Morper. I'm grabbing population to about 4,463 people. So just in this small selection that I've added, it's already too many people. So I'll need to get rid of then 579 people from this red area that is selected.
Just so you all know, I'm looking to keep this CVAP here 51 or above. If that's a goal for now.
So one moment, please, while I clean this up further. So now we need 332. We're not going to be able to get it from this area. So that is potentially something I can clean up offline. But how is this looking to commissioners?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Sivan, did you cut into Home Gardens?
I did not.
Oh, okay, that kind of looks like it. Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, since we're at the level, we're going almost block by block. I'm just wondering, Sivan, if you look a little bit further up the Riverside city borders, is there other areas where you can pick up maybe areas or blocks where it can either increase or maintain the Latino CVAP, since that's something that we need to be mindful of. Like I'm looking at, yeah, right around there. There looks to be a little red, since that's the level at which we're going now.
Are you talking about this red block? So this is already in the district.
No, there's a little tiny one. It looked
Down
like
below. Yeah, there was a little tiny bit down below. Where,
Right
yeah,
there.
right there.
That has 320. That might do it. Yeah, that 326. Oh, no, and then there's 44 in the middle of it.
I can add this block if you would like.
Yes. Maybe you could just take the rest of that block so that it's a little bit more even and then take away from the other blocks since it's not really adding much to the CVAP.
Oh, switch, take the
Which-
104 and the 96.
Yes, so then at least it looks a little, you just don't have that little piece sticking out.
So this is kind of the game of balancing these huge
Okay.
districts down to the single person is there are going to be a little bit of anomalies like this. I can continue to play around with this if folks are not getting impatient with it.
For compactness reasons, might it make sense to take back away that 242 block at the bottom of the screen that juts out and replace it with some population around where you just grabbed?
So that would create a contiguity issue. This would be a
Oh, okay.
hole.
Got it. Thanks. Never mind.
Yeah, Savon, at this point, so we're negative 210. Oh, no, I see. Sorry. Yeah, put that back. Yeah, that was sort of a bit of, well, why don't you have a look? I suggest that once we're below 50, we kind of let Savon do that and we move to the next district and get that also low, because then she can kind of do this much faster than we can. And just as we, we'll take a couple of minutes or something, but because we're going to do 3 other districts. So I would, I'm recommending, but Commissioner Kutagawa. No, Commissioner Toledo.
I'm also interested in looking at the African American CVAP, given that there's some crossover voting in this area. So if you could turn on the African American CVAP in this area to see if we can pick up potential minority voters.
One moment, please.
Could you back out a little bit so we can sort of see the entire, that area? Well, that doesn't, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, and this, looking to increase, I think Commissioner Toledo was asking about the Black CVAP area. So that would be the home gardens. If we would able to do anything around Coronita, El Cerrito, and maybe even around Corona, excuse me.
So at this point where we're balancing like 5,000 people in cities that are fairly densely populated, you can see this area in red is basically all we were able to add to Riverside. So I would just need more specific direction about where you would like to get that population from, because in the scale of this district, it's not very many people.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible to move out more of Riverside to allow the area of home gardens to come in? Can you do a swap there?
Home Gardens is currently in.
It was up by, it's up by the, where you have it highlighted now.
Yeah, it's right there. It's
right
Is
right
it
next
a neighborhood?
to, right next
sorry.
to El Sobrante, down right there.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I can explore doing a swap. Would you like me to explore that? Adding all of Home Gardens and changing where the line is in Riverside?
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please.
So, so here yeah, do you have an idea where you're trying to take the population out?
Well, we would need it to be contiguous, so wherever she would find it.
It would involve moving the line farther east, somewhere here.
Well,
would you like me to accept this change?
So that you can move more out, is that what it is?
or
Yes.
here we're adding adding a lot of population. So we have
Right,
to
and
take.
if she adds that, it's over, so then she'd have to take some more out from Riverside, is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Chair, or Commissioner Turner.
Yes. Oh, yes. Savon, before you lock that in, could you please outline so what we did right there? You took, I guess, what was it
So we
home garden?
extended the selection in the city of Riverside to grab all of Home Gardens. And we also grabbed some population from Riverside to make it contiguous.
Thank you. Thank you, Savon.
Commissioner Turner, do you have a preference of where in Riverside
Is,
make
before we
the
do
line?
that, the March Air Force Base, is it included in this district already?
One moment, please. Yes, it is.
And if commissioners from other COI, is there a problem with removing the Air Force Base? Out. So let's take out the, because
And what, could we have well, let's
See right
circle
here?
that and see what that does with the CVAP, please.
One moment, please.
You just take that whole part
Mhm.
and in between.
Mhm.
So the Latina CVAP would remain above 51% for the Riverside Moreno Paris district. And it looks like they would still need to get rid of 10,000 people. Would you like me to commit this change?
This is a lower CVAP
Let's see what else we would take out.
CVAP than what we had.
With it removed.
And because, we're doing architectural changes in this one now, so there's Lakeview and, Nuevo. Actually, could you please put on the Latino CVAP?
One moment, please.
Okay. Commissioner Turner, do you have an idea?
No, we're looking, this is to remove the Air Force Base, Meadowbrook, and Lakeview, maybe, to strengthen the Latino CVAP.
Lakeview is 2,000 people. Meadowbrook is 34.
And we need how many more?
Still need to get rid of 8,000
yeah.
people.
Okay. What about Nuevo?
$1,375 people over.
Romoland? Too many? Okay,
Yeah, so now we would just need to add in 636 people back,
beautiful.
which we could do in Riverside or
Yes,
if
in
there's
Riverside.
another area. All right, is the chair okay if I accept these changes?
I believe, yes, is that agreeable that we have one Commissioner Fernandez?
Sivan,
Check those
I I was looking at the prior CVAP. Latino was 51.10 and Black was 11.52, and so it's going to be, the Black will be about the same, but what will the Latino be? Will be a little bit higher. Okay, I'm good.
51.21.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it changed from a couple seconds ago. Thank you.
Mr. Larson.
Just so I'm clear, is the plan here to move that March ARB-CA area into the BVCAL district?
Yes,
Yes.
And that's only 809 people?
approximately. What is the change in population for all of these highlighted red areas is 11,563 people total.
I mean, in my view, it's a fairly big hit to compactness for the 800 people. And if there's a way to do this without that, that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I would say just leave it in because we're going to be 636 under. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, and we do remember everyone, when you have a change, you do need to say, you know, what is it just population? Is that there's a COI involved? Please.
I'm sorry, for me, leaving March in is more for compactness. Thank you. And
Thank you.
kind of population, but
Okay. No, thank you very much. And the other, the removing Lakeview, Nuevo,
Just
and
COI
Homeland.
testimony.
COI testimony. Okay. Thank you very much. Savon. I'd say
So
that-
would you like me to clean up the 175 people offline, or would you like me to do it now?
Well, I'm quite content having that offline, but what's the rest of the commission? Commissioner Toledo? Or did you have something else to say?
No, I'm still thinking about this March area, and I was thinking about, I'm still thinking about potentially taking that out, but adding the area around it, next to it, to the west, so that it is more compact, so that whole area, and just for, well, one, addresses compactness, but also to see what that would do to the Latino CVAP and to the African American CVAP.
So should we accept what we have here, taking that out, and then work on that?
I'm fine with that.
Then please do that, Savon. Let's go ahead.
So I'm sorry. I think that the city of Riverside is fairly densely populated. So I think if we remove March Air Force Base and this portion of Riverside, we're not also going to be able to remove this population here. Would you like me to try removing both, or is it one or the other?
Can we see what, if we highlight the areas that I was suggesting, what that does to the CVAPs, both the Latino and the
Yes.
Black, and then we can, if that isn't a good change, then we'll go back to the area that we just highlighted.
One moment, please.
Might be too much. It
Is
improves
this
the-
more or less what you were thinking?
Yeah, I
or?
mean, it improves the Latino and I believe also the African American CVAP, but the numbers are, we're taking out too many people at this point. But maybe if we cut
23,000.
from the top down, and I mean, I'm just, this area seems to be not as diverse.
Okay.
Chair, we do also have the 3 cities that Commissioner Turner selected, so those are at this as well.
Oh,
Um,
right,
Oh.
okay.
wanted to remind you of if,
No, I deselected them, Andrew.
oh, you did.
So
Okay, sorry.
I'm fine with the other option if this is, there's just too many people here.
Okay, so if we take those out, then what was our deviation? Let's see.
175 people.
Okay. Yeah, Savon, at this point, because this is going to be tricky, it'll be a trial and error all over here. And yes, could you go ahead and take care of that one offline, and we can move to the next district? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It did increase what Commissioner Toledo was doing. It did increase the Latino, but what increased the Latino was taking out more of the Riverside, not necessarily the Air Force Base. So that's an option. Sorry, I know we were going to move on. But it did actually increase the Latino CVAP by taking out some of the Riverside next to March. Does that make sense, Yvonne, in terms of maybe we should look to that area to reduce?
Take a little more of Riverside out.
Yeah,
But in that area.
Yeah, the area right around the military base.
Right, right.
And
Or it could be, yeah, it could be almost any area that is very, very low in Latino.
Right, right.
and maybe
Thank you.
the direction is that we ask Savon to
Yes.
take out as much as necessary while while increasing the Latinos and the African American CVAP to
Yes.
hit the
Yes.
deviation there.
Yes, yes. 'cause
Yes,
I'd like to
so
get that up higher.
175 people is going to be a matter of a single block at this point.
It works
Okay.
for me.
Great.
Thanks.
Exactly, so yes.
Would you like me to create a second city split in this area to take the population out of this area of Riverside, or take it out of the existing split in the city of Riverside?
A new split, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, could we look at a not a new split, because I believe it's going to be the same. Can you just have a look and see if we have a 175 on the other area of Riverside?
Yes, I can look at that. I would just remind commissioners that 175 people is not going to have a very major impact on deviations, except for the population deviation. But for the Latino CVAP and the Black CVAP, it'll increase or decrease by a 0.1%, if anything.
Well, we definitely want it to increase a little bit. So if you could take a block of 175 that has virtually no Hispanic population, that's what we would really like. And stay in line with our trying to keep cities not split if they don't have to. Please sort of see if there's an area like that possibly still in Riverside that we can take out.
Absolutely, Chair. Thanks for that direction.
Thank you. Okay, and now, sorry, Commissioner Toledo, do you have another?
No, I'm fine to move on.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I guess I was just going to ask, is taking out that 175 people or so really going to make a difference to the Latino CVAP? Because when we saw the Latino CVAP go up, it was to take out a pretty large portion of that Riverside plus March Air Force Base. And then there may be other areas in which we could bring population back in that may enable that higher Latino CVAP. Because I guess that's why I'm just kind of now asking, can we just see it happen? Because if it doesn't affect the Latino CVAP that much more, then I think that will determine what next steps the commissioners would want to do. Because if it's marginal or nominal, then, you know, it may still defeat the purpose of what we're trying to move towards.
Are you saying for the 175?
How much of a difference will the 175 really make to the Latino CVAP? Because I think that was the hope, right, is to increase it. But when we saw the higher Latino CVAP, it was with a significant portion of that, you know, March and the area next to it. So we could do that, but it just means we'll just have to pick up some other population elsewhere to ensure that maintains.
So Commissioner Kutagawa, just to give, to answer your question, I just selected a single census block that has 170 people. So just for explanation's sake, let's say that fixed the deviation to, you know, it's 5 people, but it's very close. And as you can see, the Latino CVAP is still at 51.17%, and the Black CVAP is still at 11.51%.
Right. Yeah. So,
This looks good.
Yes, something like this is perfect in that area. If you can just bring it down to plus or minus 1, because we know that we're in the right area. So if you could work on that a little bit, and let's move on to the next district, please. I mean, unless you saw one that you were just going to do it right then.
I can fix the 5 later if
Yes, please do.
commissioners are comfortable. Okay.
Okay, so and our next district is which one?
Would you like to look at the Pomona, Ontario, Fontana district?
Any ground population? Any ideas here? Please turn on the Latino CVAP.
Yeah,
heat map,
I would
sorry.
also point out that the district to the north is CD 210 and is over by almost equal number of people. So if we're looking to draw in population, that might be a good place to get population from.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion in this district, possibly moving further up into Upland. And in the one right next door, I know we've definitely heard testimony about trying to keep Rancho Cucamonga whole. So it might be some combination of the two as we kind of dig further in here.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I was going to suggest the same thing. I was thinking more Rancho Cucamonga, but I don't. Either way is fine.
So
Just as long as we maintain
Cucamonga,
the CVAP.
Rancho Cucamonga is currently in the Rialto San Bernardino district and the CD 210 district. I'm happy to put it in a 3rd district if you'd like to see it in the Pomona, Ontario, Fontana district. I just wanted to let commissioners know that I think we're talking about pulling population from 2 different districts.
Yeah, could we? I think let's go ahead and stick with the first idea, that Upland. Right, we're trying to get more, and that Latino CVAP area a little over there. Well, never mind, 0. Do we see any other areas that might have more, Latino CVAP or?
I think in
Any
this
areas?
district, we're probably on pretty safe grounds. We're already
Okay.
at 58%.
Great. Well, please try this, Simone.
I don't know.
One moment, please. So you can see how quickly the numbers go up or down. So we're already at 39 people away from being a balanced district just by adding this selected portion here.
Great. Actually, I think I see a 39 block on the border. I'm sorry, what happened with the CVAP?
The Latino CVAP is at 58.27%. So it did decrease slightly. It was at 58.56 when we started.
Right.
Where were we with the African American CVAP? Was when we started and now?
7.3.
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Yvonne, can you back up just or unzoom just a little bit? I just wanted to see what the other district next to it looks like. What's the boundaries? Oh. Is that a little neck again that we're going to create? I just had to get it into today's session at some point.
That was why. Oh, sorry. That was why I originally raised. Like, I think in that other Rialto San Bernardino district, we could even that out in Rancho Cucamonga because we're already underpopulated there to get rid of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, I could take population from this bottlenecked area of Rancho Cucamonga instead.
Yeah, that's
no.
No, hold on.
Leave it, and then that bottleneck is going to go into the
Oh, okay.
Right, correct.
Right.
I see. Okay.
Is that what you were saying, Commissioner Sabani? Master.
Hold on.
And again, I can refine this offline.
Great. Okay, and our CVAP has 6, is that?
Latino CVAP is at 58.29 if the areas in red are added to this district.
Okay. And Commissioner Kudokawa? Or Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, can you zoom out so we can take a look? And also, these CVAPs look good to me, and the location also. I mean, there is a little neck that we're kind of creating, but I know that's something that we'll address as you're refining, I think.
Yes, please. Now, so okay, at this point, what commissioners like this? Is this a yes with a bit of cleanup? Not hearing any. I think that's a yes. Oh, Commissioner Fernandez?
I want to say yes. It just looks really odd shape, but I guess that's how it's going to look like. I was thinking of going more towards that road that you have to your left. Yeah, instead of taking that oddly shaped thing to the right. But that's okay. That's fine. I'm done. We're good.
Yeah, I was more just trying to grab
fix it,
population
Sivan.
to balance the deviation, but I can
That's
fix
fine.
it right now.
Nope.
Okay.
Let's go.
Well, yeah, I think it would be better looking at sort of nicer, but if you could please do that a little bit later, and have it down so we can balance it. But, we don't have to, unless are we going to take in that same area for next district?
I mean, if there's no other rationale for grabbing that part that extends up north there versus going farther west in that upland area, my advice would be to not do it that way.
Wait,
So
to not,
so to not have that
not have the
that
neck.
piece, right? Just go
Yeah.
straight across, maybe go straight to the,
If there's no other basis for taking it there as opposed to going just
Yes.
farther
Yeah.
west.
Yep.
yeah, okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did that neck comment for you, Dale. You like those neck comments.
Great. So we're. Yeah. I'm going a little bit. Ooh, we're almost there. All right, Savon, that looks good. And we were going to trust you to maybe, take the little weird hook on the right out and add a little more evenly on the left.
Yeah, so this is the shape of the city border.
Oh, I'm sorry,
If you would
then.
like me to, yeah,
sorry,
so
that's the city
sometimes
border.
it looks funky, but it's because of the shape of the underlying census geography. But I will do what I can to clean that up. And if we're adding this portion of Rancho Cucamonga into the neighboring district, I think the final outcome will look a lot less bottlenecked than it does currently.
Perfect, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I have a question. I know that we received some COI testimony that separating Rancho Cucamonga more from this Pomona, I guess Montclair, Fontana area would separate at least a black koi, and I know that we generally have this, but just wanted to raise that question about that since we just randomly took 5,000 people. Would there be a desire or interest in trying to unite more of that koi together? It would mean some other changes, but I wanted to just raise that and ask this question.
So I'm sorry, so the koi you're talking about is to put Rancho Cucamonga with?
With the Palm, Ontario, sorry, I thought it was Montclair, Pomona, Ontario, Fontana.
Well, but they're both, aren't they, they're in different districts, but they're both negative, is that correct?
Yes, since we're having to do a lot of rebalancing anyways, it was just a question in terms of moving in Rancho Cucamonga to this district so that we could unite a koi and then also make space to also unite other kois in the Rialto San Bernardino district.
Commissioner Sanai.
So Commissioner Kutagawa, that would be more on the tune of 43,000 people. So that would be a more major swap that you're talking about here than 5,000 people from the border areas of an existing split.
If we did that, then I think there's been significant koi testimony, especially about Grand Terrace, and bringing that in with Rialto and more of Fontana.
No, and Commissioner Sanai.
I just want to remind us that we're, on the second day, and we had when we started this process, we said if we think that the
Architecture.
the architecture is good. We've gotten a lot of comments locally saying that that these maps are good. I really think as much as we want to make changes, we need to it's not time to make big changes anymore. I thought that we had agreed unless there was big architectural changes, and we've worked a long time
Only
to
in San
get
Diego.
this area done.
Yeah, thank you. And I will say, I distinctly remember some community of interest testimony specifically asking for that portion of Rancho Cucamonga to be with the Angeles Forest. That was early on, which is where I believe that line originally came from.
Yeah.
And it was literally it was a portion north of whatever it was, and that's how we ended up drawing that. So at this point, we have that down to plus or minus how many people?
Deviation is at 14
14.
people.
Great. Okay.
Can I
we go-
accept this change, which will make the deviation actually 14 people instead of
Ye-
negative 5,000?
Yes, I would prefer that. Now, are those no's, Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Turner? Commissioner Vasquez?
I just want to, we've gotten conflicting testimony, as we have in a lot of places, about Rancho Cucamonga, including keeping Rancho Cucamonga whole. I also want to remind Commissioner Sinai that we did a major architectural change to San Diego yesterday as well, too. And while we have tried to, and I think I very much agree that population first, where there may be population options to keep COIs together and also maintain the Latino CVAP. I know for me, I've heard a lot about Grand Terrace, and I think also, just keeping it together. There's been a lot of growth, both in the Latino and also the Black community in the Inland Empire. So, if as best as we can, if we could make these even a little bit better, I feel like since we spent quite a bit of time yesterday, I'm not asking for a lot of time, but can we try an exploration that could possibly, satisfy multiple goals of trying to maintain the higher Latino CVAP, but also bringing together a community that has been growing quite rapidly in the Inland Empire as well, too. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Kutagawa, if we accept these changes, we could then look at, move on to the, RIA SB and see how, because remember, that's negative as well. And so we could actually see if we grab Grand Terrace, how that will work and then balance that one. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I think I want to support Commissioner Kutagawa and what she's talking about for the COIs. I think in accepting it, it means that we would then need to reverse it. I think that is to not accept the current moving people from out of Rancho Cucamonga and splitting that further. So I don't want to split Rancho Cucamonga any further or take away from Rancho Cucamonga.
Okay, so, but with this, if we accept this right now, we're not touching Rancho Cucamonga.
Yeah, that one we're not going to.
Is that, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Upland. Okay, good.
Yeah, that's all in Upland that we're doing this.
Oh, got it.
So Rancho Cucamonga would not change, and then we can go over to the other side on Grand Terrace
And explore
put
the
that in,
grandparents.
and then maybe see in the other area where we can, if we need more people or I need to get rid of some people. Or does that answer your question? Commissioner Turner?
Maybe, can we back out so I can see it?
I think we'll be overpopulated then. So
Yes, yeah, a little bit. But wait, yeah. So here, yeah, could you see? Do you mean zoom in so we can see what we're talking about accepting?
Yes, the grant, yes, please.
It's touching the border of it.
That area there. We're talking about taking an area of upland and adding that to Pomone Font to balance the population.
Yeah, we just moved the line north.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so the pending
you.
changes, this selected area in Upland is 5,206 people. This was added to the Pomona, Ontario Fontana District. We would be at a deviation of 14 people. And my understanding of Commissioner's discussion was that they were going to take
stressing out
more
here.
population from this area of Rancho Cucamonga and add it to the neighboring district, which is the RIA SB district, to
Yes.
flatten out that line a little bit more and not create a bottleneck here in Rancho Cucamonga.
Yes, that's what, and yeah, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Vasquez, the same as
Yeah, I'm not in favor of making this change just yet, and I would very much prefer that we try to unify the communities of interest that Commissioner Kutagawa noted before we continue to do the balancing piece, because I'm afraid I do think the changes, if I'm interpreting some of the potential direction, we're going to be changing population in both Pomona, Ontario, Fontana, as well as RIA SB. So I would like us to hold on the balancing of population first. I would like to try to see if we can make some structural changes to preserve the communities of interest, particularly Black and Latino communities of interest in this area, and then do the balancing act.
Okay, so let me just sort of summarize. What you're believing is we're going to add Grand Terrace to Rialto SB. And
No adding of anything right now. No, do not move the Upland line. Do not move the Grand Terrace line. Let's pause on the balancing of populations. Let's figure out how, if it's possible, let's spend 30 minutes, not discussing it, but 30 minutes actually drawing lines to try to unify COIs, and then we can futz around with the lines.
Okay, great. But what COIs are you to add? Which COI are you talking about? Creating Rancho Cucamonga whole?
No, I think based on community of interest testimony, I think if we can both sort of move more of Fontana into this Rancho Cucamonga San Bernardino community of interest. That's a lot of what we did in the assembly. All of Fontana can't be in that Riverside San Bernardino area, but there are significant populations, Black populations, that I think more of Fontana could be moved into Riverside SB. And I think I see. I think we need to explore it. So I want to pause on this change so that we can think through which communities we want to put together. That's what I'm asking, is that we pause balancing.
Great. Yes, we can certainly pause on that. And that's an absolutely wonderful plan. And remember, we're sticking with what I'd like to do is this, and this is how I think we could get there. And so, if you need help saying, this is what I'd like to do, you get great. And then say, now, can someone see a vision of getting there? So we aren't just so really trying to focus in. The idea here now, was my understanding, I'm trying to summarize this and correct me if I'm wrong, is we're trying to add more, we're trying to take some of Fontana out of Pomona Fawn and add it to RIA SB. And to do that, we will go even more negative on Pomona Fawn. So where would we get the population for Pomona Fawn?
I would say Rancho Cucamonga. And potentially, again, more of Upland.
Oh, okay. You're okay. So, and what about the Grand Terrace on the other side? Was that
I think that's in play. Potentially, if we moved all of Rancho Cucamonga and all of Upland into Pomona Font, we could get a big portion of Fontana in. We could also move potentially Grand Terrace into RIA SB as well.
Okay, thank you. Savon's going to try kind of look at this and see. So yeah, we'll give this like a half an hour as we sort of did for the assemblies, which is a certainly great idea. And since we have an idea of what we're trying to do here, it should go rather quickly. Savon can help us with the numbers. And now, Commissioner Sadwani, or does anyone here say no, they do not want to do this? And in this, I see hands up. Or are you talking about something else?
No, I was actually just going to support it. I know I had originally suggested the Upland piece, and I think Upland might still be in play as we think about this, but I really wanted to appreciate Commissioners Akutagawa, Turner, and Vasquez for raising this COI that we might be potentially cutting off, and I think it's worth the time to explore and try and keep it together.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, it's the same. It's really not that difficult. At least I don't see it as how far north we go in Pomona Farm is contingent on what we do on the other side.
Yes.
I think yes, that's it. So if we're exploring the other side, it'll be contingent on Pomona Farm. So let's go.
Yeah. And
I know we're breaking up.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I know we're breaking up the other COI that did want to be with the forest. So just because I want to mention the other, as Commissioner Akutagawa said, they're opposing COIs here, and that one is being, that one we are going against. So, but if the commission wants to do that, and we have, so Commissioner Akutagawa, you like this idea?
I do, and thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. I think you just said something similar much more clearly, so thank you. I also want to just really note again, before we try to get most of Fontana, or actually I should say all of Fontana or most of Fontana, I'd also like us to try to put Grand Terrace in first, because there's been lots of COI testimony linking Grand Terrace with Colton and Rialto, and that they should be, and as well as other testimony saying that they should not be in a Riverside district as well too. And so I know that we're not going to be able to take in all of Fontana. So if we could balance that by just putting Grand Terrace in first, so then that way then we'll know how much of Fontana is in play. That may also help as well too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just with moving in this direction, or at least exploring this direction.
Yes.
I do think that VRA is second, and we do need to prioritize that. So if the CVAP, Latino CVAP is going down, I'm much less supportive of this, and so I don't want to see it go down too much more. I mean, COIs are a fourth criteria, right? And in a VRA district, we try our best, but we have to ensure that we have that we are in compliance with Section 2 of the VRA above that. And of course, we have to get to the deviation number. So I just wanted to chime in on that. Thank you.
No, thank you. And Commissioner Yee, were you saying a similar thing, or what your?
No, actually, I was going to suggest if you do want to keep the forest COI together, why not take the forest also? Go north. You don't have to stop at the city limit because there's not many people there, right?
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Thank you. But well, let's just look at the population where we are here. Correct. Now that does drop our significantly drops Latino CVAP.
Chair, can I have a first step, if we could start.
Certainly. Nope,
I don't think it's this Rancho and Upland. For me, my priority is at least a portion of Fontana, and COI testimony has suggested that taking in Fontana from north of the 66, which is Foothill Boulevard in some places, and east of Citrus.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm sorry, you did not mean to do what we the other, okay.
No, I'd like to capture the area of Fontana that we want to capture, and then we can talk about where else in the map.
Perfect. Wonderful. So Savon, you got those directions?
Commissioner Vasquez, would you repeat the area that you wanted to add again?
Yes, I think actually what is going to happen is if you could take that that line right there and lower it to
the 66. Yes, I can do that. One
Great.
moment, please.
Yes. So just for for our staff, so we're taking a portion of Pomona Font and adding it to RIA SB.
And actually, Savon, it may be helpful going forward for us to have the Latino heat map on as we're adjusting these districts.
Okay.
Would you like me to add this selection to the district?
I would, yes. I'm noting that I am keeping my eye on the Rialto SB Latino CVAP. I'm wondering if we then add Grand Terrace, what that would do. So yes, accept this change, and then maybe we can move to Grand Terrace.
Grand Terrace is selected and those changes are reflected in this box.
Got it. That didn't do much for the Latino CVAP, but
It didn't go down, it's still higher.
right,
2.3.
right.
Actually, no, it is a little lower.
It would be 52.15.
Yeah, instead of 50.
So I
Oh, it's
have
52. Yeah.
I have an option as well to maybe first if we could go back to the area we were looking at in Fontana. And taking that line to the 66, but line of the 66, extending it to the 15. I think that means we're making change. We'd be adding
adding more-
population to Pomona Fontana, right?
So
No, I'm
yes,
sorry.
this is also Rancho Cucamonga now. This is outside of the city of Fontana.
I see. I'm okay with that for VRA purposes.
And this is already in the RIA SB district.
I see. Oh,
So
okay.
we could move it down to the 10 if you'd like.
I think that makes sense. Do other commissioners have, maybe let's do Grand Terrace first, and then we can work on getting up the Latino population in this district overall.
Oh, in 5 minutes, we have to take a break, 12:30. So let's try to give as much direction as possible, and maybe we could ask Savon to give us 5 minutes of her break.
All right.
So
So
this district will need to remove 43,000 people.
got it. And Pomona Fontana is looking about-ish the same in terms of the population that it needs. So my recommendation would be to move all of Rancho Cucamonga out of Rialto SB. And into Pomona Fontana. Or potentially using the current split. So what is that? Oh, that is a lot.
Yeah.
Would you like
That's,
me to, if I only pull it, the portion that is in the RIA SB, one moment, please. It will.
What if
be
what
under-
if we just pull in Rancho from east of east of the 15? That little corner. Yeah.
One moment, please.
Oh, I think we're doing opposite. I was suggesting, sorry, that
Don't-
portion
yeah,
you're
don't take-
unselecting, I was suggesting that be the only portion that goes
Oh,
into
the
Pomona
only
Fontana.
portion. Okay, yeah, I misunderstood. One moment, please.
Oh, that's not many people either. But I think this is the right direction. It may just be that Rancho is split in along a different line.
So it still needs 30,000 people. So are you saying move it up, move the line right at the word Ontario, move that up? Are you trying to take take that out of? Yeah, because right now, yeah, that one's about a 30,000 switch
Right.
from RIA
And-
SB and put it into Pomone font.
Yeah, and that does raise the Latino CVAP a little more. And then,
You could go for that, yeah, that little chunk over
yeah,
to the west, that little square. Oh, well,
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
maybe-
it would make the neck bigger.
yeah, I would accept this change and then let's see where else we can pull in population to Pomona Fontana. I think that little corner is important for the Black community.
This corner here?
Sorry, no, the one that goes up from the 66 and the 15 that we just made. Sorry about that. I think, yeah, that one I think needs to stay in Rialto SB.
Okay.
Okay, we have a minute. So do you want to, is there any,
Could we spend another 20 minutes after our break doing this since we only have had 10 minutes of line drawing?
yes, oh no, we can spend a bit more time. But we definitely have to take our break because our wonderful staff and court reporters and sign language definitely need that break. So, Andrew?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I was just wondering, is there any big picture direction that you wanted us to look at during break that we want to make sure Savon gets a break, but if there's any like going across the highway, yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, if I would look at the testimony most recently submitted, I think it was yesterday, by the Black Hub. They have some suggestions to sort of keep this Black COI together, which is what we're trying to attempt. And they have some suggestions about what else can go into Pomona Fontana. I do think it's probably more of the Rancho portion and maybe shortening, bringing the western edge more east and pulling some of that into Pomona Fontana.
Okay, so you're saying basically work with starting from the west and take Rancho Cucamonga areas and put it in Pomone Font?
Yes.
Well, no, not, it would be the section below because it has to come out of RIA SB.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then sort of move systematically further east till you have the number?
Right. That would be my recommendation.
So I guess that, yeah, is that, if that is an easy thing to do, or just to take a few minutes and pursue that further, that would be great. But
yes.
I know Savon also needs a bit of a break. All right. That's,
We on break?
yes. So at this point, we are going to go on break, and we'll be back at 12:45. And I do want Savon to get to also get some break. So take care of yourself first, and then if you come back and have a chance to do that, wonderful. But otherwise, we'll jump back into this when we get back at 12:45.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome back, everyone, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are currently working on congressional districts. We are in the Riverside area, and we're working on some VRA districts. We're doing a little work here. And so we'll continue on where we just left off. Savon, if you could give us an update, please.
Yes, Chair. So over the break, I took a look at the maps that had been submitted by the Black Census Hub. And what it looked like from their maps was that areas south of the 66 in Rancho Cucamonga were kept together with Ontario. So figuring that that would be an area we could draw population from, I have selected it here. And if this were added to the Pomona, Ontario district, they would still need about 3,500 people. And RIA SB would still be over by 6,000 people, but it would be a lot closer to deviation.
That sounds great.
Chair, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you very much. Commissioner Yee?
Just wanted to make a quick general comment about language. Can we avoid the phrase, not used recently, but in general, get rid of? It comes up now and then in our discussions, and I don't think anyone wants to be gotten rid of, right? So we can move people, we can shift people, but not get rid of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is great. Thank you very much. And I'm hearing that yes, that is along the lines of this exploration. So let's accept it, please.
One moment while that updates.
And then where are we going again? Now we still have and which one are we working on now? We're actually working on the RIA SB, correct?
Yes. So
And that's for Commissioner Vasquez, actually. So we need to remove population. And what was the thought?
I think we, in order to minimize splits, we could probably take more population. Wait, what happened to BV Cal? Did we not fix that? Because I was going to propose taking more of Redlands from BV Cal, but
we have not worked on.
We have not worked on that.
Okay.
No.
Could
actually, I before you give a direction there, Savon, do you happen to remember? And I thought I'd written it down, but I don't have. What was the original CVAP in the RIASB?
Andrew has those numbers.
Oh, thank you.
Chair, it was our RIASB was 51.59.
Okay, and the black
14.11.
Sorry, 14.11.
11.
Great, thank you. And so now we need to remove people, and we are Latino CVAP's gone up, and the Black CVAP's gone down. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering now, since we're getting closer. I'm wondering now if we just drop this southern boundary only in Fontana, if we just start moving the Fontana portion of this line south. So, right? Am I
that the opposite way? Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's the wrong way. JK.
Yeah. So yeah, you need to get something. Remove some people from move some people from RIA SB.
I'm wondering if that, and we need to add the same to Pomona, Fontana.
No, Pomona, Fontana is negative 3,000, where
right.
The RIA SB is a positive 6.
Any suggestions?
Aha, we have several. We're phoning a friend. We have Commissioner Turner and also Andrew.
Commissioner Vasquez, what about is that Redland? What's there right there at the line where we see the population?
Redlands? Yeah.
Redlands.
That is Redlands.
Yeah, that was my first thought. If folks are okay, since BV Cal still needs to be worked on, if we could if we could take some portion of Redlands, move that boundary within Redlands South.
So Commissioner Vasquez, just
Yes.
so we're not getting confused, it's actually in the Morcoa district.
Oh,
This is the northernmost line of the BEA the Victor Valley district.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Oh, and we
But,
need to move the line up, not south.
Well, either way, yes, you could. No, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. You need to remove population. Sorry, there was Andrew had an idea, I believe, and also did Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. And in the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, they did have the line just go a little bit north of 66. If we wanted to continue adding a little population, that way we can maybe first even out the population of the Pomona Fontaine district, and then continue to look at Redlands or elsewhere to get the rest of it, is one suggestion.
That sounds right to me, unless Commissioner Kutagawa has another suggestion.
Or Commissioner Fernandez also had her hand up.
Yeah, I would be in support of what was just suggested. At least we can then look at that. And I think also, instead of going into Redlands, maybe, taking a look at moving, again, more of Rancho Cucamonga out of this district too.
Okay, so which are we? What are we going with? We're going with removing some of Fontana or removing some of Rancho Cucamonga?
Can we do that first?
Wait, which one first?
Your question, Fontana, you just asked about.
Yes, that's sorry, that was an either or, but yes, we'll explore Fontana. Is that Commissioner Vasquez? Removing, I thought though the idea is you were trying to put more Fontana into.
No, I'm confused. I think we should go with Andrew's suggestion, which is just to take that, if I'm understanding right, take that line currently at the 66 and move it up just barely. And I think that will at least balance between Pomona Fontana and Rialto SB, and then we can look to other areas to remove the additional 3,000 or so that
Perfect.
will be left. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you. Let's do that. Please, Simone. And we're talking about 3,000 people, so it might not be that much. And
please.
And Sivan, if you start in per the map, it was Rancho Cucamonga that they wanted to move the line up, so maybe start over there.
So I
Just
was
north.
instructed specifically to leave this triangle in. Is the
Over to the west.
over here?
To the west.
Okay.
Yeah.
One
Thank you.
moment. Yeah.
For 3,000 people. Nope. And that was way too many.
I was actually thinking the lower.
Yes, the lower area.
Moving the southern boundary north. Is that as big as a census?
So just evenly along the 66. Okay.
Oh, there is. Yeah.
Question.
Oh, Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, just to Commissioner Vasquez. The Route 66 is such a natural boundary. Why wouldn't it be more advisable to move out west as opposed to moving that north? Just out of curiosity.
I wasn't fully opposed to the revised change out west. This was just what was suggested by the Black Hub, but I think also we might not be able to get it just a little bit. And I think we might actually also be,
Yeah, and how is our CVAP though? This was the 58, it was originally 58.56. Now it's gone up. Is that correct? I'm sorry. Which
So RIA SB is at 1,260 people over, and Palmont Fawn would be 1,629 people over deviation.
all right, so
yeah, maybe we should do, Siobhan, what you were originally going to do and take from the west.
the CVAPs were going up.
So again, just knowing that this line will not be final and will be cleaned up in the final version before it's voted on. We're now at 12 people over deviation.
Okay. Actually, I thought we were balancing Pomone Font. No, with this one, what we were trying to do. But no, we're doing the RIA SB.
I think we may have overcorrected, Siobhan, because at least my vision was to only do about 3,000 from Pomona Font, and then find another 3,000 to remove from RIA SB somewhere else.
Gotcha. I thought the goal was just to balance RIA SB. I will clear this selection and try again.
Perfect.
Oh,
Did I do something wrong, Chair?
no, I'm just wondering, could you just move the map a little bit to further west? So we can see a little further west? Yeah, that's, unless you grab that.
So did you want me to take this portion that's in the 210 district as well? This is what's highlighted in red is the selection, or the outline in red is the selected, the district we're selecting from, which I was going to limit
Yes.
to the RIA SB, but I can take out of 210 as well.
Right, no, I'm just, if you have to connect it to get it down there, that would be what I'm saying. It's just, because the area right there to the west is the other district. Wait, no. Okay, so we're balancing Pomone Font on this, correct?
I think the problem is we can't balance Pomona Font in one fell swoop, pulling from the west.
Well,
Because
yeah,
we're
we have
actually
this.
moving population out of 210 first, and then we can add this same population to Pomona Font, I think is how we have to do it.
Okay. Well, okay. Right now.
So Siobhan, can you zoom out one click so that they can see both of the districts?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
So earlier we had balanced Pomona Font with the northern transition of Upland.
Correct.
Right. And so we did not use any of the RIA SB to balance that earlier change.
That's correct. Yeah, originally. And now we are, my understanding is, and Commissioner Vasquez, which one what are you trying to do right now? You're just trying to balance Pomone Font and get more of San Rancho Cucamonga into the Pomona font?
Chair, that's why I thought you wanted to balance RIA SB first. That's why I had made that initial selection. I think it makes more sense to decide which district you want to balance and maybe do one at a time.
Yes, exactly.
If you're happy with what's in RIA SB.
And with what Savan just selected, Pomona font is down to just 325 people over. So I think we are very close to getting this balanced, and we could probably clean up right around the edges there to move those 325 people to RIA and then turn to RIA SB.
Okay. Commissioner Vasquez, is this sort of what you had in mind? Or actually, Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I was just getting confused because I thought, I mean, logically, it makes sense to work on one at a time. So I was trying to figure out where the shifts were going to be between apparently 2 or 3 districts. Thanks.
Yes, that's fine. So we kind of jumped around. Commissioner Vasquez?
Chair, if I may also add something, I just got
Okay.
a message from Jamie saying just to keep in mind that 210 will potentially impact dealing with VRA districts in the LA area because 210 is
Okay.
not a VRA district, but does include part of the AAPI community in West SGB that the CRC
Great.
identified yesterday as wanting to make whole in a district. So just thinking
Okay.
ahead with that as well, I wanted to flag that
Thank
she
you.
mentioned. Although
So-
we're not taking significant population, just something to keep in mind.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I was just going to ask Savan if she could, just for my own purposes, although I can tell based on the CVAP, if she can just put the VRA districts in like the yellow color, it kind of helps focus sometimes. Thank you.
Right. And now we're still working on architectural changes in here. So, I'm trying to, Commissioner Turner, thank you.
Savan, the message that you referenced from Jamie, was that a thought to not mess with 210 right now? I'm trying to read what was the intent.
No, I don't think she was saying that. I think she was just, I mean, as you have seen, when you are making changes to multiple districts, oftentimes the effect of that isn't seen until later down the road. So I think if the commission would like to make adjustments on 210 later on in LA County, it might leave more room if the balancing occurred between the majority of the balancing occurred between these 2 districts to internalize it, and then that would minimize the amount of population that we would need to take from the CD 210 if it's all the same to the commission, because it seems like at this point we are just trying to balance the districts, and unless I'm missing an additional community of interest that we're trying to accommodate here, I think that was the intention of just trying to think a couple steps ahead as well.
So
Exactly.
if this area was selected, we would be moving this population where?
So currently this population is in 2 different districts in red. It's in, part of it is in, it's
The CD10?
2,000, about 2,000 people are in this area from the 210 district, and about 1,000 people are in it from the RIA SB. So I think the line of reasoning would be if you can take 2,000 from the RIA SB and only 1,000 from the 210, that'll give you 1,000 people to have wiggle room with later on in LA.
Are you able to go up to, I can't see what the freeway is, is it 210? That little, just a little rectangle there, how much
Yeah,
population?
so that would be moving population again out of 210 into RIA SB, which we're trying to remove population from.
Yeah.
So it would be more on the line
Yeah.
of adjusting the border to be slightly north of the 66.
Okay, and then on the 66 going east, where there is population, see, more right where your hand is, a little bit more underneath the box there, that space. If we break the 66 and gather, what is that, the city boundary of Fontana?
I believe this is a unincorporated area
Okay,
here
so that's
between
not
the
gonna
cities
get
of
us the people.
Fontana, Rancho, and Ontario.
Okay.
Because, I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner, are you trying to make sure that we get as much of Fontana from Pomona, Fontana into RIA SB?
Yeah, actually, I was trying to just see where else can we move population without touching so much of 210?
Yes, well, you would just not, just delete what we're doing right there and take it all along the 66.
We could
in
also
Rancho
see about
Cucamonga.
extending the cut to be here
Yeah.
if the commission is uncomfortable moving the line around the 66.
Can we try that before, Chair?
Certainly. Let's give that a go, Salon.
Okay, one moment,
and-
please.
And Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have another idea as well?
It was actually similar to that, just going away from Rancho Cucamonga and looking elsewhere to pick up that roughly 1,300 people. Thank you.
No, thank you. You can't quite see what that. Oh, that brings us to 84. We like that. Savon, can you just pick up some 84 people
Or get-
get
or
rid of?
We're,
Oh, no, sorry.
we're not getting rid of
We're
anyone.
moving.
We're
moving. Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Move 84 people from Mona, Fontana to wherever we need to
Yes,
at this point to balance.
yes. Should I go ahead and accept this change?
Please.
So now the next task would be to balance the RIA SB district.
Exactly. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have an idea for this one? No. Okay. So here we need to move 2,800 people. And any ideas, COI based, or we can have a look at the had the Latino heat map and make sure there are areas that are not areas that do not have a high population. Commissioner Sinai.
I don't have any idea. Well, the only idea I have is if we were to look at the northeast boundary, since Morcoa is negative 19,000.
All right. Thank you. Let's zoom in there and see if there are areas people that would make sense.
I could try grabbing some of these portions of the city of San Bernardino that were split.
Yes, that make of let's split. Is that a good idea?
Or it would be, sorry, it would be moving the line back. So existing splits, just continuing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're going to clean it up. You're going to the little areas that extend now into San Bernardino. You are going to smooth that out and leave them. That area essentially. You're going to move back into San Bernardino.
So.
Well, in the Morca.
So we need to remove population from the this district. So my suggestion for a starting point of removing that population would be to change where these splits are.
Yes. Well, that's, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai, is that a no? Or is that, yes, that's what she was hoping. Okay, great. And Commissioner Kutgawa? Nope. All right. Yes, please start there, Savon. Hmm. Actually, if you took that one, made it sort of cleaned, oh, I'm sorry, is this is the San Bernardino line?
So, yeah, so we want to look at, or excuse me, yeah, so we still have 245.
Yes, and I'm saying instead of making a big, a sort of a dip into it, making more irregular shapes, could you grab that, is that 275 or 375? Yes, that one, sort of even it out, bringing the line sort of more level.
I will do my best with the census geography.
Yeah, grab that 625. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I see what you're doing.
Is this what you meant?
Yes, but then I meant actually, see, if you were going across, you had the 652. I'm basically trying to kind of have the line that ends up, the finish line being a little more level instead of quite extremely zigzag. But I see that 625 has that hook, goes all the way around.
Yeah, if I can, I'm happy to, did you want me to select this block?
Not really, because then we're putting, we're making it, oh, no, yeah, well, no, go ahead, because we're, no, we only want to now remove, yeah, so we're still going, no, we're still going, and that's in the right direction. And then let, yeah, perfect, fill that in. And then that next, go back up to the, and right, move, try, kind of go across that little line. Oops. No, doesn't work easily, does it?
Too much, too much.
Yep, too much, too much.
Just go back a little bit. You're close. Nice.
There we go. 91. Ooh, you know what? Can you grab also that 16 up in the corner, that little pocket? Yes. Okay. And then we can clean, yeah, great. Savon, you're on the right track. And I think we can, do people want to, oh, sorry, Commissioner Taylor? Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, just north of you, there's a 27 and a 15 that looks like it's part of that housing track. At least that housing track will remain the same. Up, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. 20, you see there's.
Oh, that
yes.
little piece too. Yes, thank you,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah.
Ooh. Aha.
Should
Good
I
eyes.
continue to clean this up offline?
Yes, please. I think that's wonderful. Thank you very much, Commissioner Taylor. And then, can we back out and see where we are? Okay. Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Ahmad, or Commissioner Taylor, do you have another? No, Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we could, when it's appropriate, to zoom in on the RIA SB, that top left corner. Is that part of the city lines. It seems like it goes up. Yeah, that little strip. Oh, okay. It's part of the city lines. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. If Sivan could pull out so that we can see kind of the entire region. Thank you. I just want to point out we have significant negative population numbers in Beaver Cal, in South Orange County, North San Diego. We've got some others, I think, and we have very little way to get additional population to them without disturbing the districts that we just did. So we really need to be careful about the sequencing of this so that we don't lock ourselves into corners that are going to be very difficult to get out of. Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Commissioner Kennedy. But these are VRA districts which we need to firm up. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm just wondering, with that, it seems the only way to get population down at this point, just looking at the map, to the San Diego area where we need it, and the border would be to shift population through, and even that would be difficult because we see a lot of negative through Los Angeles.
Correct.
Or through through Los
And-
Angeles, right? That would be the only way to get population through, and that would be impacting Orange County and San Diego.
No, you're absolutely right. It's and we basically have we only have two ways out of this situation, and it's through the Moronga Pass area or in through Los Angeles.
So, if we look at how many people we need, by my number, I'm just trying to about 26,000 people would have to come through if I'm looking at these numbers correctly, and probably a little bit more
Yes.
than that actually. And I don't see that in the Los Angeles. I don't see that being easy in the Los Angeles region. I don't see it being easy bringing down the population through Los Angeles at this point. Not impossible, but it just I think that's going
Yes.
to be a challenge, given the VRA districts in Los Angeles as well.
Exactly. No, it's a very good point, and we can stop now and kind of do a quick overview, but basically we kind of need to, like, if we know how much Los Angeles is short or long, actually it looks like how much Los Angeles would be long, we can leave a little bit that amount sort of around the border in orange, and move the rest, leaving the rest of the negatives essentially to be worked down through the Moronga Valley. Does that make sense? I think because basically, and what we should be doing now is let's continue to balance that other VRA district, because that has to be there and has to be set. And then we will sort of address and adjust. We might have even Jamie might come through and say, give us the numbers of how much we need to leave in that area, how much negative, so we don't completely disturb Los Angeles.
I just wonder
architecture.
if by doing that, we'll be prioritizing one region over the other. The VRA districts in the Southern California versus VRA districts in LA. I'm just wondering, maybe perhaps at this time we might want to bring in Jamie and Sivan to help us to think through of our options, our viable options, of course, I'm fine with moving into the VRA districts. Everyone knows that the VRA is very important to all of us, and so. But I just think the more we don't figure out the population, the more difficult it'll be. We have to have a strategy to bring down population as well as fixing, because population's number one priority. Number two is VRA, and so I just worry about not being in compliance with number one, getting ourselves into a place where we have a bubble and cannot get out of.
Correct. No, thank you very much, Commissioner Toledo. I'm going to jump, Andrew. Something on this one?
Yeah, and thank you, Chair. And maybe we focus on this VRA district because, and I don't know if David wants to weigh in on the percentage CVAP because we are very close to that 50%. And we might need to do a little work of getting that up to 50% first before we look at anything else in case there's any bigger things that we have to do here.
Yeah, I am concerned about this, the demographic makeup of this district. It is a VRA area. Not only is the Latino percentage below 50 and relatively low, the Black percentage is particularly low. There is some cohesion there, but it doesn't provide much assistance for Latinos in this district who are protected under the VRA. I would advise that it would be, if possible, which again, I don't know the answer to that, but if possible, I would attempt to get the Latino CVAP number up somewhat higher.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick look when the map was zoomed out. It looked like from the Los Angeles County, Orange County line south and east, we needed something in the neighborhood of 35 to 38,000 people. That's a lot of people. You know, we keep looking at neighboring districts pairwise without looking more broadly. And we really need to be, you know, thinking strategically and broadly. Yes, we may have to move population from A to B, but we need to be looking at whether we need to move population from A to B and then from B to C and then from C to D. And I don't get the sense that we're doing that adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. I might jump in here and say, yes, you're absolutely right. And that's how when we work with Orange County, once we get this, if we do this, the VRA district will balance it because we know it has to be there. And we have to, and so we have to make other areas negative if we need to, or in this one, make that one set. And then we can do, have Jamie come in and do the whole population walk for us, because she expresses it very well. And in terms of how it will be an A, a B, a C, and a D. And there will be an A to B, but back over to C and F on the side. There will be that. And that is the time, at that point was when I would like to stop and sort of back off a little bit and talk about how we're actually going to be moving population from where and to where. So, sorry, since it's here, I might ask Mr. Becker.
So I just want to say this is just a thought that you might want to consider. I think the challenges with the underpopulation down the coast through Orange County is a pretty significant challenge to grab that population. So what I would suggest is, my advice is that you're going to have to likely go up into LA to grab that population, so northwest rather than northeast, for a variety of reasons, including compactness. So I'd suggest starting here on the Santa Ana district as was recommended, but after that, going down south and working up to at least the Orange County line and getting that squared away as much as possible from an equal population perspective.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I was just going to comment on perhaps some ideas on that Santa Ana district, but I think whichever way you want to go, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that it's a quick fix here in Santa Ana, just pulling out, we've had a ton of quick testimony on this, pulling out that line and including more of South Fullerton, I believe will probably help us cross that 50% mark. And then I definitely agree, going back and then going back and working our way upwards from those districts we left in San Diego makes a whole lot.
Great. And Commissioner Toledo?
I'd support starting Santa Ana, then looking for population to bring down from Los Angeles. So I'd say let's just start here.
Yes, great, perfect. So Could we go ahead and turn on, which I believe Savon already has. We have the Latino heat map on the area. And we need, so Savon, can you take us over and see where areas might be that we can grab some population, move some population in and increase the Latino
Yeah.
CVAP?
I just wanted to confirm that we aren't going to make larger changes to this district. And if so, I'm happy to start grabbing some population blocks from this neighboring district to balance out that 1,000 people.
Yeah, that's, and that's actually, that's a very good point. Thank you, Savon. We do need to, is this the architecture in, at least in this VRA district that we like? And are there going to be extensive architectural changes in Orange County? And if so, we do need to address that. Because, if you're planning on doing something completely different and then going back to, the VRA district, like, different COI, well, no, we're taking from one area to another area. Please say so now. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, so some of the COI testimony we did here is to take South Fullerton from Chapman going south, and then west of Richmond. And I believe I also heard quite a bit of taking out part of West Orange. So maybe taking that West Orange line in that Santa Ana district and moving it a little bit more westwardly. Right now, it's splitting Orange in half, and the suggestion from the COI testimony we heard was moving it a little bit more west. They did not state how far west. Actually, the way I heard it was to just remove all of West Orange, but perhaps one way to go about it is to include all of that South Fullerton area that is south of Chapman and move it in. I also want to just note that perhaps I don't know if it's apparent, if the heat map is on or if I'm just looking at it wrong, but it did seem like the very edges of Placentia along the 57 freeway that borders Fullerton also has similar populations to Fullerton as well, to that South Fullerton area. So that may also be a place to help either balance out some additional population to raise that CVAP.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So should we, Commissioner Toledo, did you have a different idea?
No, I support that idea, moving the line towards closer to the west in Orange. The line, when I look at the, if we put on the heat map, I think there seems to be a demarcation of where the Latino community is.
I believe the heat map is on.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
So I would look at
That's correct.
At the Glassell Street is what I'm saying. Glassell Street and the edges, getting using that as the dividing line in Orange.
May I suggest it might be easier to see the Latino CVAP heat map if we take out the shading for the cities on this.
Yeah, let's take out the shading so we can see a little bit more. Try to see some of the lighter yellows.
Do we see the
Glassell Street?
Oh,
Yeah,
there
right
it is.
So if we go down that street, I think that may help us with the Latino CVAP. So move the
Okay.
line to the west. Is that right? To the east, north, towards the north.
Now, we do need to gain population in Santana. Are we saying we're going to remove population from here and add it from elsewhere?
Did she add that Fullerton part?
I would add the Fullerton part and take out the what Commissioner, I think it was Sojwani suggested the Fullerton part, but take out this portion, which is a little bit less less diverse.
Right. So could we please add the Fullerton area, and it was south of Chapman? Is that correct? Chapman.
Yes, south of Chapman, west of Richmond.
So the line is at East Chapman Ave here. So would you would like me to move the line south, or have the line be at Chapman and the district be everything to the south? So Chapman would be the northern border.
I believe Chapman is the northern border of the Santana, correct? We're grabbing.
Yeah, so what I heard is to take that entire portion up to the Bueno Park line. So they said bring in the remainder of South Fullerton to the Santa Ana district. So they said what I heard on the various COI testimonies was everything south of Chapman up to the Bueno Park line. So that would take in the remainder of South Fullerton.
One moment, please. So let me continue removing population. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Well, thank you, Savon. And we will, of course, have to see the deviation box, please. Thank you.
So that would add, so adding the population selected in red to the Santa Ana district would mean that it needs to add 3,795 people, and its Latino CVAP would be at 50.01.
Savon, you have an area that's already in it, marked.
Oh, you are correct. Don't know how that got selected. Okay. Yes, so we would need a little bit more. Wow. Thank you for catching that. Sorry about that. Should I go ahead and start with this population?
Chair, real quick, we have a problem similar to yesterday with the naming. The Savannah Ana is what is known as Seal Brea on the map viewer.
Oh.
So staff was supposed to change those names to match. If that didn't happen, I can go ahead and change that name quickly for the public. If someone could confirm whether or not it matches on the district viewer now.
Yeah, and we need to make sure it's the same, the shapefile as well.
It is. That was confirmed. It was just the names that were different.
The names are, so is this the short name and the long name? Or is that a different issue?
So
it's known as Seal Brea.
Well, so all of the material that we have has the Savannah Ana, but apparently on the map viewer has it. So we need to make sure the map viewer matches what our PDF and drafts say. So if someone,
okay, so the map viewer is still displaying it as saying Seal Brea?
Yes.
I'm looking at it right now and it's saying Savannah Ana.
Let's refresh. And can I get a So do we need to pause? Are we getting is the public getting calls from the public? We might take a 5-minute break here, please, and work this out.
No, now it's showing up as Savannah Ana, but yesterday we were getting calls about Seal Brea, which is now the Savannah Ana. So
Yes, that was, we did have that problem, and I was under the impression that it had been fixed. And so we're getting that it is fixed now? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, we're back. We didn't actually leave. So, Savon, so at this point, we are,
Yeah, so at this point, we're still needing 33,820 people in the, excuse me, sorry, the names, sorry.
yes, they're too similar. I was saying, wait a
Yes,
minute,
they are,
no.
which is, yeah. So yes, we would be
This-
36,184 people over deviation. And
Yeah,
the
so we added
Latinos
way
got-
too much. Right, so, okay, because we only need to add 1,215. Correct? So we need to get rid of quite a bit of that, unless, are we doing this and then doing
Yeah,
something
I
else?
thought that we were adding this to take away population in a different area. That was
Got
my
it.
understanding, in Orange, in the city of Orange.
In the city of Orange, yes, thank you.
And
So-
is that the area that's all on the left? Is that are those the city lines for Buena Park?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so we're accepting this, and now we're moving to
Now we're moving to the city of Orange.
and taking out 36,000.
I was under the
Moving.
impression that commissioners wanted to move the lines to a specific road, or are we just trying to balance at this point?
I think we're trying to move the line towards the, on my screen, it looks, it's left, but towards the city of.
West.
Towards Garden Grove, yes, thank you.
And we'd like to sort of move the entire line, is that correct?
Yes, the entire line in orange towards the west, which should reduce population and also improve Latino CVAP.
Right. Yeah, so Simone, if we could, take a thin sliver and then sort of move, because otherwise it's a lot of people. Okay. This is already way more than, are we going to try to move the whole?
I would also suggest maybe taking in Children's Hospital as well, too.
Wait, moving Children's Hospital back into Tustin?
Yes, so moving it out of the Santa Ana district.
Okay, and now
So
we're
that
starting to
would
need more people.
require taking all of this population as well, because the line is down here for the border.
I think at this point, we just need to start working, just balancing population. So let's just go towards left. Let's just keep going until we hit the number that we need.
Okay, so at this point, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to walk back that selection that I made. Or is that the direction of the commission? Okay.
No, that's
Yes.
the direction.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yep, you're doing great. Sivan, I think
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry, I keep my like my eyes are starting to okay.
So you actually need, yeah, right. Need a bit more of that area.
Yeah.
So can we walk the
So it
lines?
looks like this is the city border of Orange. Oops.
I can't tell what the city border is.
I was asked to turn the shading off. So I think it's right here.
Oh, yes.
Oh. So should I continue extending south into Santa Ana or extend?
Siobhan, no, just stay in
No.
Orange and now just move westward and take in some of that, or the city of Orange, the southern border. But if you're capturing parts of Santa Ana, that defeats the purpose too.
Yeah, no. Right now she's just going to the border of Orange.
Yeah, stay in Orange.
Yeah, that's tricky.
I can, trim it back later.
Now maybe go up.
Go continue along north.
Yeah. Do you want to just do a little bit up that line?
Siobhan, I'm sorry, before you do that too, could you show the university, the Chapman University is just a little bit above that southern area that you just took in? And I just want to see where it is in the context of what you've taken in. And Commissioner Sadwani, I think, knows this university area. I think you taught at Chapman, and so maybe you might have an opinion about that
No,
area.
I've never taught there actually. I have friends who have though, but I have not myself.
I was just thinking that Chapman is better off going towards the Yorba Linda Tustin area.
Yeah, I could see that, but I think am I reading this correctly? That as we're making these changes, the Latino CVAP has not boosted. So I think that needs to be the key piece that we are thinking about when we're making these adjustments is trying to improve that.
Yeah, we've moved quite a lot of people.
Should I accept this change and look elsewhere or continue adding population?
Well, the idea was to move the entire line west.
Yeah.
So I'd sort of go up the line, taking little bits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so continue north along
Correct.
the 50.
Continue, yes, continue. Well, with the little tab that's going north, make that a wider tab.
Okay, one moment,
So
please.
pick things as you're going up. Maybe just from that, where you can still have a straight line. Ooh, are we getting very close? Nope. One too far. And did that do 50.7 versus it was 49?
If we can take out the bottom that we put in and just keep going left instead of having
Yes.
the southern red.
Take out which portion? Take out this portion here?
Yeah, take out that portion instead, keep going west.
Yeah, I could see leaving the Children's Hospital area with within the VRA district and instead just taking that longer piece.
This looks like it's at Main Street. Should I continue walking the line back?
I would walk
Yes,
it all the
'cause-
way back and then.
All the way back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
And what was the street name that you were, Commissioner Toledo, that you were saying?
I think it was Glissell, thank you. I want to make sure
Glissell.
I pronounce
Oh,
it
right.
correctly.
Yeah.
So if you could just bring it to Glissell and see where we are with population.
Thank you.
So continue north along LaSalle. correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
We're at 3 people. And our percentage, 50.
Oh, there we go. 3. And did we, 50.54, and it was, it's gone up.
What's the African American CVAP, the black CVAP?
2.74%.
Did that go up as well?
That did, from 2.64, that also went up.
So that's 50.
Yeah, we started with Latino CVAP at 49.87. So with these changes, it increased just almost 0.7. And then we started the black CVAP was 2.58, and now we're at 2.74. So we accomplished a lot with what we wanted to do, balance and get this district over 50%.
Okay, are we in general agreement to accept this change? I'm seeing some head nods, some very positive. Any no's? The positives have it. Great.
We have general
Now,
consensus.
are we happy with this? We're down to 3 people. Are
Does Mr. Becker want to comment on the Latino CVAP as it is currently?
I think it was a nice job getting it to where it is. I would definitely not want to go lower from here. This is probably on the lower end, but given the overall percentages, you've probably done a nice job of achieving compliance with the Voting Rights Act to the degree possible here.
all right. So then we have this one. We have this one done. Savon, you can click up the move those 2 people, well, 3 people, or from 2 to 4 people. Please.
Yes.
At another time. Great. And what time do we have? 2. And our next break is at
2:17, Chair.
2:17. Thank you. So in this, since we were all talking about this before. Oh, and I'm sorry, we have a lot of hands. Commissioner Toledo?
I'll defer.
Okay. Commissioner Salvani?
Oh, I had raised it quite a while ago. A while ago, you had asked if people had architectural changes in Orange County, and I just wanted to lift up that I do. There's the COI of Irvine Costa Mesa test, and that I'd really like to attempt to try and get back together in this map. I think we certainly need to go and work on the population deviations, but I just wanted to name that so that we can have that on the table as something to discuss.
Okay. No, thank you. Actually, yes, let's get all of the architectural changes that people would like, and because it really doesn't do us any good to do any balancing until we sort of have a general where things want to be with a general within the general population. So Commissioner Sinai?
Nope, mine was the same as Commissioner Sidwani. You had asked about architectural changes, and then you all dived into balancing the VRA district.
Okay, great. Thank you. So it's, and Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I just, from a process question standpoint, wanted to question the opportunity. When we worked a little bit around the Chapman area and then the college there, et cetera, it seemed like a lot of that was work that was done when we were working on Assembly District as well. I understand the different sides. I understand they don't have to nest, but where we can utilize work we've done in the Assembly to begin a change in the work that we're doing now for the congressional district would be maybe helpful. So we don't have to go back and say, is it this line? Is it this line? Maybe that can kind of direct us.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. That's a very handy idea, and I believe Savon has put the Assembly maps lines on here so we can see what's what. So, can you zoom out just a little bit, please, Savon?
Do commissioners still want the Latino heat map on, or can I turn it off? And would they like the colors in the cities back on?
Yes, please. But right now, we're trying to decide if there are architectural changes and where we're going here. So, and yes, I think the colors on the cities really does help. Okay. So at this point, we have, here's our, negative 19,000 people, and the other area in Orange County. At this time, I'd say let's work on just the architectural changes here, realizing that, and we'll keep those areas that we kind of come up with, try to keep those reasonable, but we're not going to try to clear anything in this area. Does that sound appropriate? Any yeses? Because once we try to balance everything, it's much easier if we like the architecture. We can't really do both, so we have to do one at a time. Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think a thought I have is let's try to. I'd like to fix Irvine. Once we perhaps can look at a tentative plan to perhaps unite them. My suggestion is that maybe we go back to the Inland Empire, because my thought is, since there's going to be maybe limited paths to ensure that we could create balanced districts that get to the 0 or plus or minus 1, then as we move into that, I suspect that we're going to have impacts to that North OC area potentially, which can then also impact other parts of Orange County. And then, as much as, I feel like I've tried to see if we could have a path to a coastal district, I think right now we just have to see what all these other changes are going to bring about before we could figure out those kinds of areas. And then, what's the impacts to the borders with LA.
Okay, yes, David Becker? Mr.
Yeah, I'd just strongly advise you to stay on the coastal districts and equalize the populations there. If you don't have anywhere else to go, you can't find population in the Pacific. So I strongly advise you. There's a significant population issue going up the coast that's going to be very difficult to resolve. And if you start somewhere else, you're likely to find yourself with a cascading, rippling problem that you can't fix.
Correct. So at this point, what we could do, Commissioner Toledo?
I was gonna say the same thing, that Mr. Becker did. I think we just need a strategy for how do we populate the coastal areas that need population, and the areas in especially in San Diego that need population across Orange County. And the only way to do that, and from my perspective, looking at this, would be by pushing population down from Los Angeles. At this point, if we're keeping this kind of architectural move. So, I mean, at this point, we just need to come up with a strategy. What's our strategy? And to get to the first priority being equal population, and then
Correct.
and then VRA, then then the others. But the COI and the communities, keeping communities whole is number 4.
Correct. Okay, then I think that we're all sort of going to, oh, sorry, Mr. Becker, do you want to say something else?
I did. I just wanted
Yes.
to, because we're thinking about how to do this, and we've received testimony that's making suggestions. So I just wanted to read it, and we can have that in the back of our minds as to something, whether it will or will not work, but at least let's let it be stated out loud. So for this one from coalition members, and they're responding to the congressional draft maps that we had and showing appreciation for Orange County, with the exception being the division of Irvine. They said to address this problem, the Alliance is recommending the attached fix, which brings the portion of Irvine north of the north of 5 freeway into District NOC Coast, unifying the city of Irvine, drawing it together with Costa Mesa. It achieves population balance by shifting South County population between districts Inland OC, NOC Coast, and SOC NSD. This fix also includes adjustments to the Federal Voting Rights Act district in and around Santa Ana, which brings in the portion of South Fullerton south of Chapman and west of Richmond Avenue to increase the district's Latinx CVAP to above the 50%. So that's a shift, but it's kind of how they're thinking about moving things to impact the coast that will bring Irvine together.
I think you're on mute, Madam Chair.
Sorry, thank you. I said thank you for reading that, Commissioner Turner and Mr. Becker.
What I'd suggest, I think it was good that was read out. I think some of those changes were just made in the attention that we just paid to the Santa Ana district. I'd suggest really focusing on SOC NSD right now, getting that up to population, and then keeping in mind the good direction on Irvine that we can then address when we get up that far north. But we have to start down at the southernmost place right now in order to equalize population, because there's literally no place to go here except north.
Okay, that's correct. And we have about 15 minutes to work on this, and then it's time for a break, and we might actually then it's time for our lunch. Sorry, and we will have when we get back, we'll have sort of Jamie sort of give us help us a walk through in terms of looking at the entire population, and where we should leave some so we can use it in this certain areas, and where other areas will stay. So,
Chair.
Okay, I'm listening. Yes.
I just had a suggestion. If commissioners are generally happy with the configuration of this district and didn't want to make too many tweaks, but just balance the population, it would roughly equal out if the split in Laguna Niguel was removed and all of Rancho Santa Margarita was added back in, just as like a minor tweak. Otherwise, if you wanted to pull more population from the OCS BLA district, that's 30,000 over, that would be another option to exclusively pull from there.
Okay, I'm seeing a couple of nods. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Sivan, can I just ask you a question? If you were to, instead of taking Laguna Niguel, because I know that they're a semi-coastal district, and what, besides Rancho Santa Margarita, would it then entail splitting Mission Viejo? I can't see the numbers that clearly from either screen.
14 minutes.
As I had worked it out, Mission Viejo was not touched, but I can put up whatever you're envisioning on the board so everyone can see it.
I think what I was just thinking is that keeping it more inland OC instead of taking Laguna Niguel. I'm just asking that. Otherwise, I would agree with your suggestion.
Commissioner Sabani?
Yeah, I was just going to know, I think Sivan makes a great point because Laguna Niguel and Rancho Santa Margarita are already in this district. It's just that the cities are cut. So this is an opportunity to both balance that, hopefully get really close to balancing the district and keep them more whole. So to me, this seems like a really, really reasonable and great suggestion because they're already in the district.
Okay, it's Commissioner Okudokawa. That would still say in the coastal area. It would just be a slightly different coastal area. It would not be in the coastal area of San Diego proper, but it's partially. So let's, should we have a look at that? Well, if we want to take the Rancho.
Yeah, I think you should just
this
go
first
ahead and
one
go with it.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
perfect. Yeah, so
please add this.
to play out this situation, I'll have to add this population and then I'll remove the rest.
Please.
Okay, perfect. One moment, please. Oops. So it doesn't perfectly balance, but it gets us a lot closer. And
I thought you were
making those
adding Laguna.
swaps.
I thought you were adding Laguna Niguel to the OC NSD one, not removing population, because you need to add population to SOC NSD.
So what I did was I reunited the city of Rancho Santa Margarita, and now I'm removing the split portions of Laguna Niguel and Laguna Hills.
But you're putting that into you're taking more out of SOC and SD. So
Right, because now they have 24,000 people. I can't add and take away from a district at the same time, so I needed to accept one change in order to make the second change. But if this swap is completed, then SOC NSD will only need 2,485.
Oh, I'm sorry.
people
Sorry, looking at the wrong
versus
one.
the 19,000
Yeah, I
people
thought
that
it was. I
needed
thought
originally.
I thought that was just with the first one. So
Yes.
okay, please do that.
Is everyone are we on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and accept this. And just clean this up a little bit.
Mr. Drexler?
Yes, and I think by doing this, we don't have any more city splits in this area. So to gain the remaining 2,539, we would need a suggestion of where we should split one of these communities.
Can you go up into Trabuco Canyon?
And is there any population in this in the empty forested region? Oh, 31 people. No, 41, 44.
Probably not enough to get us to where we want to be quickly.
No, you certainly can't.
I can probably add all of Trabuco Canyon in. Should I go ahead and add the whole city?
Can I also suggest, just
Wait,
for contiguity, can you just add in the entirety of that Cleveland National Forest so it's all in one district?
Thank you, Mr. Kudagawa.
So you would,
No.
you would like
We're looking
all
for
of it
2,000
to
people.
be in the. So this would mean that they would all be in the district with northern San Diego County. So you still wanted to make that selection?
No,
And you
I
may
don't think it was
actually-
all that. No, it's just that one kind of triangular area. So we don't have the big dip into essentially it'll move that line up. Yes.
And I think if you actually move up into Silverado, Williams Canyon, and Modjeska, you may be able to pick up the additional 1,000 that you might need.
Wait. Sorry. Don't we want to take the Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind us of the conversation we had yesterday about the same district, but on the San Diego side. So we had looked at the possibility of putting Escondido in, and we didn't because we said this is a more coastal district in nature. When we said we were going to include all of Rancho Santa Margarita, that made sense to me because that city's already in the district, or a portion of it was already in the district. Here, if we're starting to grab more, my preference would actually be to grab more from Laguna Niguel, because I think you're still closer to that coastal piece. I mean, remember, this is going down to Oceanside and other areas. So I'm just trying to think about like what makes sense in terms of the interests of the people that we're pairing together. We've heard a lot actually from these areas that their bigger concerns are fires in the hills. And so my sense is actually taking more from Laguna Niguel might make more sense if this is a more coastal based district.
And Commissioner Ahmad?
Thank you, Chair. I had the same thought, but from the population perspective. So OCSBLA is already underpopulated and we would be pulling more out. However, North Coast, which is where Laguna Niguel currently sits, is overpopulated. So we can perhaps address two concerns with one move.
And yes, Commissioner Kutagawa, you agree with that one?
Well, there's two options. One, I know that those cities, based on the COI testimony that I've seen, do consider themselves part of the larger South OC area. Another option is to remove all of Irvine and put it into that OCSBLA, which is what they did describe themselves as wanting to be, not wanting to be part of the coastal district, whereas Laguna Niguel wants to be part of the Orange County coast, not the San Diego coast. And also,
Okay.
you do have options to take, at some point, I believe it includes Chino Hills, perhaps taking more of Chino at the top part for the OCSBLA.
Okay, so you're saying you already have an area where you want the 21,000 and the North Coast. You're already that's your Irvine Costa Mesa change. You want to grab that and put it up into
Okay.
OCSC?
My thought is, can we fix this OCNSD first? And to me, this is the simpler solution because I think it gets us closer to the standard deviation versus splitting Laguna Niguel again.
Okay, but we still need 2,000 people from SO into the southern, southern OC, northern San Diego. So, and no, that's a lot more than 2,000 people. I see what you're saying. So, sorry, Andrew, I'm going to jump, or Commissioner Sadwani, do you have a?
Well, I think this is a matter of priorities here, right? So we did create a coastal district in the Assembly District. I hear that testimony. I'm just not certain it's going to happen in the congressional map. I mean, happy to explore a little bit, but it's not in the current architecture. So I'm just not, I don't see that path forward given what we're working with right now. That being said, I mean, we had this same conversation yesterday around Escondido in San Diego, and we said, this is a more coastal oriented district. Mm-hmm. So to me, another alternative could be removing Rancho Santa Margarita and swapping it for most of Laguna Niguel potentially, so that those areas that are more coastal in nature could stay together. I don't think that we can achieve all of the different goals here. I hear many people mentioning Irvine as a priority and keeping that COI that we've heard a whole lot about of Irvine Costa Mesa. I'm just not sure, Commissioner Kutagawa, that we're going to be able to get all of the other all of the other priorities that you're mentioning and have them reflected in this map. But that being said, we've said from the get-go, right, that share the pain is a piece, right? And we were able to accomplish it in the assembly map.
Okay, so right now, well, actually, Commissioner Sinai, we have very conflicting ideas here.
Yeah, I am, I really thought, okay, Escondido yesterday was not put in either of its requested COIs. And we all said that this was the reason why, was because we were creating a coastal district. So I don't think what happened yesterday is necessarily appropriate if we're not following through. And
okay,
so I just want to see who the pairings aren't making sense as we're
Correct.
going up higher into the hills.
Got it. Thank you very much. And Commissioner Fortieri? Commissioner Fortieri?
Christian turned my mic off. Sending me a message, I guess.
Yeah, that was, we got 2 minutes, so that was the message.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of in support of the direction that Commissioner Sidwani and Sinai were going, and I'm wondering if you could zoom back in. I can't see the names of the towns. I mean, perhaps. Okay, now I can't see the name of the town. I really want to see right next to Rancho Santa Maria. If we kind of swap Rancho Santa Margarita and Coto de Caza for Laguna Niguel, that would probably get us pretty close. If that makes sense. I'm not familiar with the area.
Commissioner Kudogawa?
I was just looking to double check the COI testimony because it's with South OC, they see themselves as more South OC. But if that makes it easier, then yeah, let's go ahead and go with that. Just to make it a clean swap.
All right. And what is that little, that thin one around the side? Is that also? Yes, that area. Yeah. Well, that'll be very close. Okay, let's try that. And then add the Laguna Niguel.
So with that swap, you would only need 845 more people in SSC NSD.
That's pretty good. And now we're on lunch. Does someone have a quick?
Yeah.
845 people they want to do?
Yes.
See Commissioner Sadwani and actually the 3 different hands. Quick.
It looks like Mission Viejo might have a little split in it, and I'm wondering if we start backing that line closer to Las Flores, if that might get us closer to that 800. Is that correct? Is that line here Mission Viejo?
Is that little bit between Las Flores and Ladera Ranch? Is that part of Mission Viejo?
Or is it unincorporated maybe? But I would maybe say
you're talking about this part right here.
Yeah.
This looks like it's unincorporated.
I might pull from there.
There's also a little piece above Laguna Niguel too.
This piece.
Yeah.
Oh, this is in Mission Viejo. It looks like.
Okay. So does the unincorporated have any people?
I can't. So this is the unincorporated. This is part of Mission Viejo. So I can remove that split in the OCSB district if you would like.
We're just trying to balance the population.
Yeah, we're just trying to balance the population here, and we're just trying to get 845 people.
So this area that you were talking about here is already in the district. So
yes. No, I'm
so
yes.
yeah, we could grab some population from this unincorporated area here.
Siobhan,
potentially.
Siobhan, is there any population in that Cleveland National Forest? Because the other unincorporated area is basically wilderness there too.
So,
There is not significant population up here, no.
well, we only need 845 people. Are there only like 100?
If
Although that-
I
no,
can
you're right, that doesn't
accept
make any
this,
sense.
I can put other
Yes,
explorations up.
please
for
accept that,
commissioners.
and
Okay.
then, but now we are into our lunch period, everybody. We have it, we're trying to stick to it so we can get as much line work done, the 2:15 to 2:45. So I think we're gonna hold right there, and then we're gonna come back to this after lunch. All right. Welcome back, California, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are having a wonderful meeting today. We're getting a lots done, and we're working on the congressional districts. At this time, we might have Siobhan do just a little wrap up of where we are, and then we might delve into the issue of all the large populations and where they're shifting from and to. So if you could just kind of give us where we are, what we've kind of accomplished, what's balanced, that sort of thing, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. So we're
Thank
still
you.
looking for 845 people to add into the South Orange County, North San Diego County District. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of population in these unincorporated areas between cities. So we will likely have to create a city split in order to most effectively balance out this district. Based on the direction that the commission is heading in or was heading in with kind of keeping coastal cities, perhaps a split in Laguna Beach, but I will leave that to the discretion of the commission.
So I see we have a Commissioner Kutagawa.
I would prefer to see about taking that little bit of Mission Viejo, since you already have Ladera Ranch and Laguna Niguel, and then that way then it just keeps it all kind of a little bit more compact.
Are you talking about this portion of the?
Yes, it seems like you're only looking for just a little bit of more population, right?
845 people.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. It keeps the district as compact as we can. And it's only, it's less than 1,000 people. Thank you.
All right. So could you let us see what that would look like, please? So,
Yes, one moment, please, while I select that area. So I can clean this up later, but we're at 46 people over. Should I continue to do this live, or would the commission feel comfortable with me doing this offline?
well, I think what we could do right now is you could do this and balance the others, and we might actually ask our wonderful mapper, Jamie, to come in and let's step back and sort of do a whole discussion about population. If Jamie is available. See, Ms.
And
McDonald
maybe-
is.
Did you want me to stop sharing screen so you can share screen?
Yes, I go ahead and because I'm sorry, go ahead.
At this point, what's on my map is the draft, so it wouldn't reflect the changes that you've made. So, I think that Sivan, you could, if you would, just zoom out a little bit and we can kind of look at the big picture. So with the draft, kind of like from where you're working right now in the draft, the districts that are in Orange County, for like the No Coast, the Santa Ana district, OCSBLA, Savannah Ana, those districts are underpopulated by, a little over 10,000 people. I think it might have been 12 or 1,300 people. And I know that you just pulled population up from the SOC NSD district. That population, I think, was about 40,000 people. So at this point, basically, if you wish, then, you basically the VRA districts are highlighted there, and also SP 710, which is kind of Carson and some of those gateway cities, is also a VRA district. So at this point, if you wanted to do big changes, including, pulling 50,000 people from Los Angeles, then you could go through that LB North district. Or if you kind of rotated in a clockwise direction through Orange County and then get to the BEA-VICAL district, and then you would rotate through there and move population north in between the Riv Moore Per district and SECA. So those are ways to accomplish this without touching your VRA districts. And so you would be, safe and fine in that perspective. And then when we get to LA, we'll start balancing population there, and then we can move population further north from there. The population discrepancy between Sivan's area and LA, you could have it kind of meet in the middle up in the high desert area. And that is one way that then the population will be able to kind of flow from north to south. And that's just a big picture overview.
Okay, thank you. I have, I think a couple of Mr. Becker has a few things to say, and then Commissioner Fornashari.
I have a very quick thing to say. My very rough math suggests that the net population deviation between the three districts, No Coast, OCSBLA, and BVCAL, which I believe are all adjacent to each other, that net population deviation is pretty darn close to zero. It's probably 1,000 or 2 off. Jamie, am I wrong?
There's a label that is not appearing on the screen right now. And when we were looking at it with Sivan, the Savannah Ana is also significantly underpopulated.
Hold on, let me.
Oh, would we? Yes.
So it would be rippling population through all of those, balancing them as you go, moving into BEA, VICAL, and then to balance that population, pulling population from the Moore COA district.
Well, wait, but before we go there, am I just looking, can you scroll out a little bit or zoom out a little bit rather? Just looking at the 3 adjacent districts, No Coast, OCSBLA, which is overpopulated, and BVCAL, which is slightly underpopulated. Am I wrong that we could equalize population between those 3 to pretty close to zero, which I do, the district that's name I'm forgetting that is northwest of Santa Ana, Savannah Anna or something like that. That we'll need to address that with population from Los Angeles County. And then the Morcoa or Moco, I forget what the name of it is, up in the desert, that's going to have to be addressed as well separately, but at least we could resolve those 3 districts on the southern edge pretty close to 0 just between those 3.
I think that is true. And if the commission wanted to go in that direction, then that would be significantly changing the architecture of districts in Los Angeles County. So that choice would be up to the commission.
I mean, I'm just suggesting options. I don't know that there's a way around that at this point, given the architecture, because No Coast is going to have to grab population from either OCS-BLA or from Savannah Anna, and Savannah Anna is then going to need to, I mean, that's really the only option. Savannah Anna has only one direction to go to grab population, and that's LA County. So, I mean, I think that's right. I just don't think there's an option there that doesn't involve that, given the architecture that's below No Coast. I'll just stop at that because these are all just suggestions given where we are. But when I see 3 districts that are close to a net 0 between the 3 of them, I think that's a generally easy fix between those 3 districts.
Okay, I appreciate that, but let's just do some addition. We have -33, -42. This is thousands. +48 and -6. So that doesn't get you.
Closer to
that's not bad.
-7, actually.
Yeah, -7. So we have a total of positive, 40, 48, and then negative. We got 70, almost 80. Right, so you have a total of -20,000 ballpark. Is that correct? Oh, David, it says you weren't including Savannah Anna.
Yeah,
I guess. But Jamie, can you give us the total of LA County in terms of it? It is how much over?
So right now, LA County, I have my little spreadsheet. 1 second. In total, LA County is about 33,000 people over. The total SoCal area is something like 50. Let me see. My mental math is not great, but it's 50 something thousand people under. And that is, add those 2 together, and that's the 17,000 people that needs to come from the northern part of the state to the southern part of the state.
And I believe the end part of Jamie's plan that was not expressly stated was that once that population is in the Morcoa district, the population would meet with the Central Valley districts that have excess population. So that's the big picture.
Yeah, so the idea is we don't want the whole coastal area to the west of LA is basically all balanced. So we don't want to have more, we don't want to drag through LA unless it goes north to meet the other difference on the San Diego side that also goes north, to make those one number that we can then grab, go up to essentially take north. Or actually it's the other way around. It's bringing population from the north down, but to get to 0. Commissioner Forciari, you probably have worked this out very nicely, and I know you might make, having said something multiple different ways, I think it will eventually get there.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because we were just talking about this at lunch. If you can zoom way out, so yeah, way out, the whole state. So there are a couple of options for bringing population down, but as So one, because the Central Valley is our VRA districts, and, you know, we haven't finalized on what our VRA districts all look like, but we can't push population through there. They're already basically balanced. The choice is to bring that population down through Inyo. So basically that's moving Inyo with San Bernardino is where that's about, not quite, it's a little over 17,000, or down the coast. And as Jamie just, or I guess Commissioner Anderson said, the coast is pretty well balanced. And so for us to move down the coast is going to be a lot more challenging. But there's some basic, I think, big picture architectural decisions that need to be made about the North State that we want to do. And if we can get to a point where we make those decisions in a rough sense, then we can refine the North State, I think, much more quickly and get to balance. But I think the big decision needs to be made if we're going to move Inyo to the south.
Sorry, Commissioner Sadwani, you also have a hand up.
It looks like Jamie wanted to jump in and just want to say something.
Oh,
Yeah, I think-
Jamie, you're not
I
on my
think-
screen, please.
No problem. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I owe you guys $5.
We can't hear you, Jamie.
Okay. I was saying I didn't raise my hand. My apologies. I think that another option and Commissioner Fornaciari, thank you so much. That was a really, I think, helpful framing and a great overview. I also just a note that yes, Inyo County does have about the same population as the total number of people that need to be moved from the Northern California, Central Valley, Central Coast into Southern California. That is an option. I think there's also options to look in areas like the California city area where there also is public comment to keep that with high desert communities. So wherever that comes into play, I think there are other options, and it's not necessarily just Inyo. And of course, this is all up to the commission. And I think there are options. So it's not necessarily right now you need to decide about Inyo specifically.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. I completely agree, because it may not look like there are other paths, but there actually are. But what the idea being is essentially how much people do we need to leave in the San Diego area? Or essentially, like, are we going to zero balance all this and move everything directly up into Morcoa? Or are we leaving a certain amount in that area for LA to work with? Like essentially a certain negative, I should say. So LA can work with that.
So
could you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I would suggest that unless you would like to do a whole redraw of everything in LA, to work with what you have now, balance the districts in Orange County, sort of going in that clockwise rotation, like I described, and then out through Bovical, and then into Morcoa. And then that way, when we look at LA, then we know we just have to move population basically from south to north somewhere, instead of then maybe potentially needing to go back into Orange County or anything like that. You'll know where the boundaries are. You'll know exactly how much population you're working with, and it'll be less fuzzy, less wiggly.
Great. Thank you very much, Jamie. Before I take more, David, let's see, I think we might need to, there's a couple of other issues that have come up I was just notified of. And at this point, I'd like to go into a closed session, please. Something is for its litigation litigation matters.
Sounds good, Chair. You all should have that link now. Stand by.
Great. Thank you very much, Christian. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We're continuing on with our work. We're working on the congressional districts, and we're finishing up with San Diego, working on Orange County. So if we could go back to Siobhan, I see you might have, you did a little work while we were gone, and if you could please walk us through that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely, Chair. Thank you so much. So really quickly, while the commission was in closed session, I zeroed out several of these districts, just a high level of what those changes were. I added in the portion of, where is it? Vista. Oh, here it is. So I added in the small portion of Vista that had been split. And then, so that evened out there, just to let everyone know that we did not forget. And then I rebalanced this Escondido Poway district. And then to balance SOC and SD, I did try commissioner's directions of pulling in population from this little peninsula in Mission Viejo. Unfortunately, I was not going to be able to get the population balanced from this portion of the city. So instead, I split a small pocket of population from Laguna Beach, keeping in mind that it is a coastal or a mostly coastal oriented district. I thought that this might be acceptable to the commission. And it also goes mostly along the one. So yeah, I'm happy to undo those changes if the commission isn't happy with where that split was made, but I think that this was the best solution with the most minimal disruption to the map.
Wonderful. Thank you, Siobhan. Commissioner Yee.
Just want to say I really like these changes. Great work, Sivan. I support making these.
Thank you. Also, I forgot we also had an outstanding balance of 3 people in Santa Ana. So there was one block that was moved out in this portion of Anaheim, which was already included in the district.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So, sorry, we have Commissioner Yee, do you have another? Oh, no. All right, Commissioner Toledo.
Can we see the changes in Laguna Beach area a little bit closer? Okay. And that how many people are in there?
One moment, please. I will bring up the exact number. $847 people.
Thank you.
Hey.
Yeah, yeah, it's only 140 some people, but it is on the coast, and I'm not sure if it should go with the northern part or the southern part. But that being said, it looks reasonable. Thank you, and thank you, Sivan, for the work in making all these deviations happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you, Sivan. The changes look good. I guess since Commissioner Toledo did open it up, could we just see a little bit more closer up that northern portion of that area where you split Laguna Beach. No, just Laguna Beach. Just above the one. I just wanted to just see it a little bit more closely.
I was trying to keep in mind Commissioner instruction from earlier to, where possible, make those balancing trade-off blocks where it is going to be jagged just by the nature of getting down to a deviation of a single person in these districts with over 500,000 people in them. So that being said, I figured that keeping closer to is that still Pacific Coast Highway? The one would be less disruptive overall, and just considering the southern part of the district's coastal affiliations, it made sense to me.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I think that that's correct. Just a quick question. I know it's a little small, but it looks like, do you have like a small portion of the hospital in that very northernmost tip there?
It doesn't look like it, no.
Okay. Looks good, thanks.
No, thank you, Siobhan.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, let's, can you then zoom us out again, please, so we can have a look at the whole area? And yes, great work. We really appreciate that while we were doing something else. Okay, so now it's time to have a look at, we were talking about architectural changes. We were also talking about the overall population. Looking right now, we have a lot of zeros. So in this area, we are definitely, let's see, thank you very much. 0, 0. Okay, we are still under. So sorry, Commissioner Akutagawa?
Can I don't know if this is the right time to revisit Irvine and the question of the split.
Yes, it is actually. This is because before we start balancing things, regardless of, we know we have to grab population, we'll move population. But we have to do the architectural changes because we can't balance the districts if we don't know exactly what the districts are. So yes, if you want to have us in here, and again, remember what we're going to try to do. The way we make any kind of change, we're going to say what we're trying to do, and how go through the steps of what we think we could do in terms of, if we want, I'm making this city whole, I'm putting this city with this city. Then so that will result in, and we need to do, that kind of stuff. So walk us through the whole idea so we can all help. Okay, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I was just going to propose potentially looking at Irvine and Costa Mesa as potential places to, just before we get into balancing potential COIs that we have heard that we want to take a look at, and then go into balancing a little bit.
Yes, I believe that's when we first looked at this area. That is my understanding was that was our architectural change. But is there any other in this area? Oh, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I believe the COI input that we had received was Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin together, if possible.
Okay.
So the entirety of Irvine with Costa Mesa and Tustin. And I think if we can figure out pulling those three together, then we can start thinking about the shifts that are going to need to take place around it.
Correct.
Assuming general consensus on that, of course.
Yes. What? Let's see. Can we move out just a little bit, please, in terms of our trying to see the numbers and okay.
I would
Yeah,
also ask the commission to think about if they would prefer the Irvine Tustin Costa Mesa COI to be in the coastal district or be in the inland district, and how that would inform your population shifts, because it will definitely change.
Oh, well, I think I see something that we did in the assembly. We added still beach in, and then that would help in terms of moving into the North Coast and OC Coast, and moving Irvine and Costa Mesa with the OC SPLA. Is that? I'll say, but that was one thing I remembered we did in this for assembly. Commissioner Toledo or Commissioner Kudokawa?
Yeah, I'm almost thinking Irvine with Newport and Laguna. Just because of the populations issues and trying to address those. And we've had testimony linking those areas, especially Newport with Irvine, and Irvine with Costa Mesa. So it may be a good. I mean, I don't think there's a perfect place to put them, but I think the COI testimony certainly was in support of Irvine with Newport and Tustin.
Okay, that's that certainly looks for
Laguna as well.
population-wise. That's and Commissioner Kudokawa.
Yeah, I'd be curious how much more adding just Irvine would be. Would it be the 43,000, or would we be able to add Tustin? That's one question. Second is, I would say it can go both ways. The easiest is to just bring the rest of Irvine into this North Coast district. The other alternative, based on other COI testimony that we've heard, is that Irvine could do a swap and go into the OC SBLA, because there are some who feel like they belong more with those inland cities, but I would just support, let's just bring Irvine in, because at this point it would have the least architectural impacts for right now.
Okay, and that Commissioner Sadwani, is that?
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's bring in Irvine, and I would even argue let's bring in Tustin as well, because that was the full COI that I think we're trying to uplift here. And I know throughout Orange County we've had a lot of conflicting testimony around these coastal areas. We most certainly, though, have had testimony linking Irvine to Newport Beach, and so I think. While it would have been amazing to get a full coastal district, I think if we can't do that, we could at least, be respecting other COIs in this area. And I do feel good about the fact that we were able to get a more coastal district in those assembly maps. So I think that this is a reasonable swap. So once we put that in, we might need to lower the line from Huntington Beach further down to Costa Mesa is my guess.
All right, that's now, and Commissioner Kudokawa, are you agreeable with this?
I guess if we are trying to make it more coastal, I would prefer to try to see if we could keep the split of a city if it meant taking in Tustin and then splitting Huntington Beach. I understand the COI, but we've also split Tustin and North Tustin, and they've also been affiliated or noted as a COI with Orange and Villa Park and Anaheim Hills as well too, if it needed to be.
Chair, just looking at numbers here, I think that Commissioner Sadwani is onto something when she said that we'll probably end up taking out Huntington Beach entirely, because it's about 200,000 people, and that's about what we're moving with adding the rest of Irvine and Tustin in. And then also just looking at how that's going to impact the other districts, that will kind of shorten this long leaning district, which will help compactness. And then parts of Fullerton and Brea can go in with Yorba Linda and Placentia. So I think this actually will have a bigger positive effect. If we
Sorry, I
continue
misunderstood her
construction.
then. I heard differently, but okay, yeah, that would be great if that can all work like that together.
Chair, can I go ahead and accept this change and play this out, or is there more discussion?
Sorry about that. So have we come to the consensus on this, both areas, or is it just the Irvine? Nope, we have the two. Commissioner Sinai?
I would vote for the two, and I also wanted to say that we've heard plenty of COI testimony that Costa Mesa and Newport. I know that Commissioner Sidwani had brought up Newport and Irvine, but I also wanted to affirm that there was also Costa Mesa and Newport. And then as we were saying, Irvine with Tustin and Costa Mesa. So this is listening to a lot of different input we've received.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that we don't strand BVCAL with needing almost 7,000 people as we're thinking of this. So before we get too locked in, I want to make sure that we are looking at the entire area. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's a very good point. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I think just I'm in support of this move. I do want to just note though that Newport Beach is pretty different. I know that Newport Beach and Costa Mesa have an affinity, as depends on who you ask. Some will say Irvine, although less so. But there is quite a bit of a difference between Newport Beach and the Irvine-Tustin portions, and even parts of Costa Mesa. So I just want to note that. But I'm in support of this because it seems like it's going to work.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I'm in support of this, and also want to echo Commissioner Kennedy's remarks. So my suggestion is that we accept this, and then we can look at BVCAL to get it zeroed out, and then come back to Orange County.
Okay, thank you very much. Then, any seems like everyone's on board with this general consensus. I'm getting some nods. Okay, let's, Savon, please add this.
And then should I go ahead and add Huntington Beach into the Savannah district?
And is that, oops. Yes, if that's the consensus.
Great. So once we have those folks from Huntington Beach added in, we will still need to find 36,140 people. We could potentially look at adding North Tustin in as well for those.
Yes, please.
Sorry, different districts. Can I accept this Huntington Beach change? And then, okay, thank you. Sorry, got ahead of myself there for a second. Perfect. So we can add all of North Tustin in, and then we will only need to find 10,391 people. And I will defer to the commission on where that should be. I would note, though, that Lake Forest is already split if we want to look there.
I was off. Do we have thoughts on this one, Commissioner Yee?
This is all good, but I think it would really help us if we go to BVCAL first, so we don't strand that district.
Commissioner Toledo?
Can you zoom out a little bit? I'm just wondering if maybe if we go up to the Morcoa up in that area, maybe we can push down some population from that area just to bring it down to this. Yeah, from that area. Can you zoom in so I can take a closer look and see what's out there? What's the red line? Is that the county border?
Yes, this is the county border between Riverside and San Bernardino County.
Do you know how many people are in there at that border?
One moment, please.
I meant below the border, not above it. Okay, that's good.
Yes, sorry, I
Yeah,
was
no,
just
no.
getting
Just wanted to be clear.
so that portion below the Riverside border, which would include Cali Mesa and Cherry Valley, has about 17,908 people living there.
Hmm. So I think this brings some population down and also helps us with the border situation, just keeping the border, which is a priority as well, contiguous.
Perfect. Should we move back to?
Yeah, let's move down to see if we can address the issue now that we have a little bit more population. And of course, we're going to have to fix that deviation later. But in terms of drawing down population to, I don't have as much of a suggestion down here, but I think
Did you still want to explore the North Tustin plus a portion of Lake Forest, or are we going a different direction?
yeah, I think the North Tustin's a good idea. And then after North Tustin, I think we need to still we might want to consider bringing some population from Beaver Cal to this OC SBLA district as a possibility. But let's start with the North Tustin, so we can try to get closer to balance.
Should I go ahead and accept this change?
Yes, a general consensus? Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking also, I know North Tustin wanted to be with Villa Park and Anaheim and some of those other areas. So before we commit to that, I'm wondering, since we have a slight split in Lake Forest, Commissioner Toledo, is there any way we can pull that population from Lake Forest as opposed to, or before we bring North Tustin in, bring in more of Lake Forest?
Well, let's zoom into Lake Forest and just take a look.
Can we explore the what is that, the Trabuco Road? Or maybe even Toledo Way?
I was gonna say, I think Commissioner Toledo might have a preference.
Toledo Way sounds good.
No way.
No way.
Okay,
Toledo
so
Way.
let me unselect what's currently selected. So, and then I'll see how many people are living in this area. One moment, please.
Yeah, maybe not Saddleback.
So, adding this split, excuse me, let me zoom out a little bit. Adding this population in from Lake Forest, let me grab this little non-contiguous area as well. So if we added this, I could refine it. We're about 3,000 people over currently. But I think I could do some refining and try and get it as close to the 241 as possible if this is a direction commissioners are liking.
Are we liking that, or Commissioner Kutagawa?
No, I'm not liking it very much. It seems like a random split, and then it's. I think in Beaver Cal, I just want to go back up to Beaver Cal. Are we? It looks like we're overpopulation now. Is that correct?
Yes, it is overpopulated by almost 11,000 people.
Okay, so I know that SOC NSD, district is. I guess what I'm thinking is that you push down some of that 10,000 population down to San Diego and then up through SOC NSD to maybe, pick up some of that and push a little bit north. That's one thought. The other thought is that you push the 10,000 up towards Chino Hills, and then you pick it up into North Orange County. North Tustin, I hear what Commissioner Turner just said, but I did also see testimony that North Tustin and Tustin, could also be put together, and since that keeps cities a little bit more whole, and then maybe that might be that might be a better route. And then did we split Laguna Niguel?
Laguna Niguel is kept whole.
Okay.
Is the chair muted?
Sorry, yes, I was. So can we, do we want to try that one? Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. Lake Forest, that split there, there's a really large church in that area, and I think they own a lot of that property, so it probably doesn't make sense to split Saddleback and that Trabuco Road and Bridge and all that stuff that's out there. But I still would hope to, I believe Tustin and North Tustin is different, pretty different. And I would like perhaps to explore going up towards the Chino, up that direction, as opposed to bringing in North Tustin with Tustin.
I'm sorry. The vote for that one, and it's at, sorry, we have Commissioner Fornashari and then Commissioner Sadlani.
I kind of forgot what I was going to say, but I imagined what I was going to say is we need to do Beaver Cal first before we get stuck. And I support exploring going through San Diego. I guess, I mean, it looks like, I guess we have two options. We can either split Chino Hills or go through, well, we can go over the mountain, we can split Chino Hills, or we can go through San Diego. And since we already have splits in San Diego, maybe that makes sense to me.
Commissioner Fornashari, we do also have a split in Chino Hills.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll leave it to my colleagues to hear their
Just so we have
input.
all the information.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sadlani?
Yeah, I'm concerned about going back to San Diego. We spent a whole lot of time yesterday in that area. I thought we made a lot of great refinements. We're at the zero deviation or 1% in some places. I'm really concerned about going back and having to redo all of that. I think it's reasonable to look for some other options within this region because there's a lot of this map that we haven't worked on yet, and I think we can think creatively about it. It looks like, and maybe we can we can zoom in a little bit. In that, I agree, balancing out Beaver might make sense, and my understanding is Corona might be a reasonable place to do so. I think there's a lot of affinity between Yorba Linda and Corona. I believe, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that the 91 runs through that area freeway. So, and that corridor, and maybe, I don't know if the streets are on and such, but it's a highly trafficked area, weekdays and weekends. And maybe I think that there's some affinity there if we could pull part of Corona out of BeavaCal and putting it with the OCSBLA in order to balance out BeavaCal, and then we can figure out what we're going to do in Orange County, and that would preserve all of that good work that we've done in San Diego already.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner, let's see, Kutagawa, you're on this one or the next? The one
Yes,
before?
on this one too. I think it was already stated prior to Commissioner Sadwani speaking that Chino Hills was split also, and perhaps we should try to first see what it would bring in to make Chino Hills whole before we start splitting another city.
So Chino Hills is split, and it is a VRA district that the commission has already balanced. So that would require revisiting the VRA districts in the Inland Empire.
It looks like it's Chino is all in there. Are you talking about Chino?
One moment while I show which area I'm talking about. It's this area here, and it's part of the Palmont Fawn district.
Linda, I was going the wrong way with population.
Okay.
We don't have to take population out
Oh,
of Chino
okay.
Hills.
That's not
We
in
have
the,
to go
that's
the
not in
other way,
BeavaCal.
so I had it wrong.
Got it. Okay, it's not in BeavaCal. Got it. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Porciari. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I was just thinking, switching that piece of Corona until we get the 10,000 or so, get to push out to the BeavaCal. Maybe
Yes, I think that's
following
the idea here.
Yeah, maybe following the unincorporated areas, and then also trying to follow I believe it's the 91.
Correct. So, sorry, so we're just looking for 10,900.
Yeah,
Maybe try both sides of the 91 instead of going so far down.
So, okay, so you would rather, that's what I was going to ask, is where you would like me to pull population. We have another neck, so I was just wondering if you'd rather grab on this side of the 91, which would make a neck here, or along the 15 more.
I don't think. I think it's fine. I don't see a big neck there. So I think along that, the other side of 91 might be if there's more population out there. We just need. I think it's 10,000 people, if I remember. Wherever we can find the 10,000, and keep it compact.
Perhaps you could zoom in a little bit more and you could see where the housing tracks are as well too, because some of it may be businesses, I realize, along the 91, so that might help you figure out where to pick up those populations.
Okay. The chair is stepping away and has asked that I step in. I was also going to ask Sivan if she could put on the terrain layer here, because terrain is an important factor in this area. I think we're better taking from the hills. Commissioner Okutagawa? Okay, Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I wanted to, as we were selecting this, right when we shifted over, it looked like North Tustin was still selected, and I wanted to make sure it was unselected before we selected it. And so we're counting using numbers based on that not being included.
Okay, Sivan, can you just confirm that North Tustin is not selected at this point?
Yes. So it looks like I can more or less grab all of Coronita. Is this the direction commissioners were thinking, or would you like me to grab more from in here? Because while it doesn't look compact, it is keeping intact a census designated place.
Right, and so it you know, we were talking about the hills. I would say go for the hills first. They're south of Coronita before we go any farther into Corona itself. I mean, to the flatland part of Corona. Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's that many people in the hills.
Okay, so we're at 7 right now. Are we happy with this, or we want to exchange?
Trade out Coronita for the rest of it above that road.
Okay,
maybe.
so Sivan, if you could deselect Coronita and then continue in the direction that you were going up the hills.
So that is going to create some non-contiguous areas, but let me see. But I'll just deselect them. So it looks like that was that's where Coronita is. So
Right.
is that's okay. Just want to make sure we're still.
Ron, can you look at the block just to the north? It looks like there's a weird shaped census block.
Is that what you were talking about, Andrew?
Yeah, can you zoom out just a little bit? And I think that was it. Great. I wanted to make sure. Oh yes, there's.
Yeah, there are no people there, and it's adding to the same district. I don't think it mattered. But.
Okay, great.
Would commissioners feel comfortable leaving it here for now and having me balance off offline now that we're in 100 people?
Okay, let me get these two hands. Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I'm good. I was actually going to recommend doing, but excluding Coronita, so.
Okay,
I'm
thank
with
you. Commissioner Fornashari?
I guess my question is, did we intentionally grab that red piece
Oh.
up there?
Oh, this piece. Okay. I didn't. Thank you for bringing that up. I did not see that. That was thank you.
And then all that white area was all zeros, so maybe we can grab that to kind of make less of a neck.
Did she also select that area above Coronita?
Yeah. It looks like it's a different color. Sivan, just to the east of where you are along the 91, those red blocks, are those selected or why are they red?
I have the Latino heat map on. I can turn it off.
Very
That was
good.
just the layer that had the labels with population. So
Okay.
one moment,
Thank you.
please. Sorry about that.
It was just a little confusing.
Yes, I can understand that. Thank you for waiting.
Okay, so we're still looking for about 2,400 people. Okay, now we've gone 1,000 over. Well, now we're at 16 people. Okay, so let's stop here. Let's allow you to finish smoothing this out and reaching the population target. But at 16 people, we're happy with this. Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Just if we can zoom out so we can see the full district.
Absolutely. One moment, please.
Very good. Commissioner Okutagawa, did you have something further? Okay. Very good. Okay, thank you, Sivan. Commit that.
Chair, would you like to return to the Irvine district?
Yes, please. Okay, so we are short 140, almost 146 in OCSBLA, short 36 in North Orange Coast. And our overpopulation right now is in the Savannah district. Okay, suggestions. Yep, Commissioner Sinai?
Can we go down to, scroll down just a little bit? The district, I just wanted to kind of see. Okay, so we have two that are short here. I thought one was over.
We've got two that are under and one that is over.
Right.
Okay, so Commissioner Okutagawa and then Commissioner Sadwani.
I just want to ask a question because this is now another long district, and we've heard lots of COI testimony that a preference to not extend it so far north, and that North OC and South OC in the inland areas are different from each other, and that Irvine, in this case, Irvine, Tustin would prefer to be with the more inland OC cities. So I'd like to explore, if this is okay, perhaps bringing Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin into a more South OC district, and then moving the other cities to include more of the North OC cities, so that then it'll eventually meet in that Savannah Anna, the lower part of Savannah Anna.
Okay, so your idea is to essentially unassign and start building a new district here?
It's not building a new district, it's just moving, because we're going to be moving cities one way or the other. My suggestion is to move, in this case, Costa Mesa, Tustin, and Irvine into the north, so that then they will be with some of the inland OC cities that is currently known as OCSBLA.
Right.
And then cutting the northern parts of that district so that they'll be with the more northern parts of those cities that would be right now at least Chino and Corona and some of those, so that it's not such a long district. I read quite a bit of COI testimony just stating that they just didn't feel that this was really truly representative of both regions. Actually, it was doing a disservice to both regions.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I mean, we actually just moved Irvine and Tustin, because we said to this other district from that one. I mean, I think an obvious choice, and I mean, I know Commissioner Okutagawa, you live in Huntington Beach, but right now the No Coast district is under population by only 36,000. If we start taking from the OCSBLA, which is already way underpopulated, it continues to be more underpopulated. I think a very, to me, what seems like an obvious solution, given that there's this coastal nature. It's both coastal and inland, right? I mean, Irvine is a large city that is attached to many of these coastal areas. And so to me, I think there's two possible choices. One is possibly North Tustin, right? But that would continue to underpopulate OCSBLA. The other is taking a 36,140 people from Huntington Beach and pulling it into the NO coast, no coast.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo?
Unfortunately, we don't have that many options from this area unless we want to go back the way that Commissioner Kitagawa suggested. We just moved Irvine in. I mean, it's possible. It just we either move north or we move east. So at this point, it may make more sense to move east into maybe Fountain Valley or Huntington Beach area.
Chair, can I offer a suggestion, an alternate suggestion?
Yes, go ahead, Sivan.
We have not explored this, but we could, instead of trading population here, we could look at making Lake Forest whole and then trading some of these smaller cities south of Lake Forest into this other district, which would keep it with the Mission Viejo, Coto de Casa, Rancho Santa Margarita kind of COI.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Toledo, had you spoken?
I have. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Kitagawa?
I think what Sivan has suggested could work. My only concern still is, again, you have an extra long district. We have talked about concerns about districts being really long, and in this particular case, it is really long, and there's a clear division. And I'm not saying this because I don't want Huntington Beach split. I'm not really thinking about that. I am trying to really think about what we've read in the COI testimony, and that there is a clear division between South OC and North OC. I've heard that both from living in the Orange County area, but also just in terms of what the COI testimony says as well too. Yes, we did some of these moves, but I feel like there's some other moves that we've made, and in some ways, I think that. To me, I think this is all part of a larger kind of series of movements that we're making. Again, I also want to reiterate that Newport Beach is in a district in a sense, with Laguna Beach, but it's kind of an odd pairing here now. You have a COI, but I'm sure we're going to hear quite a bit from the Newport Beach residents about what we've done here. And so, as well as the North OC and South OC people who have been very clear about their desire to keep more of a clear distinction, and that Irvine would fit within a South OC district, not as much with a North OC district.
Okay, and when you say South OC, you're talking about taking Irvine, Tustin, and grouping with Lake Forest, Mission Viejo, and that area, and reaching population primarily in that direction.
Yes, and it's already under 145,000 right here too, and then there's the possibilities of, I'm just, anyways.
Right, but if we move Irvine and Tustin in, that's going to blow the population way over, and then our underpopulation is going to be. We'll have Newport Beach to put with Savannah Anna, and then we have to look at the North County area up there.
Yeah,
So
Chair,
I'm just trying to understand where you want to go with this. Sivan, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. When I kind of gave the big picture of like how these shifts would work, looking at the whole district, I think the commission was in agreement that they were interested in exploring adding Brea and potentially this part of Fullerton, and that is how the OCSBLA and the Savannah Anna would balance out, because they're meeting at that point, which has compatible communities anyways, and they're almost the same number of population. We do have a population bubble, of 20 to 30,000 people, but that would be centering around here, which is already in LA County. So would be a natural place to absorb that population bubble that we created when we zeroed out the Bovical district.
Okay, but given the constraints, we can't start with balancing OCS BLA and Savannah Anna and then leaving North Orange Coast not balanced, because then we
Yeah.
have nowhere to pull the population from.
Correct, Chair. Yeah, correct. That was more just to remind commissioners what the bigger picture in making these swaps, and that even though a deviation looks like it's getting bigger and scarier and scarier, just to look and see that we have even more than that population in the positive right next door. So just to, if we want to play out these changes, to trust the process and see the bigger picture
Right.
in these district changes.
Right, okay. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of pulling the same thread you are, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa, I thought you said Irvine, Tustin, and Costa Mesa. Or just Irvine and Tustin?
I mean, that's what they want, or that's what has been requested as a COI. We also know that Newport Beach and Costa Mesa couldn't be a COI. I think my concern is that if we add Fullerton and Brea, I mean, basically, we're going to have a north to south, very long district.
Right, and so if let's just say it's Irvine and Tustin, that's 400,000 people in round numbers. So we wind up 250,000 over. So we got to move 250,000 out. So we've got Yorba Linda and Placentia is, 110. And then we got to grab part of Anaheim to balance that out, right?
I think that part of Anaheim is including both the
Oh,
east and
Anaheim,
west.
that
That's the Anaheim Hills.
364.
Yeah, that's the Anaheim.
Is the whole Anaheim, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe all of Anaheim Hills. And so then we wind up with a district that goes Brea, Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, Placentia, Fullerton, and Buena Park or something, or?
Possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
And La Habra is in the
VRA
district?
VRA district.
And then say Costa Mesa, Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, and all those guys are together, and it meets in the middle somewhere there.
Something like that.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai?
Commissioner Kutagawa, I hear your pain. I was there about 24 hours ago, and we created a very long district, ignoring COIs with communities that absolutely have nothing in common in San Diego. Escondido could not be more different than Encinitas or downtown, but we put them all together and I understood because we're working collectively and we're working for the greater good. So there are going to be long districts and we're all going to feel this pain at different times. So that's why I'm bringing it up right now. I felt it first and we're all going to feel it. And things are going to get not comfortable anymore. And we just got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And, yesterday it was really hard for me. And I did take a step back because others said, hey, that is the right way to do it. And so we really need to all just kind of share what we're thinking and then take a step back and see where the collective process goes.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. Long district, I guess in my opinion, being from the north, a long distance district is from Inyo to Siskiyou. But with that said, I mean, we've been talking for like 10 or 15 minutes and nothing's been done or proposed. So I would really like to see something proposed so that we can just start looking at the numbers and seeing where everything's going to fall out. And I'm happy to go on this journey. I just want to see a little bit more red areas being highlighted and moved around so we can see where the numbers are. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Commissioner Sinai, I hear what you're saying. It's not so much my pain. I think I'm trying to just make sense, make this area make sense. We're not like a large rural district with no population. What I'm hearing is that there's just a desire not to undo the work, which I understand, but at the same time, at the cost of what? And it's not about us living with it. It's about the people who live in this area that live with it too. So I'm just asking, can we just give this a try? If not, then, okay, I will just move on. I could live with it. But again, these are the people who are living with it. And so I just want to make sure that if it's possible, and I feel like there is some possibilities to make it work, we try to make it work. And then also we have talked about crossing over into into LA. I know that there are lots of testimony from the Orange County folks, not to, but there's also testimony, where it could make sense that if we needed to, cross over into the LAOC, county lines there too, so.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes. Oh, was Commissioner Fornashari before me?
He's finished.
Oh, he's finished. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, just to Commissioner Fernandez's point of we are on we have a deadline to meet. Can we just try Sivan's option of putting in Fullerton and Brea and just see what that looks like? I think that's a reasonable solution to take a look at as a way of balancing out OCSBLA.
Okay, well, we may explore both options. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, willing to explore options. I just, Commissioner Kutagawa, if you could let me know. So either we end up with a long, the whole northeastern half of Orange County in a district from Brea to all the way down to the San Diego County coast border, or we end up with Anaheim to Huntington Beach, a big C, backward C. Both of those seem painful. I just want to know which one is less painful for you. I want to hear you say it.
I think the latter is less painful, where we put North OC and South OC together, and then make more of that. I think you said a C, so.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And it's only Anaheim Hills, actually. Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about taking Costa Mesa, Irvine, Tustin, putting them into OCSBLA. Okay, let's do that. We're exploring.
How many is that just right there?
500,000 people.
So could you take out Costa Mesa? Because I think if you remove Costa Mesa, it could make it a little bit more doable. I know that there is COI for having it with Irvine, but there's also quite a bit having it with Newport Beach as well too.
That is 388,000 people.
Okay, let's go ahead and put that into OCSBLA for now. OCSBLA is now 242,571 overpopulated. What are we moving to Savannah Anna?
Let's move Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, and Placentia.
Okay. Yorba Linda, Placentia, and Anaheim Hills. What is the total on that?
One moment, please.
And the unincorporated area north of Yorba Linda?
Yes, and then would we also want to add Chino Hills to avoid the situation?
Yes, so it'll remain contiguous.
Okay, so
One
let's.
moment, please.
Yep. $249,000, $250,000, and we needed 242,000. So we've taken a little bit too many. Where would we trim? $7,000 people? Okay.
Anaheim Hills, or Anaheim.
Okay, so the lower part of Anaheim bordering on the northern part of Orange, we would need to trim approximately 7,000 people.
Sorry. For visualization purposes, is it okay if we stop here and then we'll clean up? Just because we're moving big populations and
Yes.
then go back and trim once things are balanced?
Yes.
Okay, should I go ahead and commit this change?
Yes. Okay, so OCSBLA, we're now down to a deviation less than 5,000. That's what that would look like broadly. And then we have to bring 424,000 from Savannah Anna into North Orange Coast. So how do we do that? Costa Mesa is still in North Orange Coast.
Yeah, I would bring in, and then can we also bring in Newport Beach? Wait. the other
Newport
way.
Beach is already in this district. Would you like me to add Seal Beach?
Is it?
Not yet. We would need to add Garden Grove and Westminster next.
I think you should add Seal Beach before you, Seal Beach before you add, otherwise you're splitting a big koi.
Well, we can't strand Garden Grove. So we're not, okay. We're now 103,000 over in North Orange Coast.
And we're gonna have to split a city as well because this isn't gonna even out.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, and I'm all for exploration. I think this is important to explore and to see options. I also do have a concern that we will end up with a bubble in North Orange County in the VRA areas where we may need to potentially shift populations as we go up to Los Angeles. And so I just worry about creating that bubble and potentially impacting VRA areas. I just wanted to raise that as a potential issue. And with the bubble being so close to the VRA areas and potentially having populations that are while they may not reach the Section 2 voting rights area, have certainly voting rights considerations.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can we just zoom out a little bit? Because I actually want to see what all of the deviations are to see where it eventually has to be pushed. Thank you.
So the area currently highlighted is very densely populated. We now have 105,000 too many people in North Orange Coast. And we would have to find where to take those 105,000 people from.
It looks like Long Beach is overpopulated. And so is that an option to go into Long Beach and take Seal Beach along with it? Because there is a marina portion of Seal Beach Long Beach that could possibly help balance out. Since it's over by about 5,000 people in that district.
But 5,000 isn't going to get us anywhere near 105,000. So, I mean, if we want to keep the selected area where it is for now, it looks like the only option is really to move Costa Mesa into that OCS BLA with Irvine
Okay,
and
yeah.
Tustin.
Okay.
Okay.
And then make it all, and then fit everything else?
Okay,
Yeah.
so Sivan, can we commit this and then move Costa Mesa out into the OCS BLA, and then we'll come around the other side?
One moment, please. So that is 112,000 people,
Right.
and we would need about 7,000 more.
No, we'd need to bring 7,000 back into North Orange Coast at that point.
Yeah, yes, sorry, yes, 7,000 more people into OC Coast.
Right,
Which-
okay. So go ahead and commit this, and then Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah. Oops, let me just see how this all plays out. Because if my numbering's correct, we're still going to have to, see, we're going to be under by almost 17,000, right?
7,000 right now.
If you zoom, I need to zoom out. I guess my numbering's wrong. I was coming up with almost 17,000. Okay.
Yeah, if we don't want to introduce a city split just yet in Newport Beach, that would, let's see, that's about adding to OCBLA, yes, that would be, we would have 108,500 people.
Right, so then we're going to need to take population and move it back up into that, the northwestern corner of the county. Commissioner Kutagawa?
So we're moving north, right? So could we move Orange and Villa Park? Would that be enough? That portion of Orange that's above North Tustin? And even Tustin? North Tustin, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Sivan, if we can move the rest of Orange and Villa Park.
And then put back the rest of that Anaheim Hills area that we took?
Yeah, did you want to add this unincorporated area as well?
If it's unincorporated, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then to the Savannah Anna district,
We're going to add the rest of Orange
the rest of
and Villa
Orange
Park
and Villa Park. Okay.
and the segment of Anaheim Hills that we've removed.
Okay, one moment, please.
In the meantime, Commissioner Fornaciari?
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking that perhaps, we should focus on getting OCSBLA balanced, and then I think the other two can kind of float for the time being until we figure out what's going on with LA, and then head on into LA.
Okay. Okay, so OCSBLA is overpopulated, but by less than 3,000 people at this point.
Chair Kennedy, can I
Yes.
make one more comment?
Yes.
Better yet, could we kind of get it close and then give Sivan direction
Yes.
to balance it out and
Yes.
then move on? Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani.
I am not one, to continue the hours that we are spending in Orange County. But as a question of process, Chair, are we continuing to work off of general consensus? Because I don't support this map. We have not heard a COI that suggests linking Chino Hills to Seal Beach. And we've just created, I thought this started because we didn't want to have a long district. And now we have this very long district all the way across North OC that is not reflecting COIs. It's not reflecting testimony that we've received. I don't support this moving forward.
Okay, no, this was just an exploration. Commissioner Kitagawa.
One of the recommendations that I would make, and I would like to perhaps see that we need to do, is to not include Seal Beach in this one, and perhaps, again, I guess for me, I'm just looking at other alternatives of crossing over into LA at this point. So then it's not going to be so long, but it would preserve more of the COIs together. So my intent was not that Seal Beach would remain in this district. It would be then equally as odd, but I wasn't envisioning that it would end at Seal Beach.
Well, this is where this comes to in rough numbers. There's some cleanup to be done, but this is roughly where this comes to. We can unwind this and we can go the other way. Commissioner Sadwani, did you have further comment? Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned about the VRA implications, given that we're going to go through Los Angeles, we're going to have it's going to have potential impacts on the VRA districts, and this is so close, the area, the Savannah, Anna, and the, all of this is so close to VRA districts, it's surrounded by VRA districts that I'm feeling uncomfortable with this, so I'm leaning more with Commissioner Sadwani here. But I'll continue to think about it.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how we could get this to work. I was thinking of a little bit of Seal Beach, the beach part of it, maybe bring 7,800 of it in. I was, just so at least part of the beach is with the beach cities. But yeah, it is kind of like a roundabout.
Okay. Mr. Becker.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Commissioner Toledo's question or point, which I think is an important one. That is it STH 60 district, which is a VRA district, and it still needs to be adjusted slightly for population, but it's in pretty darn good shape. You don't want, right now, Savannah Anna has been rotated around closer to that. What I think you probably want to do to avoid having to implicate that district is to keep the population that you're picking up on the no coast district, rather than rotating around the districts and the changes you've made so far, is to pick them up. I'd probably suggest, it's really up to you, but probably the safest thing to do is to move into Long Beach, which will mean you don't have to touch that South 60 district. And I'd also point out in the SP 710 district, it is a VRA district, but that mainly relates to the part at the north of that. So you could probably move into the south part of that district and still maintain the VRA considerations. But the farther north you get, up into the area that currently includes La Mirada, La Habra, et cetera, you're starting to implicate VRA concerns. And since you need to grab population, the more you box yourself into having to grab population, that might have a very big rippling effect that have vast VRA concerns.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. So I watched the exploration, but I think I'd be more in favor of unwinding and trying to go a different direction.
Okay. Sivan, can you take a snapshot of this just in case we want to come back to this? And then we'll unwind this and we'll explore in the other direction.
One moment, please, while the map resets. So are we returning to adding North Tustin and extending the Lake Forest split slightly north?
Okay. I've forgotten who was going to drive this one. Was that Commissioner Sadwani?
I don't think that we had reached consensus on which direction to go. I think that there had been conversation about the possibility of North Tustin, the possibility of Lake Forest, and the possibility of Huntington Beach. But it would be helpful to hear where others fall on that topic.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
36,000.
Commissioner Toledo.
I think we've heard from other commissioners that North Tustin isn't really an option. I mean, of course, everything's an option, but that the preference would be since we're trying to get the population closer to Los Angeles, to go through Huntington Beach. I mean, it's not preferable, but.
Huntington Beach, which I'm not even, oh, there we are. Huntington Beach or balancing North Orange Coast, since Lake Forest is already split, just extending that split in Lake Forest.
I mean,
Or Chair, I believe it would be possible to add in all of Lake Forest and then add Laguna Hills back in if needed for that population, or trade off in these smaller cities right here.
Okay. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, at least it would be kept whole.
Okay, let's try that then. Bring in Lake Forest and take out Laguna Hills.
So with this population swap, NO Coast would be overpopulated by 5,865 people.
Right. Is there anything else in the neighborhood of Laguna Hills that we would want to switch out? Can you zoom in some?
Yeah, it looks like this is the only option that would keep the district contiguous, unless we wanted to go back and rebalance this South Orange County, North San Diego district.
Well, but could we, I don't know.
But we could potentially split the city of Laguna Hills and remove around 6,000 people from Laguna Hills.
Okay, let's try that.
One moment, please.
Commissioner Turner?
I was going to ask to look at a split. That's all.
One minute. No. Okay. Christian, could you read the public input instructions?
You got it, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To dial in, call the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 811-4925-9556 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press star 6 to speak." If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. So those lines will close at 6 o'clock. We look forward to hearing from folks. In the meantime, we are exploring some options in Orange County. Sivan, we are down to a 130-person difference in North Orange Coast. Is that correct?
Yes, and we achieved that by shaving a few census blocks in the city of Laguna Woods. And this would also widen this, it is the city border of Laguna Hills, but would add more to the neck.
Very good. Okay, let's go ahead and commit this. Commissioners, can we ask Sivan to continue working on reducing that deviation offline? $130. She needs to remove 130 people from North Orange Coast.
Chair, would you like to move to balancing between Savannah Anna and the OCS-BLA district?
I would. I was hoping we could resolve the instructions to you on North Orange Coast before we went there. Commissioner Okutagawa?
Sivan, just a question on Laguna Woods versus that, that kind of piece that's up at the top that borders Irvine and Lake Forest, the Laguna Hills portion. If you were to take all of Laguna Woods, would you be able to then balance that out by removing, that kind of top portion of Laguna Hills?
It would be non-contiguous if we just added, wait, I'm sorry. I think I'm misunderstanding what you're asking.
Yeah, because I see that you've taken like a small portion of Laguna Woods into the OC-SBLA. Is that correct? Am I looking at
Yes,
it?
that was to balance the population deviation as close to 0 as possible.
Yes, I understand. So if you were to take all of Laguna Woods and then start trimming away from Laguna Hills, would that help you to achieve the balance, or is that too much?
That is an exploration, excuse me, that I'm happy to explore either right now or offline as an attempt to better smooth out this final border here.
Okay, we'll ask you to do that offline, and for now, take us to balancing OCS-BLA from Savannah Anna. Okay, so we need to bring back 182,000 and change into OCS-BLA. So we would start with Placentia and Yorba Linda.
I would actually be going in the other direction.
think
So
you'd have to
adding
go Brea
Sorry,
and
we're going the
Fullerton.
other direction. Okay, so
Yeah.
we need to
Yeah.
bring in those unincorporated areas and Brea and see how much of Fullerton we are able to bring into this.
One
Yeah.
moment, please.
Can I just make a quick comment? Chair.
Okay, at this point, we've got OCS BLA 51,000, almost 52,000 under. Go ahead and commit that, Sivan. Commissioner Okutagawa and then Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, can you zoom out, please? Sivan, because I believe what this is going to lead to potentially is Fullerton will probably be split into 3 districts. Is that what I'm seeing? Because we'll have to take some out, right?
I
Because we can't
believe-
touch the Santana. And so it looks like the balance will go from Fullerton into Savannah Anna. I just want to say that name, Savannah Anna, Banana, Rosanna.
We could pull from South Fullerton, and then that would require revisiting Santa Ana, the VRA district. But we could also pull from Buena Park.
If we pulled, well, that goes into, I mean, we've already split communities of interest here that we really did not want to have to split. Yeah, can you zoom out and then Commissioner Yee?
I just wanted to mention for any members of the public who are noticing La Habra shaded there and confused, that is a computer glitch, I believe. Maybe.
Oh, thank you.
yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Yes.
Yeah.
Or Yee. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Mr. Becker.
I just wanted to clarify something I think there might have been confusion on. I believe OC SBLA is still underpopulated.
Yes.
So there's additional population that needs to be put in OCSBLA. So right now, Fullerton is split into 2 different districts. It is very unlikely to be split into 3 unless you change the configuration of Santa Ana, which I don't recommend for VRA considerations.
Yeah, our other
Sorry, I'm
option.
just cleaning up some.
Okay. Our other, we've got a break in 3 minutes. Our other option is to leave this portion of the county as it is and see if we can find a way to bring in 51,834 people approximately, because we still have to balance out North Orange Coast, but bring in another 51,000 and change from North Orange Coast, and then pull from Savannah on the east, or sorry, the eastern side, the southern end of Savannah Ana. Commissioner Vasquez.
I'm good with that. I also am just thinking that things in LA may shift appreciably, because I know one of the priorities that I listed was trying to unify the COI in the West San Gabriel Valley, which is not a VRA, which is currently not in a VRA district, or those communities are split across, I believe, a VRA district and a non-VRA district. So just wanted to flag that, that again, that was one of my stated priorities at the beginning. So yeah, just wanted to flag that for folks thinking about how far into this balancing act we go.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Okutagawa, and then we break for 15 minutes.
Sivan, could you just zoom, I think it's outward, so we see the whole, that LA area too, because I'm just kind of trying to see that northern OC border with LA. Can you now zoom in a little bit more so we see a little bit more of that kind of OC-LA borders? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and this is a good place to leave the map. We are on break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are working in the congressional areas, and we are working right here in Orange County. So, Sivan, could you give us an update with where we are now?
Yeah, absolutely. So over the break, I just worked to clean up some splits. I also went ahead and selected just a rough approximation of the people that you could continue to move into the OCS BLA district from the Savannah Anna district to get it closer to deviation. So if this part of Buena Park was added, you would only need 2,300 more people.
All right, thank you very much. So we'd really have to get more out of Buena Park, or we're not touching the all the portions we've added to NC Coast. That Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, the other way to resolve this would indeed be to pull the necessary population from North Orange Coast and then pull from that area that Sivan is waving over right now. So there are two options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I think that the other option may make more sense, just from a population standpoint. Looking at it purely from population.
Yes. And would it make sense, rather than cutting two cities, would it make sense to leave Buena Park and take the total amount from Huntington Beach? I did see a nod.
Just a quick, we may need to cut Buena Park or one of these areas around the Brea or Fullerton in order to achieve the population numbers for one of the VRA districts, for the VRA district right above it, so, or next to it, the ones with negative numbers, because they do have spillover population. In terms of there's Latino populations in that area, and we'll need to complete get those deviations down to 0 or 1 up in the VRA districts on the border. So we may need to split Buena Park or Fullerton or Brea eventually, but we don't have to do that now. I think at this point it probably makes more sense to go through Huntington Park, or I mean, I just don't see Huntington Beach. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. So Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just want to understand this. So we're minus 51,000 and some change, it looks like. One option is to go, we can't really go north. We have to go south. And if you go south, that means you're going to, I guess, take away Tustin, split Lake Forest. Is that like for that option? Or split Buena Park, which doesn't seem to make sense either. And then we got to balance out Savannah Anna because we're over by 34,000.
Right. But if you took that, well, we still remember we're still going to have to get some population from LA. Sorry. Mr. Dressler?
Okay, so if I can just make maybe another suggestion, take it for what it is. Perhaps we should be trying to visit or look at some of those LA VRA districts that border Orange County first, because I think we know we have some options, and then there's going to be kind of a somewhat of a ripple effect. Maybe we just need to try to deal with those VRA districts first to know what our options are for the remainder of Orange County. That's just a thought. So.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. Mr. Drexler.
I just wanted to point out to Commissioner Kutagawa, you're right now. Savannah Anna is overpopulated, but if we're taking from Bueno Park, the population then would be under 14,000. So just wanted to make that clear that by taking some of Bueno Park, we're adding it to OCSBLA, but then we'll be under in Santa Ana.
I see. So, and so that way we could balance that one with some Huntington Beach. Sorry, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. The bottom line is the balance between OCSBLA and Savannah Ana right now is roughly 17,000. That's the population that we're going to need to bring in from Los Angeles County. Now, right now, we have two options of bringing in population from LA County because we have both of these districts that are still in play. If we balance say OCSBLA and we only have Savannah Ana as the only place to bring in population, then we only have one option. So that I see that as something we need to consider at this point. But I do agree that the idea of beginning to look at the other side of the Los Angeles County line and seeing what we need and where we can get it from is probably a good point in the discussion to open that question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is I see this exactly as a time to possibly let Savon have a break and bring the Jamie in since she has ideas and she'll be working with Los Angeles and then we could know and they actually could have Savon and Jamie work a little bit together here and kind of work things out so they know what where they're headed with Los Angeles. So that is what I would recommend at this point. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, maybe Commissioner Toledo can clarify, because my sense was he was going in a slightly different direction, Chair, that there's some additional swaps that can be made within Orange County. We're definitely going to need to pull from Los Angeles, but that that we could be making some swaps here in OC first before we go to that. And I'll just caution, I get it. Equal population is our first criteria. And we will have to pull some population down from Los Angeles County. I just want to be really clear that what we're not talking about is disrupting the VRA districts that are just north of here, because that's what I thought I was hearing. And that definitely gives me pause.
Yes, Commissioner. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Commissioner Toledo, do you want to continue, or is that?
Yeah, my concern was more of the Buena Park area, Fullerton, Brea, and and those areas around the VRA districts, just moving in that direction. So I honestly think the best direction would be, at this point, we may need to come back to it later if we are able to address some of the Los Angeles area, but it would be to take some of the Huntington to No Coast and shave off parts of Lakewood potentially to get to do that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Savon?
Yeah, if I could just quickly also add that I did speak to Jamie, and she had said that Hawaiian Gardens would potentially be a swap for that around negative 14 or 15,000 people that we would then be meeting up with in LA if this Buena Park change was accepted. And that would be kind of a logical direction to move population in and through this LB North district, which would not touch any VRA districts in LA. So I just wanted to play out that that population trade completely, so commissioners had a better sense of what the big picture might look like there.
All right, that certainly sounds reasonable. Is that a yes from people or a no? I'm sure we're getting some nods. Any shakes? Oh, okay, I'm getting some shakes. No. So we're let's see, Commissioner, let's see, we have a lot of hands up now. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I believe the only point of looking at the South 60 VRA district was to make up the population shortfall there, which may come from Buena Park. So, but not otherwise to start revisiting VRA districts.
Yeah, going to Los Angeles. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I am in favor of just making sure that we have those population deviations in some of those VRA districts evened out and just leaving ourselves a little bit more flexibility, because I believe that, we've really locked ourselves in with San Diego. And I think at this point, if we get all of Orange County down to 0, it leaves us a lot less wiggle room and a lot less willingness to really kind of revisit things. So I think for right now, since there are so many VRA districts, that we got to make sure we do even out those populations. It's not about major city changes, but making sure, well, I take that back. There is a fix in the West San Gabriel Valley that I really want to make sure we address. And so that's why I'm just saying that I think we just need to make sure that we're comfortable with where we are with the deviations, but also making sure that the current VRA districts as they stand are also, satisfactory as well to the degree possible. I also understand there's lots of choices. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Forshari?
Pass.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. The numbers that I'm seeing on the screen tell me that we're going to need to take more of Buena Park to get OCS-BLA to 0. Don't know whether we want to take even a little bit more. I forget what we need in North Orange Coast to zero that out, or whether we have surplus down there. But yes, Hawaiian Gardens would make up most of the 17,000 that we need, but we're gonna need probably Far Eastern Lakewood to make up the rest of the 17,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's a let's go ahead and accept these changes and then move our to Los Angeles. Or was that a not accept these? Oh,
Sorry, Chair, what was the direction there? Did you want me to accept?
Well, that's what I was asking, and I wasn't clear if that was a yes accept. Commissioner Kenny, could you?
I can add more to the selection. This is just what I did quickly during break to give commissioners a sense of how many people or how much it would take from Buena Park.
And it would be we've at -2,000. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm almost thinking that we should probably follow, as hard as it is, follow Commissioner Akutagawa's suggestion and address the deviation issues in the VRA districts, and then come back to this a little bit more once we know the constraints. But that also may end up with us having bubbles, so I have concerns about that too. So it's difficult. I'm trying to balance both. So thank you. I was just thinking through that, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai.
Okay, I'm going to do a compromise here and see if this direction helps us at least get moving. I think one of the concerns I've heard, and I agree with, is that for STH 60, we are going to need to get some Latino population, because that is a VRA district. So could we please see the heat map in Buena Park? The Latino heat map in Buena Park, so that we can get that one. And I may be off, but I think this is where we need it just to get us moving. So anyone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Commissioner Sinai, where did you want me to zoom in on again?
Buena Park, please. Can we take that red off?
Yes.
Right, so it's hard to really tell. Any ideas from my colleagues on where we would want to find the the 2,888?
You go up.
I see a big hand on Neil's
Yes.
hand.
Commissioner Forshari, please.
Yeah, the district, the VRA district above it is 7,000 over.
Exactly.
So let's take a look at there.
Sorry.
But I think, I mean,
Yeah,
look, I think we're spinning our wheels at this point. I think we need,
Correct.
I would propose we move on, look at the VRA districts in LA, get them resolved.
Yes.
And come back and finalize this. I mean,
Yes.
because it doesn't seem
Yep,
like we're
that's-
getting
I-
any traction to
No.
finalize this.
I agree.
And this is exactly what the line drawers are going to be good at, and working back and forth and giving us some options. So at this point, I really, I'd say let's, Savon, can we get Jamie on board and? we're gonna
Yes,
do
Chair,
one-
we will need to break for about 20 minutes to get the plan exported from my computer and loaded into Jamie's computer.
Great. Jamie?
Hi, thanks so much. I was just gonna say that I could start sharing my screen. We could look at options here, and then when the commission has some decision or direction, then we would maybe need to pause and we could merge plans so that we're all working with the same numbers. But if you think there will be a larger conversation around this area of Los Angeles, then we wouldn't need to necessarily break right now.
Okay. That certainly sounds like because yes, we will be getting into Los Angeles. So that sounds like a very precise way of doing that. We can sort of start moving on it. Excuse me. Continue looking at what we're doing, the possibilities here, and then come back. So please do so. Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Forshari.
I would like to suggest that we start with the CD-COV district because that is a priority area for myself. I know that Commissioner Vasquez has also mentioned that, and as has Commissioner Sadwani. We've also received now a lot of COI testimony around this particular district, and if we could look at it and see, see how it might have impacts on particularly the one below it. Thank you.
Great. Sorry, Jamie, could you go ahead? Can we have a look at these?
Yes, so what's on the screen now is CDCOV. This is the district that Commissioner Kutagawa was referring to. Right now, it includes Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead, South El Monte, North El Monte, Azusa, Irwindale, Baldwin Park, Covina, West Covina, La Puente, and other cities in this area.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I think I'd be concerned of reducing the Latino CDAP any further. So if we're going to be cutting from this area, I'm just a little confused with what we're thinking here. Are we thinking architectural changes to this district, or are we thinking just getting this district to deviation? Because if we're getting this district to deviation, that's not so hard. But if we're thinking about architectural changes, then that's a little bit harder, but possible. So I'm just posing the questions to the group if we're what are we thinking here?
So who has architectural changes in this area? I see 1, 2, looks like architectural changes. Commissioner Kutikawa.
So two things. One, I'd like to, my starting point is I'd like to perhaps go back to the maps or the visualizations that we had for this area that was November 2nd, which kept Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead, San Gabriel, and at least Temple City, San Marino, and Arcadia, which is the COI, pretty much all intact in one district. It was the 210 district. We still had the VRA district around it, but it didn't seem like those cities were critical to it being the VRA district. I also want to note that Commerce, Vernon, Downey, even East LA are currently not, or in the current iteration of the maps that we're using, do not seem to be in a VRA district, and that perhaps those could be drawn into a VRA district and ensure that the Latino CVAP stay at the level that is appropriate to ensure that they can Latinos can elect candidates of their choice. And if Commissioner Vasquez or Commissioner Sadwani has a different idea about starting with the 11 November 2nd maps, definitely open to other ideas. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to start, unless Jamie, you have strong objections or are seeing things that maybe we don't.
No, that's a good place to start. And what is on the map now is that version of the 210 district, which does include this COI that Commissioner Kutikawa spoke of, and the CDCOV, which Commissioner Toledo identified not wanting to reduce the Latino CVAP in the current district, and just noting that in the CDCOV from before, that Latino CVAP is higher. The populations, the total deviation is larger than it was in the draft. So just noting that, but not foreseeing any major issues.
Okay. Commissioner Vasquez, and there was also, who else had their hand up?
I mean, my
Commissioner-
direction.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Sadwani, if you should go first. I was going to say my direction to Jamie would be to start adjusting our current iteration to reflect, yeah, I think especially that Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead portion, and then Laverne, San Dimas areas. Yeah, that would be my direction.
And San Gabriel should be included with that. Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead.
Yes.
One moment, please.
Okay, thank you. So I just, to summarize, so I know you're saying that you would take Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead out of CDCOV.
Yes, and put it with CD 210.
Okay. Great. If you could show that for us, please, Jamie. Thank you.
Yes, and that would join that COI back up with San Gabriel, East San Gabriel, and Temple City, which is the COI in question, or not in question, the COI that we are considering.
So I made those changes. CDCOV is, again, negative 27,000 people. CD 210 is 53,000 people over. I know also that maybe there were some small adjustments to that, which Sivan was working on. So perhaps for now we can just focus kind of on the VRA areas and get those adjusted, and then deal with the non-VRA areas next once I have Sivan's plan loaded in.
That sounds perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So also just noting that it did move parts here on the southern border between CDCOV and STH 60. So STH 60 is also underpopulated by negative 15,737.
All right. So who has what's the next vision? Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah,
And
I
should we,
think,
should we put the heat map on?
yes, that would be helpful.
Ooh. Thank you, Jamie.
So I'm sorry, actually, I'll cede the space to my other colleagues. They may have some ideas, and I'll continue to think.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, can we get the city names up again? I'm thinking about to the west side of that district, because in the assembly map, so for example, I'm thinking there's one of two options. Either Bell Gardens, it looks like, could be a possibility, although personally I think they belong more with the SP 710, but perhaps Commerce or East LA, could a portion of it could be brought into that district where you see that there's a pretty high Latino CVAP in those two cities there. And so perhaps one of them could be a portion, could be an option to bring it to zero deviation. And it looks like Neela might be quite a bit over, actually. Is it 6,000?
So you're talking about moving Commerce into South 60. Is that correct?
Or, I mean, you're about 15,000 under, right? I don't know if you can move the whole entire city, but perhaps even a portion of East LA, because it looks like that Neela district is at least 6,000 over.
One moment, please.
I would do my best to not split East LA.
Yeah, then if you can move Commerce in, then that 12,000.
Commissioner Turner, do you have something on this one?
Yes, that's what I was going to say, not to move East LA, but Commerce in.
Really quickly,
Great,
I'm going to take the heat map off and just zoom out a little bit. And just noting that since, and of course, there's room to change all of this, but since haven't all the way addressed everything in Los Angeles, that this is VRA district and we'd be moving up. Commerce, it spans the entire would span the entire northern boundary. So there would maybe be like a hard line there. So just kind of noting that for you to consider while you are making this decision.
Oh, thank you, Jamie. That's a very important thought. What any other ideas along these same lines? Or I see Commissioner Sadwani, but I don't want to skip over too many people. We have Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you for that, Jamie, because you could also, in that NB North, you could potentially go into the South 60 because that one's under. Because if you brought Commerce in, which was 14, what was it? 12,000 or something? Right. Yeah, but I'm saying you can also go in to the South 60, but that's not why I raised my hand. In the prior VRA district, it looks like there was a section that was not added. It wasn't contiguous, so when you get back up to the north a little. Jamie.
Sorry, I'm downloading the file that Sivan just sent.
You see that little piece right there by El Monte, between El Monte and right above El Monte, up, higher, right?
Yes.
There, yeah.
So this is I think it's a census designated place of North El Monte.
Shouldn't it be included in the district though? What's not highlighted in yellow?
This area?
No, right there on your right, right there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So this is part of the city of Arcadia.
Oh, now talk about a neck. Oh, okay. Might want to deal with that neck then, I'm thinking.
I will say that as a city border, that's going to be a higher criterion than compactness. So I think you'd be fine if you left it.
Thank you. So we have different ideas, Commissioner Sadwani?
Just a couple thoughts. I generally like the direction that we're going in here. When we look at what is it, SP 710, I just want to remind us what Mr. Becker had said earlier today, that the VRA considerations in that district are in the northern parts, in Florence Graham, Huntington Park, Maywood, Cudahy, Southgate, not so much going down into Carson and those other areas. So in earlier iterations or visualizations that we had done, we have done different things in that area, right? So if we end up needing to pull population into Orange County from Hawaiian Gardens, Lakewood, even Long Beach, we could potentially rethink our approach in this area and have those regions maybe going with us something like Downey. Downey is in one of our VRA districts in the assembly. And Bellflower, right? And I think that we've looked at those areas before. The other piece, and I know we had a lengthy discussion about it when we were working on the assembly maps, I am not wedded to keeping East LA with Boyle Heights. I mean, I think they are neighborhoods that do have a lot in common. That being said, I think that CD Nila, we've gotten other testimony there around bringing the ability to bring in Eagle Rock. I think that for me, it's not a hard and fast rule that Boyle Heights and East LA necessarily have to be together in a district. Certainly not if it can help us figure out our VRA obligations, because certainly both have a strong Latino population there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornshari.
Yeah, so I would have to defer to my colleagues, but I'm just going to throw out a couple of things that occurred to me. If you could go east on the map and zoom out just a little bit. When the heat map was on, it looked like there was some population in southern Glendora. Could we bring that down and then maybe through like industry down? Or the other option, we had been talking about Brea. Would it be possible to bring some of Brea up? I don't know what that would do to CVAP or if that makes any sense, but just occurred to me.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, actually that Glendora idea might be a good one. It looks like there's that, as well as I'm looking at the CD 210. It's over by 53,000 and maybe almost 54,000. There's also maybe Claremont or a portion of Claremont, because I know that especially that southern portion that I think is bisected by the 210 freeway, there's a lot of closeness with Pomona. That may be an option. I'm just concerned about, I'm not opposed to Brea, but I'm just concerned about taking Brea out, because then I think we are going to get a neck between, and it's also going to connect Fullerton to, some very, 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 very different communities. So that would be my other concern. I wanted to actually comment more on the VRA District SP 710 and the South 60 and that Long Beach one, building upon something that Commissioner Sadwani said. I just also want to note that Florence Graham, Huntington Park, and Walnut Park are together in this district. But perhaps, since Mr. Becker had said that the VRA obligations are more to the north, if we were to combine or bring in Vernon, I think Vernon should be with this district because they have a lot in common, again, with Maywood, Bell, Cudahy, Huntington Park, Florence Graham. Bell Gardens could also be brought into this district as well, too. I think that would make sense. Commerce, with that said, could then go into the South 60 district, or it could stay with that more Gateway Cities area. Downey, Bellflower could maybe actually be a better combination to go to the South 60 because there would be a lot of commonalities with Norwalk. And then, as we were talking earlier about some of the things that we might have to do now in Orange County, combining Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens, Long Beach, with this area. So that's maybe just some general ideas to just share here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, when just as Commissioner Kutagawa was just talking, potentially the commerce area, there could be a portion of commerce that could go towards the, I believe it's the district to the east, to just a little portion of it to get us to the deviation, the Thai Latino area in commerce. Especially if we do a little bit of the tip. I hate cutting population, but that may be an area. In terms of the, I think it's SP 710. I think my eyes are failing me, but I think Vernon would be a good addition to that with Bell, if we could, especially if we could move the that district up a little bit, potentially also hitting the rest of commerce. Maybe Cudahy area, which we already have, the Downey area, Huntington, connecting some of these historically Latino areas like the East LA that have strong Latino population. So potentially shifting this up rather than where it is right now. Thank you. Chair, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. So just to summarize, we're thinking of taking areas in here now that would cut off our avenue of population that we're getting. Are we opening up another venue? So wondering which. Or maybe Commissioner Sinai, are you also have a different idea?
No, I was just wondering at what point do we start trying these? I would, one of the recommendations we have received from the community, the Hispanos Organized for Political Equity, started with Downey and then moved to Bell Gardens, Cudahy, and all that. And, and if we need parts of commerce to fill up the ST60, we can take the rest of the commerce and put it, make sure that it is in a VRA district as well. And so I'm just wondering, when do we start playing? When do we start moving and when do we stop talking?
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. That's exactly what I'm trying to get an idea of. We're lots of things are being tossed around here. Does anyone have an actual a plan of where and which one do we want to work on first? I'm going to go to Ms. Clark. Or actually, I'm going to go to Ms. Jamie first, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think we could start moving at any time. I would request that before we start moving, we take that pause so that I can create a new plan based off of all of the changes you made in Southern California, and then can implement the really quick change. You saw how quick it was to make that change in the 210 and like northern San Gabriel Valley area. And then we will be ready to go and we'll have all of the information that is needed to balance these to one person or close. Chair Anderson,
mute
you're
again.
muted.
Thank you. So how about everyone, have a look at the map now, get your ideas formulated in your head. So when we come back, that we can start right in with the line drawing. And at this time, so sorry, Jamie, how long would a break would we?
I think 15 minutes would be good.
Great.
Please.
Okay, so thank you. So at this point, we'll take our 15-minute break, which will be, so brings us back just a little bit before 7. For the public, we will then go, we will have a 90-minute drawing session. So we'll be taking public comment starting at 8:30. So we will be working until then. So at 8:30, we will be opening the lines and listing all the public comment. So please, those of you who are in the queue, please stay there. We will start taking the queue at 8:30. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are working on the sections in Los Angeles at the Orange County border and looking at some VRA districts. We've done a little bit of thinking on our break. And so I'd like to ask, do any of the commissioners, are they all different ideas, or have we come up with some good ideas that we want to go through? Unless I'm sorry, before we jump into that, Ms. Clark, did you want to walk through anything first?
Nothing to walk through. Just noting that you still do have some underpopulated districts in Orange, or districts that are not within deviation in Orange County. So I believe when I started, the goal was to kind of talk about, look at VRA districts, get those nailed down in Los Angeles, and then maybe look at some of the Orange County deviations. So just noting that those are still there.
Yes, no, thank you very much. That's exactly the plan. We'd like to, considering that this VRA district is on the border, we want to get that sort of, and that's after population, that's our number 2 priority. So we like to get that balanced and working first. And since it's hand in hand with the CDCOV, it sort of makes sense to do both of those. So thank you very much. And with that, who has a lovely, precise, concrete idea that they want to have Ms. Clark draw? And I see Commissioner Akutagawa.
I guess I know I heard one suggestion was to perhaps put a portion of Commerce into the South 60 corridor. That's about 15,000. Before that happens, I am wondering if perhaps we might look at instead. I'd like to suggest one of 2 options. Either taking the 15,000 from Downey instead, because there's COI testimony that speaks to them having more connections and affinity as a COI with Norwalk and Santa Fe Springs and West Whittier. Another thought that just struck me that could make this work is to bring Montebello out and then put Downey in its entirety into this district, and then add Vernon, Commerce, and Montebello to the gateway cities, because that too can also work. I'm just really thinking that Commerce and Vernon belong more with, and then also bring in then Bell Gardens to that district as well too. They really are a connected kind of grouping of cities in that area, and it's intersected by the 710 and the 5 there. So I'd like to, if we could start, I mean, that's where I would start and would like to see
Okay.
something happen.
So you're saying essentially connect part of the SP 710 to the STH, no.
No,
yes,
not connect, but it would be bringing in Vernon and Commerce, and then an option to then place Downey with the South 60 district is to possibly bring out Montebello and see if that would help balance, enable that, and then maybe look at some of the other cities. But it looks
Okay.
like Commissioner Vasquez has a comment too.
Yeah. Okay, that's Commissioner Toledo. He's.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So I think if we could balance this, I still think either a Downey or a Commerce, but getting the 15,750 and 37 people that we need from either of those might be the easiest option. But certainly, I'm always willing to go on a journey.
Thank you, Christopher Vasquez.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could start with the easy lift and do commerce right now, sort of keeping in the back of our minds that, especially as we try to balance SP 710, that commerce, that switch that you're talking about, Commissioner Kutagawa, that could still potentially happen. But yeah, I feel like maybe it's a good strategy to try to just balance things in the San Gabriel Valley first.
Okay. So everyone's sort of talking about commerce at this point. Jamie, could you look at commerce and see how much of that we would need to take, and if we're sealing off our opening between them?
Yeah, so the city of Commerce is highlighted on the map, and would be moving into the South 60 district. The South 60 district would still be underpopulated by 3,292 people. And this does span the border of the very top of this LB North district, and just again, remembering that there is population that's going to need to come into Orange County from LA, from LA County, from somewhere. So just something to keep in mind as you move forward.
So yes, along those lines, do we see a path that would open up? Are we talking about, in that the SP 710? If we're talking about adding quite a bit to the the 60, and I don't see where we're at this point, like we'll be cutting the LB North short, and we'll be, or no, I take that back though, that we're not affecting that one yet. Okay, but we still, and in terms of our population.
Yeah, so it'd be coming from the Mila district, and then that would be making sort of a cutoff where you couldn't go further north from LB North. And there's population that needs to come from Los Angeles County into Orange County. And because of the VRA districts, the only avenue for that to come from right now is through LB North.
Correct. And the 5,000 won't do it. So
and this 5,000 is talking about going to the South 60.
Correct.
So you may wish to deal with some of the deviations down here before you start trying to do too much in Los Angeles County.
In that section, unless, do we have a different idea, or is this where everyone wants to work on the South 60? Commissioner Vasquez?
I think the intent of us moving north was to try to allow some things in Orange County to sort of settle mentally. I'm not sure that we can do much in LA until we fully address Orange County. That being said, question for Jamie. Given what Commissioner Kutagawa had floated as a potential sort of rotation of some population, which would moving Vernon and Commerce into SB 710, and then I believe moving Downey into the STH 60, and then moving out Montebello from STH 60. Does that present, can you envision that presenting similar sort of lockup?
Yeah, I think that
Yes.
it would, because the boundary would still be around here.
Got it.
And then it would, because this is all kind of like a cluster of adjacent cities, there wouldn't be an avenue for population to move from Los Angeles County to Orange County.
Got it. Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, the idea behind leaving Orange County somewhat unfinished was that we didn't know whether it would be necessary to pull population, for example, from Brea into STH 60. So we didn't want to completely lock down Orange County and preclude that option because STH 60 was short on population. I would like to get from Jamie just a population figure for for Hawaiian Gardens and the portion of Lakewood, and I don't know whether I guess if you can zoom in a little bit. I'm looking to see what the population is of Hawaiian Gardens and the portion of Lakewood east of the 605. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
This is 32,042 people.
Okay, so that's a lot more than we need. Okay, and Hawaiian Gardens alone was in the neighborhood of 13 or 14.
Hawaiian Gardens is 14,231.
Okay. I mean, yeah, at this point, I'm looking at Hawaiian Gardens and some portion of far eastern Lakewood as the most reasonable place to obtain the 17,000 something people that we would need to fill out the districts in Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Yeah, so that sort of shows us if we pull that out of there, we have to get that population from somewhere else. And so if we seal off that opening, then we have created a bubble. So I believe so that was, is there, if you put the heat map on, you know how we were talking about, do we want to get any of the population from the Fullerton and the Brea, yes, it was the Brea, to move that into, into the, let's see, is it the 60? Or just a somewhat of that? And that to
Would you like
Commissioner
to
Toledo.
see that?
Well, I'm repeating what people were saying. Is why we were looking here, and so I'm looking for other concrete ideas. So, Commissioner Toledo.
I think that's a possibility. If we shifted some, although I don't think shifted enough to get some of the 15,737 people. The other option would be a portion of Downey. It's pretty Downey, Bellflower. Although that would cut off the, as you say, it would cut off the path to Orange County. So I'm a little bit conflicted here. Because there's two ways to get population out there. It's through that path in Downey and Bellflower. It's also potentially we could get some of Brea in there as well.
Okay. Thank you. So that's okay, Commissioner Fornashari, because I think what we need here, guys, is a settle on an idea that we can try. So let's do that, please. Commissioner Fornashari?
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Vasquez, and where Commissioner Kennedy was going. I think we need to finish Orange County. I think we need to move, so I'll give you a concrete recommendation. Yep. Move 51,211 people out of Buena Park into OCSBLA, and then grab Hawaiian Gardens and enough of Lakewood to balance Savannah Anna, and then we will know where we're at in LA County and can move from there.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. I'm just looking at those Savannah Anna is positive 34,000.
Oh, yeah, but when we take Buena Park and put it in OCSBLA, it'll be only
negative.
It'll be negative. What did you say, Commissioner Kennedy? 17,000 ish.
Something like that. All right. Is that there's a concrete idea? Why don't we try that? And then, unless someone really does not want to do this, has some other idea, let's give that a go. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just so that we don't need to go back. Can we zoom out and see the deviations on North Orange Coast as well? Because as I recall, yes, we have 130 extra people there, so we need to get that deviation down in this process.
All right. We do. And I see you're probably thinking, well, that you don't have any cities all the cities right now look at the connection lines with no interruptions in them. Commissioner Akutagawa, did you have something you were going to say?
Yeah.
Except there.
Gosh. I'm going to just say that I am still trying to figure out how to, a way forward, but I do want to point to some additional COI testimony that has been received and has been brought up before, and this is about the Savannah Anna district as it stands, and I'll just say I'm still trying to figure out what might be the best path forward, but there has been now. In addition to the COI testimony that spoke of certain communities that shared commonalities in terms of low-income, low-wage workers, essential families, others that span beyond the Vietnamese community, which is the majority in the Westminster, Fountain Valley, Garden Grove area, but is also joined by, small business owners that tend to be pretty low, they're not like wealthy small business owners. There's also very much an immigrant and refugee community in this area. There are also Pacific Islanders. Anyways, there is some concern, or actually not some, there's quite a bit of concern about being paired with Huntington Beach. In particular, specifically, some concerns have been raised about some anti-immigrant advocacy that has gone on. I'm just repeating what is in the COI testimony, and so I am a little concerned, though, in terms of the economics of the areas. I just don't have a better way right now. I think I just need some time to sit with this, but I wanted to just say this out loud so that we're all aware, because I think we've really tried to ensure that marginalized communities are, are with other like communities to ensure that they can all elect candidates of their choice. So I'm still thinking. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kudrow. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you. This is clearly difficult. And whether we shift people up or around, we're breaking COIs left and right. And so there's, at this point, we have to get to population numbers. And so I would support Commissioner Fernashari's suggestion that we just move forward with testing the option and trying to move forward in that direction, just so that we can at least try to test things that may not work out, but at least we're testing different options.
All right. Since the commission has clearly made a choice that they are not the beach expanding the beach area is not what we want to do. We're really going to work up here. So can we go ahead and try this, please? So all 51,000 out of Buena Park, please. And while it's happening, Commissioner Salvani?
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, for raising that COI testimony. We've been stuck in this area for quite a while. Quite some time ago, we were at a place where we could have balanced OCSBLA and the No Coast District by pulling in about 36,000 people from Huntington Beach. And that was a non-starter. And so I think because of that, then we're now pulling into Buena Park. So the population is what it is. We're not going to be able to respect all of the COIs. We're going to do our best to do that. But can't have, something's got to give, right? Like we're at that point. And so I think that those are some of the options in front of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Salvani. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, just to repeat COI testimony that we heard quite a few times. If Huntington Beach were to be split, that Garfield would be one street to split it at, splitting the northern part from the more southerly and coastal part.
Yes, I believe that is where we did have it split. Is that correct?
I don't believe we had it fully split the whole way on Garfield at any time.
Oh, thank you. So, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I would concur. I think it's really about which COIs we're going to prioritize, whether we're prioritizing the COIs that are underserved, like the refugee community and underserved communities through Buena Park and up through Brea up there, or are we preserving the COIs that are closer to the coast? At this point, that we're having to make these really, really difficult decisions. None of us like it, and that's where we are. I don't really have a solution. I wish I did, but that's where we are. That's that's where we're that's where we're conflicted, right?
Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, Huntington Beach, splitting that was not a non-starter. I was just looking for other ways. But I will say that I would prefer to split Huntington Beach. I also want to say then if we're going to prioritize, marginalized communities, then we do need to look at this combination of Huntington Beach with Westminster, Fountain Valley, Garden Grove, and these other cities, because I think while I think that is the same, on the same par as, what Commissioner Toledo said earlier, and has a similar effect to Buena Park. And perhaps this is where we have to fix first, and then let's see what everything else kind of shapes up to be. So anyways, I'll just stop
All
there.
right. Thank you, Commissioner Kaduga. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just also want to note that it's not often we're going to have to not just split up COIs, but also prioritize. We have to prioritize COIs that may be equally marginalized. So reflecting back on the assembly choices that we made, I'm still very concerned about NELA, but that there was not a way forward to keep NELA the way I think a community would maintain its power, and also have South LA sort of give opportunities to equally historically marginalized communities. And so it was a difficult choice, but I think in taking zooming out to look at the region, I think it was unfortunately a trade-off that had to be made. So I also just want to acknowledge Commissioner Kitagawa that we're not always going to be able to just say, we're going to prioritize this COI because it's a marginalized group, because oftentimes those decisions are going to be in conflict.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Sabani? And we have right up here, we have taken this all out. If we want to have a look and see what's going on, and then
Yeah, so I would say let's take a look, and then I think the other option that I was trying to just point out is the alternative is we can sweep back around underneath. If no coast takes up a small population from Huntington Beach, it would put potentially something like Lakewood back into the OCSBLA, which we had kind of been going back and forth about the placement of that in any case. And then it creates an opportunity to create a coastal district. And I know it's not the exact coastal district that the OC folks wanted, but Long Beach is a coastal area, right? So we could have Long Beach, Seal Beach, parts of Huntington Beach potentially left together. We've actually had COI testimony about such a district, and then having that piece from Little Saigon to incorporate some of these other areas, including Buena Park, that could potentially be together. And so many of those Asian American COIs might be able to actually stay together, potentially picking up some of these pieces from Hawaiian Gardens and Lakewood if need be from population.
Thank you, Commissioner Sabani. Okay, at this point, we're just sort of going back and forth. Let's try this and then see what it looks like. Yes. Jamie, could you go ahead and... All right, so we have 0, and then Savannah Anna is at negative 16,000. And how about, can we have a look at the North Coast? That has what, the positive 130? And that's our only one in here that is not balanced. Is that correct? At this point.
Yes.
Okay. So, if we want to get so are we going to sort of go ahead and actually balance North Coast and then grab everything else from, say Hawaiian Gardens and start in that way? Commissioner Yee.
I feel like we should snapshot this, but I don't think we got any COI testimony to split Buena Park, right? Whereas we did get COI testimony to split Huntington Beach. So I'd like to try splitting Huntington Beach at Garfield and working it around the way Commissioner Sadwani suggested. I know we've gone back and forth along a lot of those lines, but we know them well. It should go quickly.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Could you, since I'm a little less familiar with this area, could you guide me through that, please?
So Garfield is in East-West Street in Huntington Beach.
In this general area?
Go ahead.
If I can perhaps just, do you see where the Fountain Valley border is, Jamie? And then if you go west, you'll see that line, that Fountain Valley border street is Garfield to the
I
east-west.
see. Thank you. And the direction is to add this
No,
area
it's to go more north and take in more of the, we're going,
Well, we split at Garfield, then we're going to push the population
to Savannah Anna,
counterclockwise.
right? We're going to go up.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, so to capture more of the inland, I think if at all possible, to keep the coastal stretch intact, but to capture population from inland and add it to the Savannah Anna, I think at least then that could make more sense in terms of the split.
Well, it's
So
already in, so-
Huntington Beach is all the way in Savannah Anna. Splitting it at Garfield, where would this population go to?
So my initial suggestion, if I may,
Commissioner
jump in
Sedline.
here, yeah, my
Sorry.
initial suggestion was that lower portion of Huntington Beach can help. At this point, we would actually be overpopulating the no coast district, and then removing probably Lakewood, because we had kind of gone back and forth about Lakewood, and I remember Commissioner Turner had mentioned Saddleback Church and other areas in there, and putting Lakewood into
Lake Forest.
I'm sorry, yeah, Lake Forest. So sorry, in Orange County. Thank you. Lake Forest, thank you. Into this district with Yorba Linda and Chino Hills and other areas, so that the two can hopefully balance out. Then we can figure out, so that could balance those two districts potentially even without taking Buena Park. Then we can figure out what's left between the Long Beach district and Savannah Anna.
Perfect, thank you.
And balance between those two. And that could include Garfield. It opens up options for how we want to keep some of those COIs together, which may or may not include Huntington Beach. We can figure that part out. But at least it could balance the no coast and the OCSBLA by making that swap. Between cutting that southern portion of Huntington Beach into the no coast and putting Lake Forest back into OCSBLA to balance.
So I think what you're saying is start with Lake Forest first.
You can. And I think the question also I would just pose is, do we want to keep that little chunk of Buena Park in there? Or it was sounding like we want to take it out, actually. And I defer to the general consensus, of course, but I think those are some of the options.
Yes, I think that is a plan. Now, Commissioner Toledo, were you talking about this one or a slightly different version?
This one, I just think we should accept this change, Lake Forest to the SBLA.
Thank you. And Commissioner Yee, you're the same?
Yes.
Yes. So please do that, Jamie. Thank you. And then,
I mean, we could walk back Buena Park after we do the other things, or whatever's easiest.
I would say if we're trying to balance OC, SBLA, it would be walk back Buena Park now, correct? Or no, we're trying to balance it the other way. Yes, I think we're trying to balance it. Is that correct?
I
Walk
thought
that
that we were
back.
doing this
Looking
in order
for
to
Huntington
have
Beach.
Buena Park stay with La Palma and Cypress and the COI that was there.
Right,
I
so
see.
maybe we go ahead
So
with the
take
hun-
that 15. Yes, walk
Take
that one
back
back then.
Take back Buena Park is the first piece.
And then
go
to
get
Huntington.
Lake Forest.
Oh, you mean Huntington?
Okay, we already took Lake Forest.
Right.
already moved Lake Forest in.
Got it. Did we walk back Buena Park yet?
Yes.
I'm just trying to see that.
So
We
now,
did.
So now we
We just
take
did.
Huntington Beach
So-
south of Garfield.
I think we might have
Yes.
done some swaps with Laguna Hills and Laguna Woods, so you may want to take a look at that too.
Oh, that's right. So we would
Right.
need to walk some of that back to get OCSBLA. We would need to pull some from No Coast back into OCSBLA. And then
So
right,
is
we're at
it-
35,000. So if we pull 35,000 from No Coast, and then the remainder that's missing in No Coast can come from Huntington Beach.
So to clarify, one moment, please. To clarify, OCBLA is 35,000
Over.
people overpopulated right now. So would the direction be to move more population that way or to move population from OCSBLA?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta take Laguna Woods back into the North OC coast, and then I believe Laguna Hills also came from there too.
Oh,
So, just moving Laguna Woods, making it whole in No Coast would make the deviation, that is all well. I'm gonna add this to, so you would still need, you would need to remove 1,980 people from OCSBLA. Should I make this change and we could find 1,000 people?
yes, please.
And where would, I'll zoom the map out, where would you like to move population from? From OCSBLA, anywhere along this border?
We're going all the way to the
Wait.
5 in Mission Viejo there, between Mission Viejo and Laguna Hills, that little bit.
Thank you.
Well, wait a minute. OCSLB is
Oh, it's
Is negative.
underpopulated, that's
yes.
right.
So it's, yeah, it would be where are we grabbing a little bit of NC Coast from?
Yes, thank you.
I think, Savon, you had grabbed from Laguna Beach. Is that still there, or did that get undone? Not
Oh.
Laguna Woods or Laguna Hills, Laguna Beach.
Laguna Woods and Laguna Hills are both full in NO Coast.
And then she's talking about the Laguna Beach, a little further south.
Down south, did
think
that
Savon-
change,
Savon did
restate? Oh, yeah, it's still there.
Yes. Well, that's a different area though.
Yeah, that's wrong district.
Wrong district. Okay, what is that little, let's see, what about that little piece of, I guess it would be Lake Forest that sort of goes up on the 405?
This?
Do we have any,
Would you like to move this area?
well, it's probably only, I wouldn't think it would be that many. It would kind of,
I don't think it's,
No
there was
This
a
is 0
unincorporated,
people.
there was an
Well-
unincorporated area?
Maybe just along the 5 so that we're pulling just on the other side of the 5 freeway, right? In many places, we've used freeways as kind of a natural boundary when we've had to make splits.
thank you. Commissioner Yee, did you see a different spot, or Commissioner Toledo? Oh, Commissioner Kutagawa has a hand also.
Yeah.
Commissioner Yee, though?
I defer to Commissioner Kutagawa.
I thought I saw an unincorporated area between Mission Viejo and Lake Forest. It looked like there was just a little bit up above from where you are if you
So
zoom
we
out.
need to move population from the coast
Oh, I'm sorry.
to OCBLA.
Okay, I thought I saw.
So along the 5 here,
Or then maybe it was next to Lake Forest. Can you just zoom out a little bit? It's so far in.
More.
That little bit.
Oh, no. No, there it is. Down below Las Flores and Ladera Ranch. Is that an unincorporated area there?
It's the wrong district.
this is in
Oh,
a
it's,
different
okay, no.
district.
Okay, sorry. Forget about that one.
Yeah. So we're looking for along the border. Oh, That's
And
all
we're looking to
unincorporated.
move population from the one on the left into the one on the right.
Correct.
What about that little
Commissioner-
spit of land that's on the other side of the 241 freeway in Irvine? I mean, just that little bit. Yeah, right there.
So that would make the deviation, let me see about that,
Yeah, that's
pretty close, and we can refine from there. Unless you would really like to explore instead including this area.
Yeah, just that little teeny tiny bit that's on the other side of the freeway there. Yeah. Not the whole thing. It's too much.
So if we added this entire part, which is in red, we would still need to remove 146 people from the part that is in red to balance the deviation.
Was the Lake Forest along the 5 not in, was that not working, Jamie? Was that
Lake
not an option?
Forest is currently in OCBLA, and we need to move population from no coast into OCBLA.
Right, the part along is the part along the 5?
Lake Forest right now is whole in OCBLA.
What is that little bit? On the
Yeah, that little triangle?
northwestern-
I think it's Laguna
This-
Hills.
Above that.
Oh, no, that-
is
Yeah, that one.
this.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
This is
Facility.
James A. Music Facility. And it looks like this is a zero population area.
Oh. Good try, Commissioner Yee. Okay, do we have any other?
Jamie,
can
how
we
about that
zoom
little
out?
piece of Laguna Hills that's on the other side of Laguna Woods? That's up next to Lake Forest and Irvine? Right up above, yeah. Yeah, right.
Oh, that port.
Yeah,
Just
that
that's-
portion, yeah, because that's that weird, like, there's that really skinny part, but it's all of Laguna Hills, but that part is separate from the main part.
So with this area, it's still 345 people over. Let me see, grabbing a couple census blocks. And if this seems like an area that would be good to include, then I can just zoom in and try and balance that really quickly.
I believe this, I would say that looks sort of the best we've seen. But general consensus, other different ideas? Getting a couple of nods. Any Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, this looks like the best idea we've had thus far. That's actually working out. And then once we're done with this, maybe take a look at Fullerton area just to see how that's looking. Once we're done with balancing this
So-
out.
This is -11. So Jamie, do you want to play around a little bit?
Is it something you'd like us to work on offline, maybe?
Yeah, I'm thinking this is the area that we'd like to sort of take from, and so Jamie can play with this. Does that sound reasonable? I'm not seeing any, no, forget it. So yes, please, Jamie, and let's go back up. So we'll say, okay, that looks balanced, and Jamie is going to work out the details in this particular area. And can we go then up to what Commissioner Toledo was asking?
So from here, the direction is to add areas south of Garfield and Huntington Beach into the North Coast District.
Correct.
One
Yes,
moment
please.
while I get the map ready to do that.
Thank you.
Oh,
And now for the public that's in queue, we are going to be taking your calls. at 8:30. Thank you for staying with us. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, Jamie, could you, instead of just taking just a whole entire portion, could you try to maybe just bring in the entire, well, I don't know, Commissioner Sadwani, are you thinking about like just splitting it in half? Because I was just thinking, let's just keep the coast in the coast and then
Yes.
put the inland parts into the I guess, I don't know. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
it depends on what's going to happen with Long Beach, but I mean, if we're going to just split it, it would be better to take the portion of the coast and put it into the district with the coast, the Newport Beach
Yes.
at least.
Yeah, so,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, this change would be moving the highlighted area into the district with Newport Beach. This entire highlighted area we would need to remove 192 people or so from this area to be able to balance that. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Unless you can come up with
I'm-
those.
I think that's a yes. Is that a thumbs up?
No,
Commissioner-
I would disagree.
We have a no.
We have a no. I'm sorry, then, Commissioner.
Can you
Kutagawa?
just zoom in more, and I'll try to guide you as to where you could take, at least then that way the coastal portion will be in a coastal area.
So this coastal
That's
portion.
that's
would-
PCH.
This
Sorry.
coastal portion would be going with the north coast. So do you have different direction other than split it at Garfield?
Yes. What I'm saying is, let's split it above, just slightly above PCH, and then try to retain as much of the coast, at least with Newport Beach.
Oh, I see. So rather than, don't take that triangle, just run it along the coastline. Is that correct?
Yeah, so
Commissioner
then at
Kutagawa?
least it's in a more coastal district, and you'll have more similar, populations, at least with Newport Beach. The further inland you go, you will get, obviously more various kinds of populations, not only ethnically, but also economically as well, too, here and there. Huntington Beach is still a fairly affluent area, generally speaking, but there are areas in which there are essential workers and other, low-income families that live closer to the inland and closer to the freeway, so.
Okay, so we're going to go, and we're going up along, in this area along the coast for how long? Most, until we've reached the population?
Commissioner
Or all the way-
Anderson?
Commissioner Toledo or Commissioner Yee?
I'm just worried about a neck because this looks like to me to be a very, very long and not compact neck in a non-VRA area. So I would just get legal advice on this if we're going to move forward with something like this, because it does look to me to be a very long and not compact area. So we'd have to figure out. We'd have to widen it a little bit more, I think. But
Okay.
If I can also suggest it, you can, I don't know. I was told that long is not necessarily bad. You could take in, again, you keep the coastal district, which was, or the coastal areas of Huntington Beach, which was, or is a COI in which it does make sense to have federal representation that would be united. So that would be the only reason why I'm suggesting this instead of going further inland. And yes, it will make for a long district, but we have already discovered that we have to be okay with that. Yeah. Jamie, I don't know if you could get all the way up to Huntington Harbor because, again, Huntington Harbor is not unlike Newport Beach in some ways.
Yes, so our community of interest here that we're talking about is the beach community.
Okay, one moment, please.
And Commissioner Sadmani?
Yeah, I think I'm sharing some of Commissioner Toledo's thoughts here. The entirety of Huntington Beach is a coastal city. So, you know, to me, we're making this cut. Yeah, this long neck I find concerning. We've actually had testimony, as Commissioner Yee had pointed out, around Garfield, in order to help maintain the Little Saigon area. You know, I'm not sure what. I will go back and look around Huntington Harbor and if there's something specific there, but I think having this more compact would be okay with me. I don't have any skin in the game on this. It's not, you know, I think that we're making this cut in order to help balance out the district. So I feel like, I think the shape on this is definitely just giving a little bit of pause.
Okay, I thought it was actually for community of interest as well. That's a, but Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, just real briefly to address some of these issues as well. I think those people that are inland are a little more inland, mainly from where we have the COI testimony at Garfield to make the division. They're invested in this coastline as well. And those are the people that are using and recreating on the beach as well, on that coast as well. So I don't want to feel like we have to draw them out just because they don't live 2 blocks from the coast. I think they're part of that community, that they're invested in that community as well. And I would probably prefer to compact that more. Thank you.
So, you know, I must admit, I remember they're talking about north of Garfield, but Garfield runs north and south, so that always confused me.
No, east-west.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so they only wanted the stuff that was north of Garfield.
That's right.
So,
but it's too many people, we're finding out. So we can either go with something like this, or we could take just a smaller portion, just the part underneath Fountain Valley, perhaps, or coming up from the southeastern corner there, to start coming up in a triangle until we get the population, maybe.
Okay, and Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have, and also, do we have, is it Dale here to say, you know, on this?
Yeah, I'm here. You know, if you guys had COI testimony that said keep all of us right on the coast together, then this would be justified. But it sounds like there's a little bit of a disagreement about what exactly the COI testimony says and where it applies.
Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, so I'm trying to honor 2 COIs here. I mean, we've heard from segments of the Little Saigon community, but I also want to remind everybody that there is also additional from various communities, and even early on when the initial testimonies about Little Saigon came in, they spoke specifically about Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley. And so there is also the COI for the coastal districts to be together as well too. And there's concerns about, you know, being able to have representation that would impact the coastal areas. I think, you know, it looks like we're still 654 short. We could fill it in more on that southern end. You know, I mean, I think I'm fine whichever way you want to go. That big long line that intersects from north to south is Beach Boulevard. I mean, you could do that too. That's another option. But again, I think, I mean, yeah, I mean, either way, I mean, the coast is going to get representation. I think it just seemed like, given the COI testimony about, it says, having Little Saigon area included in Huntington Beach will challenge many small businesses, low-wage workers, and families living outside of Huntington Beach. And then it does say many of our community members have concerns about some of the anti-immigrant advocacy that is coming out of the Huntington Beach area will lessen their voices. It also says that in contrast, communities on the coastal regions are native born and higher income.
Okay. So, all right. So we have the idea of sort of leaving this and now taking the rest in this area, or pulling it all back, or just part of it back. I mean, what are options here? Because we have Koi basically for either one. So Commissioner Sinai, or how do we get? We've got hands everywhere. Commissioner Sinai.
Jamie, where are we right now? We're 654 short?
Yep.
Correct. 654.
And when
Yeah.
we were looking at this Garfield Park and Beach
Right.
split, we were also pretty close.
Okay, I would, because Beach Boulevard's there, I mean, there's some natural ways that people look at the city. I would look at that square, yeah, that original triangle that underneath Fountain Valley, and keeping it compact. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, one for compact. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm just wondering if we can ask legal for whether the Koi that was shared, whether that would be justification for a district this long and uncompact, because it does look to me like a neck, and it does look to me to lack compactness. But of course, Koi, community of interest, are number 4. So I'm just wondering
Correct.
what his thoughts are around this. Just to make sure if we move in this direction, we have we're doing so appropriately. Thank you.
I don't frankly know exactly. I don't know the details of the Koi you've received. I think you all know better than I do. I would simply say that if you're going to deviate in this way in this area, the only basis I've heard to do so is the Koi testimony, and so I think there should be some agreement among you all about whether or not there is Koi testimony supporting this, and if not, you might want to err on the side of a more compact area.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. So, Commissioner Toledo, does that have you lean one way or the other?
So I guess the question is also, if we were doing this for population purposes, which is number 1 criteria, would that justify this as well? So just to clarify that.
I mean, one might respond that there are different ways to meet that criteria in this situation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I believe it's they're both justifiable by communities of interest. It's a question of which one do we feel more comfortable with. So we have Commissioner Sapani.
Yeah, there's no easy answer here, but for me, I would lean towards compactness. And I think in other cities where we have cut and had to make cuts, and that's never an easy thing. No, I don't think there's any of us who want to cut cities, in half. But when we do, we are often trying to look for major thoroughfares, and we can see, I believe this is Beach Boulevard, I believe, is that correct? The one that comes down and creates that corner, yep.
That's my understanding, yes.
That to me makes, it would be consistent with how we have approached cuts in other areas. So that would be my preference.
Okay. And Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I just want to also, I acknowledge and hear the testimony that we received today about sort of the anti-immigrant area or anti-immigrant sentiment on the coast. And I think how that I am in favor of actually moving this to be more in line with the Beach Boulevard Garfield option. And I say that because I'm not sure that they're honestly that sentiment will sort of permeate throughout this district necessarily as it's currently conceived. And so, I just think, and I also, to Commissioner Taylor's point, I do think folks in this like sort of corner of Huntington Beach are likewise invested in coastal issues etc. So I'm not in favor of this sort of coastal visualization, and I would
Okay.
like to see the corner of Huntington Beach included.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you. I thought I'd jump in here. So I do see COI testimony reflecting both of these options. So I saw a COI testimony that has this sort of coastline type of district, but then I also see COI testimony going more inland. So where my mind goes is back to our 6 criteria, and since either option would satisfy and be supported by a COI, moving down the list, my mind goes to that compactness piece at the end. And I feel that the option of exploring the area under Fountain Valley would better satisfy that compactness criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Kukawa.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm totally then in favor of going with what everyone has said in light of the logic of the compactness. So I'm totally fine with that. I wanted to just make maybe a alternate recommendation then, if depending, Jamie, on how, as you're going from that kind of triangular corner up through, that Fountain Valley area there, Golden West, I think, actually makes for a better split, because then it would encompass, either way it would be fine. But I'm just thinking that it would at least encompass like the Huntington Beach Pier area, and that's where kind of like from Golden West going south is kind of more the Huntington Beach Pier area. So if you needed to pick up or find more population, I would just, have you look at from Golden West going south. As well as if you want to pick up that northward portion up next to Fountain Valley, up Beach Boulevard. Because I think that's what I was also hearing too, is to keep it compact.
Well, now we have to take some out.
It's too much. I see.
The area that's highlighted is 454 people over. So I'm just gonna go on a little scavenger hunt here.
Ooh. There's 452.
That doesn't.
Oh, too bad.
Darn.
Of course.
That is-
Darn.
I go across the street and my neighbor.
Oh, yes. So there'll ought to be, you can't borrow sugar from me, you're in a different district.
Chair, can I just mention, so one of our mapping playbook principles is indeed when we have conflicting COIs, to favor the one that helps us meet other criteria. So
Yes, that's, thank you very much, Commissioner Yee. And that was, thank you, Commissioner Ahmad, for framing it like that. That's a very good way of looking at things. That's why it takes the whole group of us.
And is this something that you would like us to do offline? This is
Yes.
13 people.
Yes, please. This is, we've certainly spent a great deal of time here, and we know where we're just finessing it. And so, Jamie, if you could do that offline, that would be marvelous. Thank you very much. Commissioner Fernandez.
No, that was going to be my suggestion, was to let Jamie go for it. She's great at that.
No, great, thank you. So, as I'm seeing it now, we are at all of a couple of exceptions. We're talking about moving population from Long Beach area, this area into Savannah, Anna.
And Chair Anderson, before we do that, just wanted to clarify that this version where Buena Park is not split is the version with which the commission wants to move forward. So we also had it screenshotted with Buena Park split previously. We just made other changes. So just wanted to verify that this is the one you want to go with.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes, this is the version. Buena Park would be whole.
Yes, So
Thank you.
we'd only split one city. We sort of minimize, if we can do that with one city split as opposed to two, that's been one of our another criteria. So thank you very much. And now, just for the public who's in queue, we are talking about at 8:30. And Commissioner Kutkawa?
It's just more out of curiosity. How much is remaining in that Fullerton portion that we split off South Fullerton? I was just curious about that.
Before we look at that, would you like me to make this change? It's Hawaiian Gardens and part of the eastern edge of Lakewood. It's -2 people total deviation for Savannah Anna. I could make this change and then go look at Fullerton.
Yes, please. So now we have just a couple of little bits of homework for Jamie.
So this split is on Chapman.
How many people are left in Fullerton? Because I know we have a split, but how many people are left?
On which side?
On the northern side?
One moment, please. So in OCSBLA, it's 82,000 people in Fullerton.
Thank you.
Jamie, is there a little piece of Buena Park that's just hanging out up there? Or
It looks like this is
Oh, yes.
it looks like that's an unincorporated place or an unincorporated area. I'll just move that quickly. Oh, and there are people there. So that's something that also we can work on offline, maybe.
Okay. So let's go ahead, Jamie.
And if the direction is to move that through the coast areas in places where there are already splits, then we can make sure to do that.
I believe that would be, so we all have all the populations in one area, and then we can know how much we grab from the Long Beach.
Okay, and that's something that we could do offline. So if we remember, this was -2 people. This one was very close. I think this one was -11. This one was over 13. So there is good number of people to balance out, and we can maintain this split here.
Okay, thank you. Now, to take public comment at 8:30, which we've been saying, we will have to take a break at 8:15, which is a little over just 10 minutes. So at this point, would we like to give sort of architectural ideas that we'd like to see for possibly tomorrow? Give these ideas to Jamie at this point. Then they could work on some things and bring them back to us. Any ideas that are brewing in people's head, they can't wait to get them out right now? I see Commissioner Sadmani's hand.
You're on mute. You're doing an
You're on mute.
Anderson.
Oh. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I think that we're going to need a plan for the Long Beach area because we're so underpopulated there. So, you know, I think that we're in a good place with this Savannah Anna, but I'm also, I just want us to like, yeah, I feel like we're good there, but as we're making changes up above, there may need to be some swaps in this area. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to think about like, as we move further up to places like Downey and elsewhere, how we're going to balance out this Long Beach district.
That is the actual point. Because it has too many. It is not a VRA district. They have two VRA districts on either side, and we're often talking about crossing over.
Yeah, because we might still
basically
need to be pushing more stuff downward, right?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
So that really isn't, the only other item could be if we wanted to do a little bit the Brea of Fullerton or something, but otherwise we're basically talking about doing something a little further north in Los Angeles, or unless we're, Paramount doesn't need to be in a VRA district and we want to cross through there, but then we have indeed cut that VRA district. So
yeah, because I think my initial thought was that Long Beach could populate downward with those coastal areas. I know it's not the coast folks wanted for Orange County, but it would still be coastal. And then potentially looking at some of those swaps in like the Lakewood, Cerritos area for to connect, with Buena Park and other areas. But I think that we still need to be a little flexible here because we still have a lot of population deviations that we're going to need to think about as we continue to move forward. I know that there had been COI testimony. We've had it on both sides for sure about whether or not Long Beach and Seal Beach have anything to do with one another. And, for me, that would still be an open question about whether or not we're going to need to break through there. And I think I'll just put, I don't have a problem if we need to do that in order to help balance out some of this population.
Okay. Now, if we do that, though, are you saying put Cerritos back into Savannah Anna and take it out lower? Because remember, Long Beach is negative here. And we're almost at zero-ish in the Santa Ana, we have like just a couple hundred people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering about like the interconnectedness between these two districts. And I mean, I think we've had a lot of conversation about Downey and what's going to happen with Downey because it looks like the STH60 is still underpopulated. So if Downey were to go in either one of those directions, and we've talked about also how Southgate is where the VRA consideration is, not necessarily Carson Wilmington. So I think a lot is going to depend on what happens with Downey because it's going to, if we move Downey, it's going to, it might create a
bubble.
A bubble.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Unless we, yes, because we have a VRA district there. So.
Right, and our VRA obligations are in that northern part, not in Long Beach, not in Wilmington and Carson, right? So I think that for me it continues to be a bit of a puzzle that we need to work out and figure out because that's going to determine if we need to make additional changes in the Savannah Anna, Long Beach North, and that whole region.
So in terms of a direction that we're kind of give to Ms. Clark to work on overnight, do we have I'm hearing maybe from this is break into, get population from Carson, say, and then add part of Downey and the other VRA districts, essentially add that into the other districts, or because we have a VRA district now. So we have, I guess, the 3 in this area. So how would we still keep 3? Is my question. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I just, as we go through and we're balancing, Commissioner Samari mentioned Seal Beach, but we just spent a lot of time trying to equalize Long Beach. And if we continue to leave areas open, it's going to be difficult to move forward. So I almost feel like once we complete an area, I guess if an extreme you could go back, but then you have the ripple effect going back to all of them that you've balanced out. So that's my only concern at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm having, I'm almost thinking that we should regionalize, localize the changes here, potentially add some population, just enough to get us to the 11,251, and then make perhaps do some changes to the northern part, maybe move some of this, maybe the population doesn't come from Bellflower, maybe it comes from where Commissioner Sadwani said, Carson, and then we move that district up, because up is where the VRA considerations really are. And so, but I'm not, this does have, Long Beach has significant COIs. We've heard from that community. They want to be whole. We certainly have tried very hard to keep them whole. So again, I think we're making difficult choices, and the question becomes, how big are these architectural changes that we want to do, and where are these? I know we have some in the northern part of Los Angeles County, and potentially.
Well, how about, should we start there and then see if that actually helps us clean up our VRA districts in that area, and then we can still add population from, say, Commerce or something back into the Long Beach?
Sure, and I think the other discussion that I think we need to have is, like, we did lose in the assembly maps. We lost a Latino majority seat. I would hate to see any more of those lost, and I wouldn't be in supportive of losing any Latino majority seats in the congressional seat. Just throwing it out there, because that is very difficult for me. But we can. I think we can explore. We can explore.
Okay, and I see Ms. Clark has her hand up.
Yeah, I think that I think it sounds like there's not necessarily consensus on whether the exterior boundaries of the districts that are currently LA County based are going to change, unless you know for sure that you don't want those to change. Then I would strongly suggest against starting somewhere else. And also I would suggest that if you're going to start anywhere, to kind of go in like a circle or something like that, and not to work on trying to like meet in the middle or anything like that, because we do know that we still will have to move some population out of LA County either way, right? Just to balance to plus or minus one person. And and so that's just a note.
So in terms of giving us, the commission giving you some direction that you could be sort of moving ahead with over this evening for tomorrow morning, do you see any areas where, we were talking about Alhambra and we sort of pulled that out? Are there other areas so we have both of our VRA districts are extremely negative. And then the one is positive. But it's essentially, we need population in these areas. So do people have ideas about where they could get this population, communities of interest and areas like this? I see Commissioner Vasquez.
I think Commissioner Sadwani was before me.
Oh yes, but I didn't know if you had a new idea.
Oh,
So I'm
sorry.
Is
thank
Commissioner Sadwani
you.
or?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Mine was actually a process question. Can we zoom out just a smidge to see what's happening a little bit north of here? Is what I'm noticing is a lot of our districts in LA from San Fernando Valley, with the exception of ABS-CBD, Ventura is pretty well balanced at 5,
Yes.
but everything else, especially the 210 one, is way overpopulation. And I'm wondering, my question for Jamie is a process one. I know you said work in a circle. Would it almost make sense to kind of start from the top of like Ventura, maybe good, well balanced, and start reworking all the way back down to here to some extent, so that we can start thinking systematically about how to push all of this population further down? But
Yeah,
you're the expert here.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that question. I think that it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because you know that you're going to need population down here, over here. I would maybe suggest balancing. I think balancing the VRA district in San Gabriel Valley. And, you know, as you noted, CBD 210 is overpopulated right now. And then kind of working from there, I would say that it sounds like there's discussion about like maybe some overarching architectural changes to certain areas. I think that coming away, like, so I guess it's a question of, do you want to prioritize balancing this, or do you want to tell me tonight, balance that and also look at these other things? So then there's something more concrete to work off of tomorrow. And so I guess that's like a question just in terms of which do you want to do? Do you want to work on balancing districts right now, or do you want to have a discussion about what districts could look like, and then I can work on that?
I think the latter would make more sense. And it sounds like Commissioner Toledo laid out a priority for him. I think when I'm looking in full at this map, I think things like taking Santa Monica out of that San Fernando Valley district would be generally a good direction to go in, especially if we're moving population downward. And then, of course, I think we've had a lot of testimony maintaining some of the historic communities throughout Inglewood and other areas. So for me, those would be priorities as well. And I'd be curious to hear from other commissioners. But I think the latter is going to be better, because I think if we try to do this all live.
So now would be a good time to say things like that. We could give Jamie some assignments to the things we'd like to see, because the architectural changes are going to affect everything. So we have take Santa Monica from Malibu and add it to the Shoreline District, I believe. And then Commissioner Sadwani, what was your next?
Yes, so Santa Monica out. I'm looking at big terms that, I heard Commissioner Toledo and, ensuring, Latino representation within our map in general, and that doesn't get diminished, particularly since it's a protected community. I also would just generally lift up some of the historic working class communities that we've heard from in the Inglewood area, Carson, and further down. So those would be some of my top priorities. Look, if we go into it, I'm sure there's a ton of tinkering, but those would be top level considerations for when we're pushing population downward.
Great, thank you. No, thank you. Commissioner Vasquez?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jamie.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm taking notes right now, so I just want to make sure that I really understand. So it's moving Santa Monica out of the district with Malibu and into Shoreline.
Yes. That's
Okay.
Yes, please.
And then for the South LA, it is Inglewood with who, please?
I think there's potentially different kinds of configurations for this area, but we've heard, loud and clear that there are a number of historic communities that want to make sure that their voices are still heard within districts. So I'm open to looking at different configurations, but I just wanted to note that that would be a priority for me.
Okay.
And then again, I'll just say, and I think I've said this now a couple of times, but that Long Beach, Seal Beach border, to me, that's going to end up being in play as we continue to work through this, because this population does have to shift down somewhere. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Vasquez, and guys, we're already like 5 minutes into our 15-minute break. So let's just list them right off.
Yes, I would like to protect historic communities and immigrant communities in Northeast LA, ideally including Boyle Heights and East LA. Also, potentially including Eagle Rock in that as well. And then I suspect that we're going to probably need to do some live line drawing in that South LA district. So I'll be honest, I personally would not invest a whole lot of time tonight doing that. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So we do need to give them a little bit more. We have one that we know what we're talking about, and the rest are very nebulous. And if we could give them a little bit more direction, or if we need to stay nebulous, then we can't get much done overnight. Commissioner Kuda or Commissioner Vasquez? Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to be brief, but also to be really specific, I think you can add that population in Glendora, southern Glendora and southern Claremont, to take that out of the 210 district and add it to the VRA district below. Those are my specifics.
Thank you. So did you get that, Jamie?
Yes, I did.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Vasquez, for noting that move from the 210 to at least balance that out. I don't think we talked about it, but I just wanted to lift up POSO. I think they said that on the congressional district, I think that was the small change, so perhaps we could do that. I also want to, if we can we also take a look at Koreatown? I know that we made for the assembly, to follow the community lines, and would like to keep that consistency for the congressional lines as well too. So
great. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Yeah. So those two items.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't know if she could just show it real quick, or if you just want to move on.
Well, yeah, let's move on.
Just move on.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. In addition to the maintaining of the Latino majority districts, also we did receive testimony from a community group, Hispanos Organized for Political Equality rather, specifying a historically Hispanic Latino area that has VRA implications and VRA areas, and that includes Belleville Gardens, Commerce, Downey, Huntington Park area. Some of the letter has exactly the areas that they're looking at, and if we could include as much as that area, so essentially moving the VRA district up, and that would be SF 710. So if there's a possibility to do that, the population may not allow, but if we're able to, move the VRA district up where we have more VRA considerations, I think that'd be ideal. As long as we're also able to able to keep all the districts that are currently in play, because I would hate to do it and lose
great
district.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sinai, did you have just because we're
mine was the hope of the same. It's their VRA district starts in Bellflower Downey and moves. So north. We've all talked about, we were told by Mr. Beckett that we can start up there.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Turner, though.
Yeah, just real quick, one more thing. I noticed that the Hidden Hills, I think that was that 5-city cog up there that we put together for the Assembly District. So I wanted to just point that out.
Okay, and Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's would be just the priority would be around the historical areas in the Los Angeles area. And then also the People's Redistricting Alliance sent along some shape files that we already have. And if we can just keep those in mind as we're drawing, I would support the recommendations in their shape files.
Okay, thank you very much. And does Jamie, yes, Jamie?
Just thinking about all of the changes, and of course we'll try and wave a magic wand and make all of them come true. For the thing about starting a VRA, so I'm kind of hearing include all of this in a VRA district. And a question that I have is it okay to have San Pedro Port with Long Beach Port?
Well, no, we're getting massive no. And that is a federal issue too. So there's a lot of funding there. So we'd like to keep that separate. And I understand
that's fine.
that. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, and I think we need to, guys, we're supposed to be back in about 5 minutes to bring public comment. So unless someone has something really they have to say right now.
Can I just say something? I mean,
Yes,
we're
please.
talking about VRA areas, and so I think when we're talking about VRA areas, we have to keep all of because it is the second priority above COI, including counties and I hate to say it's because it's unpopular, but even unifying ports would be secondary to maintaining VRA districts, and being able to achieve the VRA goals. So I'm just so I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't be that wouldn't be my priority. I wouldn't want to unify them if they don't have to be. But if it's the only way to protect the VRA districts, then I think we have to do that. And I'm just throwing that out there.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm quite sure that Jamie, sort of realizing the option, she will use her wave her magic wand and kind of give us these are under. Maybe we can do a rearrange a little something or other and sort of see what a few options are. So Commissioner Turner?
Absolutely. I wanted to say that I was not opposed to being able to having to combine the ports as well. So I just want to make sure that it's not a unified. And in addition to that, I think historically there's been consideration. They've been talking for years about merging anyway. And so maybe this will help them move down that path.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. We have to take a break. And the public, I'm terribly sorry. I know we pushed you, but our sign language people and our court reporters, they have to have a 15-minute break. So instead of coming at you at 6:30, it will be 6:40.
8:40.
I apologize.
8:40.
No, I'm sorry, 8. I wish it was 6 at 8. So because we need the 15 minutes for our staff and our contractors. So thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you back here at
8:40, Chair.
8:40.
And that'll be public comment?
Thank you very much.
That'll be public comment?
Yes, for public comment. Welcome back, the public and everyone who has been following us, which is us as well. And welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We have wrapped up our work for the day and are anxiously waiting to hear those people who are intrepid souls who stayed with us this long and are willing to give us public comment. So Katie, could you lead us off, please?
I'll be helping you with that tonight, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Christian.
Again, we want to welcome those who have called in. The Commission will now take public comment. To give public comment, you've already called and you've already entered the meeting ID. You've dialed in. Please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the session and are provided on the live stream landing page. We do have a plethora of public to give comment today. We will be enforcing a time limit of 1 minute and 30 seconds with a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. First up, we've got caller 7486, and after that will be caller 2751. Caller 7486, if you could please follow the prompts by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Julie Fun from Cal State LA. I, along with 200 organizations, businesses, and individuals, have signed a joint statement urging the Commission to keep the Asian American community in the West San Gabriel Valley in a single congressional district. I'm calling as a scholar of the West San Gabriel Valley and also as a community member that lives in San Gabriel, but is from the sister cities of Monterey Park and Rosemead. I wanted to call to thank the commissioners for what I saw earlier, for hopefully keeping the community of interest in the cities of Monterey Park, San Marino, Rosemead, San Gabriel, Alhambra, Arcadia, South Pasadena, and Temple City. Map CD 210, based on Advanced by Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Asian Law Caucus, plus the other 200 organizations, businesses, and individuals stand behind keeping our political representation and voting power intact. What this says is that it recognizes us as a community of interest, as an Asian American community, one of the largest and most diverse in the country. We are united by culture, immigration, family values, shopping power, and as I mentioned jokingly before, our love of boba. I invite you to take up an offer to go get boba if you're in this area. We are a KOI.
15.
Keeping this KOI will push the CVAP percentage to 35.98, and research has shown that this would not impact the Latino community's ability to elect a candidate of their choice, which is protected under the VRA. I thank you for keeping this community together.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2751, and after that will be caller 4201. Caller 2751, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Indigo. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm a staff member at BitRise, a nonprofit organization based in Garden Grove. I implore you to keep West Santa Ana west of the Santa Ana River with the neighboring Little Saigon cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley to the congressional and state Senate draft maps, similar to the layout of the Assembly draft map. West Santa Ana has a large concentration of Vietnamese people, mobile home residents, seniors, and working class communities who should be kept within the same district as similar communities in Garden Grove and Westminster. Doing so would respect the historical growth of Little Saigon, which originated in West Santa Ana and later grew westward to Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, and Westminster. West Santa Ana continues to be an important gathering place for the Vietnamese community due to the large concentration of Vietnamese churches and temples, many of which were built early in the development of Little Saigon. In particular, West Santa Ana and other parts of Little Saigon should not be grouped with the coastal cities like Huntington Beach and Newport Beach. The socioeconomic background and language accessibility needs of the residents in West Santa Ana are much more similar to those of the residents in Westminster and Garden Grove. Pairing them with the coastal cities like Huntington Beach and Newport Beach, which have a much higher median household income and which do not have a large percentage of residents who speak a language other than English at home, will result in diverging interests and concerns. Please maintain the integrity of Little Saigon by keeping West Santa Ana together with neighboring cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley, and separated from the coastal cities of Huntington Beach and Newport Beach in both the congressional and state Senate drafts, similar to the layout of the Assembly draft map. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a reminder to our callers, your input is being interpreted by our ASL interpreters and by our live transcribers. Please speak at a steady pace and take your time with city, county names, and numbers. Up next, we've got caller 4201, and after that will be caller 5982. Caller 4201, you know what to do. Go ahead. Oh, almost. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Stuart Waldman from VICA again. I want to thank the Commission for identifying the priority for tomorrow to remove Santa Monica from the San Fernando Valley. Both the Valley and Santa Monica support that idea, and we thank you. This is a reminder that VICA has a plan to address the population swaps that make the move work and that actually improve the districts from the community's perspective. We also appreciate the efforts of the Commission to try and keep the Malibu, Las Virgenes COG together. We think that that is very important. And I keep forgetting about POSO, and thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, for remembering that. We've got to fix that, or I'm going to hear about it from my neighbors. So thank you so much, and look forward to seeing what happens tomorrow.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5982, and after that will be caller 5667. Caller 5982. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Commission. My name is Nikki Glitton, and I am a resident of the City of Westminster. First, thank you for your work and the opportunity to speak. I found the original draft map for Orange County to be sensible and respectful of various communities. However, the changes made today are shocking and disrupt districts and long-standing communities. The Garden Grove and Westminster COI, the Amemsa COI spanning South Buena Park, La Palma and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County, and the Korean American COI in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton are all overwhelmingly made up of immigrant community members. In comparison, the communities along the coast are starkly different in demographics, namely being native-born and comprising of high-income households. This is reflected in the attitudes of cities like Huntington Beach that has notoriously exhibited anti-immigrant attitudes similar to other portions of OC.
30 seconds.
Thus, combining these groups do not make sense. Please reverse the changes made today, return to the draft map, and additionally make Irvine whole by 1, bringing the portion of Irvine north of the 5 freeway into District North OC Coast, unifying the city of Irvine and drawing it together with Costa Mesa, and 2, achieving the population balance by shifting South County population between districts Inland OC, North OC Coast, and South OC North San Diego.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5667, and after that will be caller 1535. Caller 5667. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening, and thank you for your hard work on behalf of our state throughout this process. Having participated on a local redistricting committee 10 years ago, I empathize with your dilemmas. My name is Gary DeLong, and I address you today as a 30-plus year resident of Long Beach, a former Long Beach local elected official, and a current member of several local nonprofit boards. I urge you to not split up our community by merging a portion of us into Orange County. As some of you likely already know, Los Angeles County residents have very different priorities than Orange County residents, and we are concerned that one of the approaches being considered will dilute our voices, particularly in our ethnic communities. We deserve to be represented by elected officials who understand our unique communities of interest. Please keep our community part of Los Angeles County, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1535, and after that will be caller 4500. Caller 1535. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tony Maldonado. I'm a Latino first-generation American. Regarding the congressional map for the Santa Clarita and Antelope Valleys, an important change must be made, which is to remove Sylmar at the southern portion and include Simi Valley and, if possible, Moore Park as well. The rationale for this is the fact that, according to census records, Sylmar is a 78% Latino majority working class sector of the San Fernando Valley, and more importantly, a core member of the deeply interrelated Latino COI of Sylmar, Olive View, San Fernando, Pacoima, Sun Valley, Arleta, and Mission Hills. The intentional removal of Sylmar from this particular COI would be malicious and disastrous to the Latinos of this community, as it would perversely erase all of their hard work and silence them forever. In comparison, Simi Valley and Moore Park were both in a Ventura County map that oddly excludes the city of Ventura, are more aligned to the Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley, sharing common cultural, socioeconomic, historical, cultural, and geographic bonds, sharing similar demographics such as housing, age, education, and income, and share national forest management, defense industry employment, Southern California Edison power shutoffs, and PSPS events. This realignment would better serve all of our communities as it would be the most equitable and fair in terms of congressional representation, preserving Latino voices, and avoiding a possible
15.
VRA challenge. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4500, and after that will be caller 2232. Caller 4500. Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, hi. My name is Greg Abrahamian, and I live in Santa Clarita, and we are part of the California 25th Congressional District. I'm asking you that you not remove Simi Valley from CA 25. Santa Clarita and Simi Valley are very similar. Both the population that moves to Santa Clarita and Simi Valley are suburbs. And the residents want to escape the city of Los Angeles. We don't want to be part of LA Unified School District, and that makes us very similar. So I'm asking that you do not remove Simi Valley from CA 25. We're very similar, and the populations are very similar. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2232, and after that'll be 7296. Caller 2232. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Kayla Asato again. I live in the city of Orange in the 46th Congressional District, and I work for Orange County Environmental Justice. Thank you for your hard work, including scrapping the entire map, seemingly. While the original draft map in Orange County made a lot of sense to us, the changes that you made today were very shocking, completely out of nowhere seemingly to us, and disrupted key districts. The Garden Grove and Westminster Coy, Amemsa Coy spanning South Buena Park, La Palma, Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos Ortigia in LA County. The Korean American Coy in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton are all overwhelmingly immigrant. In contrast, communities on the coast are native-born and very high income. Indeed, Huntington Beach is home to some of the most anti-immigrant parts of the county. Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, also very high income, some of the most racist parts of the county. Please reverse these changes, go back to the draft map, and make Irvine whole by bringing the portion of Irvine north of the 5 freeway into District North OC Coast, unifying the city of Irvine and drawing it together with Costa Mesa, and 2, achieving population balance by shifting South County population between District OC, SB, LA, North OC Coast, and South OC, NSD. Please reference the shape file sent earlier by the People's Redistricting Alliance, as some other commissioners have mentioned. Thank you very much, and please keep our communities whole. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7296, and after that'll be caller 0682. Caller 7296. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Deanna Kitamura with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus. Thank you so much for making the changes to reunite the West San Gabriel Valley. Please review our congressional highlights document for other changes we are requesting regarding Gardena, Torrance, and Koreatown. I was dropped in the queue last night, so didn't get a chance to talk about the changes that you've made to the assembly map yet. Thank you for respecting many of the AAPI and AMEMSA TOIs in that map. We are very disappointed, however, with your last-minute change to Carson and West Carson. In order to give each port an assembly member, you cut Carson, and now you're talking about cutting Carson at the congressional level. I sent you a link to the City of Carson's website regarding this year's celebration of the Philippines Independence Day in that city. Carson boasts that the city of Carson boasts that Carson has the largest concentration of Filipinos outside of the Philippines. The Filipino COI extends beyond Carson and includes West Carson. So dividing Carson by cutting the southern portion from neighboring West Carson reduces their voting power. Carson is also home to the largest Pacific Islander community in Los Angeles. The Samoan community is concentrated in Carson, and other Pacific Islanders also call Carson home. We are exploring ways to mitigate the damage caused by the latest assembly iteration, and we hope that you will be open to adopting our suggestion when you make your final assembly changes on December 18th. And for Orange County Congressional, please revert back to your.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0682, and after that'll be caller 7667. Caller 0682. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm a near lifelong resident of the Antelope Valley. For 10 years, we in the Antelope Valley have had the misfortune of being drawn in with the same congressional district as Simi Valley. The Commission has addressed this issue and released the draft where we are finally not disenfranchised and with proper communities of interest. As someone who was born in Simi Valley and has family in Simi Valley, we couldn't be more different, contrary to what a previous caller said. Are you aware that to even drive from Santa Clarita to Simi Valley, you have to take 2 freeways and drive 36 miles? The similarities previously stated by callers are based on what they perceive to be similar politics. It's also no secret that many of these comments you hear from supposed Santa Clarita Valley residents have been largely impacted by the public attacks our current congressman has lodged against the commission. Thousand Oaks would be a much better alternative for Simi Valley. They reside in the same county and border each other. They also have identical populations, racial demographics, annual incomes, and have students who both attend Moore Park College. Please stop disenfranchising voters of color in the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita for Simi Valley, a wealthy non-LA County community. Ventura's current draft also has a perfect 0.0 deviation, which makes it strange that anyone would consider changing that. We in the Antelope Valley don't need a VRA district. We simply ask you keep the current draft of AV-SCV. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7667, and after that'll be caller 6625. Caller 7667. Go ahead.
Hello, Commission. I am Matthew. I'll be clear, splitting Huntington Beach is a non-starter, to quote Commissioner Sadwani. If you spent the day arguing for Irvine to be kept whole, I think it is only fair to keep another anchor city like Huntington Beach kept whole. We are the heart of coastal Orange County and have had testimony from our community for months about protecting our cities. Yet you have decided to unilaterally ignore that today. I hope you reconsider this path.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6625, and after that'll be caller 1407. Caller 6625. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Jerry Martinez. As a resident of San Bernardino County Side Desert, I'd like to give some input. You've done a great job of increasing representation for rural communities in San Bernardino County. The only request is that you do not group us with Los Angeles County, like what was done with the assembly maps. The larger communities of Los Angeles County have drowned out the voices of our communities in years past. So we please ask you not to dwindle our representation by grouping us with Los Angeles County. With that said, I must point out changing the cutoff time to get in the queue only hurts those of us that work late and purposely schedule the time in. I was lucky I called in early. My next door neighbors were not. Changing the advertised cutoff time directly silences folks. Madam Chair, you said you'd uphold transparency and public involvement. This is the basic minimum of public involvement. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. Up next is caller 1407, and after that'll be caller 5944. Caller 1407. Go ahead.
My name is Michelle, and I'm a Laguna Niguel resident. I first want to thank all of the commissioners for their dedication to making these lines as fair as possible. But I'm alarmed with the moves today to split up Orange County beaches in favor of the inland community of Irvine and the move of Laguna Niguel out of the Orange County Coastal District. Before Laguna Niguel was even a city, it was called Sea Country and remains tightly aligned with the Orange County beach communities. Contrary to reasoning cited by Commissioner Sadwani, Laguna Niguel is not currently in that San Diego district, and I question the motive for these sudden moves. I commend Commissioner Akutagawa, who really listened to the COI testimony and has been trying to keep Laguna Niguel, and the Orange County beaches together in one congressional district. There was an easy way to make a coastal district around the VRA district, but it didn't happen simply because the commission started in San Diego and blocked in a San Diego district that had nowhere to go but up the Orange County coast. It's certainly disheartening to see my community treated like this. Please keep the Orange County beach communities together by moving Irvine inland, and please readdress Laguna Niguel to move it back with the Orange County beaches where it belongs. I hope it is not too late. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5944, and after that, we've got call-in user 3, no caller ID. Up next will be caller 5944. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is in regards to the Kings Tulare Kern VRA district. I'm asking that the commission remove the communities of Stockdale Estates, Stockdale Country Club, Sundale Country Club, Seven Oaks, Rosedale, Bakersfield Country Club, and the Westchester Downtown Bakersfield from the Kings Tulare VRA district. These communities are all less than 25% Latino CVAP. These affluent neighborhoods have little in common with the rural agricultural communities of Delano, Wasco, and Arvin, and have very few common interests with the working class Latino communities in East Bakersfield. The current congressional district that covers the proposed district has only elected a Latino choice candidate one time in the past decade. The extremely low Latino CVAP communities that would be added in on the current draft would make it unlikely that they would be able to elect one for the next decade. The commission has already acknowledged that these neighborhoods do not belong in a VRA district and has removed them from the corresponding assembly map on December 1st. Please be consistent and also remove them from the congressional Kings Tulare Kern VRA district. Please see public comment 34265 for additional details, including specific census tract numbers that should not be included in any VRA district. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And up next, we've got a caller with no caller ID. And after that will be caller 1610. For callers without caller ID, please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ann O'Connor, and I am the team leader for POSO, part of Sherman Oaks. It looks like you're getting very close to Los Angeles tonight, and I'd like to request that you fix the north border of POSO, part of Sherman Oaks, in the congressional map by drawing a straight line from 405 freeway east along Oxnard Street and then turn south on Hazeltine Avenue. It looks like the deviation will indeed allow for this. We would like you to restore our businesses and residents who were arbitrarily cut out, but were part of our official renaming by the City of Los Angeles in 2009. We fought very hard for our renaming, and it took almost 2 years to attain. Thank you, Commissioners, for fixing the Assembly and the State Senate maps. Special thanks to Russell Yee and Linda Akutaga for making it a priority last week and tonight. Please keep us whole with Sherman Oaks and do not split us, as we have submitted almost 700 public comments regarding our north border. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Up next will be caller 1610, and after that will be caller 1439. 1610. That's caller with the last 4 digits, 1610. You can now unmute by pressing *6, please. One more time, that's caller 1610. You can now unmute by pressing *6 to give your comment. I want to thank you for listening, caller 1610. We will retry you. Up next, we've got caller 1439, and after that will be caller 1338. 1439. Go ahead.
My name is Wynn, and I'm a resident of Westminster, and I work for a local LGBTQ nonprofit located in Garden Grove. I want to first appreciate everyone for staying for such a late night discussion. I believe that the original draft map in OC makes sense to me, and the changes today didn't really make sense, especially for the immigrant communities who should stay together. Growing up in Orange County, you kind of know that the coastal communities, Huntington Beach, etc., are completely different than other Orange County cities like Garden Grove and Westminster. So I'm asking folks to please reverse these changes, go back to the draft map, and reference the shapefiles that were sent earlier by the People's Redistricting Alliance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1338, and after that will be caller 7618. Caller 1338. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm calling in reference to Laguna Niguel, and I see that you have changed the county line to make it a part of, or the voting district to make it part of San Diego, and this needs to be kept within the coastal region. Laguna Niguel shares the same commonalities as does Laguna Beach, and in addition to that, Irvine should be kept inland and not be a part of the coastal region. So I kindly request that you keep Laguna Niguel a part of Orange County and Irvine inland. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7618, and after that it'll be caller 7331. Caller 7618. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. The Little Saigon community has been involved with the redistricting process from day one, and we appreciate the Commission's consideration. We are pleased to see that despite some of the confusion today, Little Saigon remains whole and with a strong Vietnamese population in Huntington Beach. I know you will revisit these maps Saturday, so whatever you do, please don't make changes to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7331, and after that will be caller 4351. Caller 7331. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Aaron, and I live in West Hollywood. I am calling to ask that you reunite West Hollywood and connect with Beverly Hills and the West Side cities on your congressional maps. West Hollywood is a beacon of rent control and the capital of the LGBTQ community in Los Angeles. West Hollywood is a special place that should not be drawn together with Burbank. I hope that the Commissioners will please consider the solution that Stuart Waldman and VICA have submitted. I agree with Stuart. VICA has a plan that fixes West Hollywood and also puts Santa Monica back in the Shoreline District with Venice. I am aware that the Santa Monica City Council has unanimously voted to support this as well. The VICA plan also puts almost all the San Fernando Valley districts north of Mulholland Drive, which is what the Valley wants too. The population swap proposed by VICA is balanced between 4 districts in North LA and prevents any population spillover that would hurt the rest of the Commission's good work. Thank you so much, and thank you for this important service to our state.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4351, and after that is a caller with no caller ID. Caller 4351. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for all your hard work. My name is Michael Abackerley, and I'm calling from Yucaipa in San Bernardino County. I'm a lifelong resident of San Bernardino County and the 3rd generation of lifelong residents here. Yucaipa is currently grouped into the Morcoa map, and I want to thank you for that. That is a good match. Big Bear and Yucaipa both share similar wildfire concerns. That's a major concern for our state and a major concern for the area where we're at. This map will help us have a representative with a good understanding of our needs and the things that we have to take into consideration in order to keep our communities safe. However, Calamasa and Yucaipa are communities that are directly adjacent to each other, and they share a water board and a school board. I think Kalamazoo should be in the same district as Yucaipa, since the residents are the same, the businesses are the same, housing is the same, and again, the demographics are the same. Again, thank you so much for your hard work, and I look forward to successful completion of the redistricting process.
Thank you. Up next, we've got a caller with no caller ID, and after that will be caller 7592. For those without a caller ID, please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for all your hard work. I know this is a daunting task. I am a wife of a 20-year veteran and a resident of unincorporated Rossmore, which is on the Seal Beach, Los Alamitos map. We are a community of approximately 11,000 and each to stay with Seal Beach and Los Alamitos. We have two military bases, one in Los Alamitos and one in Seal Beach that we share. And we also have Seal Beach students that attend Los Alamitos Unified School District. We are definitely communities of interest. Also, I'm going to add that I'm a first-generation immigrant. We do not utilize any services from Long Beach first responders, get assistance from any other entity in LA County. So I urge you to not lump us with Long Beach or LA County. We need to be a part of Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, and Rossmore needs to be kept whole. They are coy. And also, Huntington Beach needs to not be split up. This is a community of interest also. And the people that are saying that there's Asian descent in that community, I'm sorry, I disagree. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7592, and after that will be caller 2223. Caller 7592. Caller with the last four digits, 7592. You can now unmute your phone by pressing *6, please. One more time for caller with the last four, 7592. If you could please unmute by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Oh, good evening, everybody. In regards to congressional redistricting, thank you for transferring Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead, and South San Gabriel to CD 210. Please also transfer North El Monte, which has a population of approximately 3,700 and an Asian plurality to CD 210. In regards to the Very Sunny District, its Asian percentage is about 4 percentage points lower than the current CD 17. Please see Asian VAP and Hispanic VAP heat maps for the proposed district in nearby areas. The portion of the proposed district within 1, 280, and 880 should not be part of this district. Instead, add more Fremont and more West San Jose, especially west of Saratoga Avenue. Perhaps Newark should not be part of this district. My congressional redistricting plan for San Jose and nearby areas can be viewed at public input number 36542. Public input number 36542. Its S. Mateo district would go from San Francisco to East Palo Alto. Its Clara Bonito district would be completely within Santa Clara County. San Benito County would be in the same congressional district as Monterey County. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2223, and after that will be caller 1539. Caller 2223. Go ahead. Caller 22.
Hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I am a resident of Brea, have lived here for over 20 years, and I want to offer my thanks and appreciation for the good work, and I appreciate all the changes that have been made today. I have been following what's been going on throughout this entire redistricting process, and thank you for all your hard work to make sure the rights of VRA voters are protected, while also keeping Northern Orange County residents together, because our issues and our problems are unique. And looking at all the lines that you have drawn tonight, it seems like you've achieved this. Chino Hills, Brea, Placentia, Anaheim Hills, Yorba Linda, all these areas are integral communities to each other, and you've managed to keep us together. So thank you so much. I urge the Commission to keep this as is, and I appreciate all you have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1539, and after that, it'll be caller 9869. Caller 1539. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Commissioners. Hi, I'm John from Redlands. And overall, I like the Marcoa draft because it keeps the military bases like Fort Irwin, 29 Palms, Barstow Veterans Home, Loma Linda VA, all those within CD number 8. However, I got two concerns, and I say this as a still serving 38-year Army Reserve veteran and a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay, my concerns are, if possible, please put more of Redlands into CD08, because Redlands is a military-heavy community like Congressional District number 8, and CD8 really doesn't have anything to do with CD31. But most of all, whatever you do, please do not put any of CD8 into LA County, because our two counties have absolutely nothing in common. I mean, LA County could be in its own time zone. I mean, it really is just so different. So, hey, thanks for your input. Or my input.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9869, and after that, it'll be caller 2252. Caller 9869. Go ahead.
Hello, Commission. My name is Dorothy Nguyen, and I am a resident of Garden Grove. I wanted to thank you for your hard work during the process. However, I wanted to say that I am very disappointed by the decisions made by the Commission today. For example, adding Huntington Beach to a district with Little Saigon doesn't make sense, as you're adding a majority white and wealthy community with a working class refugee and immigrant population district made up of Vietnamese, Amemsa, and Korean communities. I would want to bring related communities together, but you're not doing that. And instead, you're diluting the voice of working class immigrant communities who are overwhelmingly affected by housing and language accessibility needs. I want to strongly object to the Vietnamese callers who are advocating for Huntington Beach to be included with Little Saigon. Their argument is not based on any significant data. There are just 8,000 Vietnamese in Huntington Beach, less than 5% of the city's population. If we are truly concerned about keeping the Vietnamese community together, we should instead be bringing in West Santa Ana, which is a concentration of 24,000 Vietnamese working class, majority mobile home and apartment renters, who should be kept together with Little Saigon. Any stated commonality between Huntington Beach and Little Saigon is superficial and is being pushed by a very small amount of people who are only concerned with their own self-economic interests, rather than keeping Little Saigon together. Please maintain the integrity and the best interests of Little Saigon by keeping West Santa Ana together with Little Saigon, and keep Huntington Beach out of the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2252, and after that, it'll be caller 2889. 2252. Go ahead.
Muy buenas noches, comisionados. Mi nombre es Rebeca Ocegueda. Soy miembro de la coalición de vecindarios del noreste de Los Ángeles y del este de Los Ángeles. El Distrito 34 del Congreso de California ha representado con orgullo a las comunidades a las que yo llamo hogar, particularmente Highland Park, Garbanza y Eagle Rock. El nuevo mapa CDNELA recorta Eagle Rock y Glassell Park. Estas comunidades son comunidades de entrada contigua que deben permanecer junto con el resto de CDNELA, como Highland Park, Cypress Park y Mount Washington. Además, les sugerimos a
30
mantener
segundos.
juntos a Boyle Heights y el este de Los Ángeles en este distrito del Congreso. Dividirlos puede funcionar para distritos más pequeños como la Asamblea, pero no para el Congreso.
15.
Hoy, cuando se reúne la Comisión de Redistribución de Distritos de Ciudadanos de California, junto con otros miembros de nuestra coalición de ascenso de vecindarios, les suplicamos a que mantengan las fronteras norte actuales.
Gracias. Up next, we've got caller 2889, and after that will be caller 6917. 2889. Go ahead. Caller 2889, if you could please check and see if your phone is on mute. We do not hear you in the meeting.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sandy Cajas. I am a proud resident of Long Beach. Along with my father, daughter, and granddaughter, I have been an advocate for Latino businesses for over 20 years and have taught Spanish for businesses at Long Beach City College. I think that today, everyone in business could benefit from knowing Spanish. I have the pleasure of serving as the president and CEO of the Regional Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We do a lot of work with the Latino community in Long Beach and the surrounding cities. Long Beach is the epicenter for a lot of the economic activity. Thank you all for your work and for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Please keep Long Beach united in your map. Don't take us backwards. For the days before we had an independent commission where Sacramento politicians would split us up. Please don't take us backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6917, and after that will be caller 1217. 6917. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I urge the Commission to keep the Marquardt draft the same. We're one of the few rural communities in South California and deal with particularly localized issues. Please keep this draft the same and keep rural communities together. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1217, and after that will be caller 7039. 1217. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm a resident of Silmar, and I will ask you to keep Silmar with the San Fernando Valley. As a Latino member of the Silmar community, we don't have anything in common with Santa Clarita and neither with Simi Valley. We do everything in the San Fernando Valley. That's where the Latino community belongs, and we would like to really be heard. You know, this gerrymandering can hurt our community. Silmar won't be represented if we end up being tied to Simi Valley or Santa Clarita. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5699, and after that will be caller 9379. Caller 5699. Caller with the last four digits, 5699. If you could please unmute by pressing *6. One more time for a caller with the last four digits, 5699. I want to thank you for listening. We will try you again. Up next, we've got caller 9379, and after that will be caller 1353. Caller 9379, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Leon Sitt, and I've been a resident of Orange County for all 18 years of my life. I just wanted to bring up a small issue with the border between some districts covering Tustin and another district that covers Santa Ana. The district boundary determined by the Census Bureau is incorrect and doesn't reflect the actual municipal boundaries. Additionally, I'd like to thank the commissioners for uniting Irvine into a single district. I hope this also occurs in the Senate iteration of the new maps. I also like to bring up I'd also like to thank the commission for uniting the West San Gabriel Valley. I think it's important to represent the Asian American community there. And finally, I'd like to comment on the Orange County coastline. Recently, we've had a major oil spill in the area. And I think the environmental interests of a coastal region of Orange County would be best represented by a single district, unlike the current iteration of the map.
30 seconds.
Finally, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 1353, and after that will be caller 9419. 1353. That's caller with the last four digits, 1353. You can now go ahead.
Hello, Commission. I would like to address Commissioners Sadwani and Toledo. They stated that they wanted to split up Huntington Beach today. I'm calling to voice my opinion that this is simply just a horrible idea. There's been no COI testimony for this, and in fact, there's been significant COI testimony in favor of making this an anchor city of the OC Coast. So, I mean, just that. I mean, it certainly makes me feel like the commission is completely dismissing weeks of community testimony, COI testimony. So, it's really absurd. So I know that the commission is very against this revisioning that they consider complete, but COI testimony basically refutes that. So this is a chance to protect OC Coast in the interests of OC Coast. So please keep Huntington Beach whole. There's been no COI testimony
30 seconds
to support the idea of splitting up Huntington Beach. So I advocate and I ask that you keep Huntington Beach whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9419, and after that will be caller 5736. Caller 9419. Go ahead.
Hi there, Commission. My name is Vincent. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator for Viet Rise and also a resident of Fountain Valley. I want to echo all the statements made by residents today from Little Saigon. I'm very concerned about the decision to add Huntington Beach into district with Little Saigon. Any assertion that Huntington Beach has any commonality with Little Saigon is a major red flag, as it doesn't respect the stark differences between these two communities. Huntington Beach is majority white, vastly more wealthy than these other working class communities who are predominantly Vietnamese, Amensa, Korean. It doesn't bring communities together that are related, but it dilutes the voices of working class immigrant communities who are overwhelmingly affected by housing and language accessibility needs. In particular, the socioeconomic background and language accessibility needs and housing needs of these majority immigrant communities are vastly different from the wealthy community coastal cities, such as Huntington Beach. The Westminster Garden Grove, the usage of another language at home is roughly around 60%, whereas in Huntington Beach, it's only at 20%.
15 seconds.
It doesn't make sense to keep these communities together, and I hope the Commission keeps it apart from Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a reminder to those who have called in tonight who have not yet gotten a chance to speak, if you could please press *9. That'll raise your hand and get you into the queue to give comment. Again, if you have not yet done so and you haven't yet spoken tonight, please press *9. That'll get you in the queue. Up next, we've got caller 5736, and after that will be caller 8037. 5736. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is David Holt. I want to ask you to the line to split Huntington Beach. I think it's the wrong choice, but I also wanted to call with solutions, just not complaints. You can move North Tustin in with Tustin, two cities that naturally belong together. Then you can move those 50,000 voters of Huntington Beach back in with the rest of the city. Finally, you can shift some of the Bueller Park population back in with Fullerton, Brea, Orange County counterparts. Like you have mentioned many times, it may not be perfect, and cities might not stay completely whole, but I think it's a better proposition for communities of interest in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8037, and after that will be caller 8174. Caller 8037. Go ahead.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, well, I just am calling to really ask if the commission is taking into account any community of interest testimony. I just watched you dismantle Orange County districts and admittedly ignore the testimony. At one point, you even made up testimony that Newport Beach wanted to be in with Irvine. I'm watching live and could not be more confused. I really hope the commission knows that the goal is to keep communities of interest together and not move around random populations and protect San Diego simply because it was done first. I suppose I would say please respect Orange County's coast, but I'm not even sure if that is an option anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is caller 8174, and after that will be caller 9865. Caller 8174. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sola Rodriguez. I am with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. We wanted to express our appreciation for the Commission's and staff commitment to take input from the community. While the original draft in Orange County made a lot of sense to us, the changes you made today have disrupted key districts. The Garden Grove and Westminster Coy, the Amesa Coy spanning South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County, and the Korean American Coy in North Buena Park and Northeast Fullerton are all overwhelmingly immigrants. Immigrant community members share common challenges like rent control, access to low-income affordable housing, mental and healthcare access for houseless and undocumented immigrants. Among them is a community member that used to be a teacher, was houseless and got stopped by the police. During the time in which he had a job, he was able to do things like teach ethnic dancing. However, it was hard for him to find a stable income because of his criminal record. He was unable to access a stable job. We know this story isn't unique to the community. These are very similar to Latino communities in Northeast Fullerton and contrast communities on the coast and are native born and have high income, indeed hunting to purchase homes to one of the most anti-immigrant parts of Orange County. Please reverse these changes and make Irvine whole by bringing the portion of Irvine north of the 5 freeway into the district and OC Coast, unifying the city of Irvine and drawing it together with Costa Mesa, achieving the population balance by shifting South County populations between District OC FBLA and OC Coast and SOC NSD. Please reference the shapefile sent earlier.
Up next, we've got caller 9865, and after that will be caller 6659. Caller 9865. Go ahead.
Hi, I was just calling in. I'm a lifelong resident of Modesto, California. I'm calling in to say that I think Tracy needs to be separated from Stanislaus County as far as possible. I think they should be put with the Bay Area and San Francisco and all those Bay Area because they're closer to the Bay Area. So I think Tracy needs to be separated from Stanislaus County.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6659, and after that will be caller 7039. Caller 6659. Go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Hui Tran, and I'm calling in on behalf of the Little Saigon community. You all have spent quite the day in Orange County, and I appreciate your time and consideration. We have repeatedly asked for Little Saigon to be with Huntington Beach, and your commission did just that. These maps protect the Vietnamese community of interest, and we want to thank you for making the Little Saigon with Huntington Beach Congressional District a reality. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Up next will be caller 7039, and after that will be caller 3970. Caller 7039. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Heidi. I know a lot of callers are disappointed about the decision to split Huntington Beach tonight. I agree it is wrong and makes no sense. Buena Park makes a lot of sense in the new North OC-centric district. If we move Buena Park, then the Savannah-Anna district can grab the rest of Huntington Beach. I think this is a better reflection of the communities of interest. I'd also note that the maps have Tustin and North Tustin separated, which is another area that could easily belong together and should be on the table for population swaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, for those who have called in tonight who have not yet done so, please press *9. This will get you in the queue. Up next, I've got caller 3970, and after that will be caller 0619. Caller 3970. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. Your proposal today to split Orange County beach cities even more makes no sense. The Commissioners keep acknowledging that no one wants this and that we are indeed a community of interest, yet they decide to do it. You have created a false border with a non-VRA district in San Diego, which has completely disenfranchised Orange County, splitting Huntington Beach and replacing it with inland cities such as Irvine and Tustin, cities which don't care about our coasts that much, is illogical and was not the only option. It was simply the only option the Commission created with an arbitrary schedule. I hope this is the first place you are able to revisit starting Saturday, so it can be a district that actually focuses on the coast and not Irvine.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0619, and after that will be caller 7196. Caller 0619. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Richard, and I'm calling as a resident of the Santa Clarita Valley. If you would look at a geographical map of the district, you will see that the Santa Susana Mountains that run east and west that separate the San Fernando Valley to the south from the Santa Clarita Valley to the north. If you go further west along the mountain range, you also see separate the San Fernando Valley to the south from the Simi Valley to the north. That mountain range creates a natural boundary that separates the San Fernando Valley area from the sister cities of Santa Clarita and Simi Valley, that have many, many things in common, which do not align with the San Fernando Valley. At present, including any parts of the San Fernando Valley into the Simi and Santa Clarita Valley area does not keep our area whole, which is what we really like. It makes no sense to separate any parts of the San Fernando Valley, which those residents don't want, but also have nothing in common with the communities to the north. Furthermore, the San Fernando Valley is part of the city of Los Angeles and has council districts that belong to. To summarize the San Fernando Valley needs to remain whole.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 7196, and after that will be caller 6030. Caller 7196. Go ahead.
Good evening. It has been a disappointing day for me
a 30-year resident in Orange County. My name is Anna, and we had to watch as the commission acknowledged our months-long testimony, but collectively decided to ignore it. It was painful. It's just because they decided to draw the line with San Diego districts, who really we don't have anything in common with, and determined these districts untouchable. I was stunned. I'm trying to work with the decisions you have made. So even though I do not agree, I'm at the point where all I ask is that you at least keep Huntington Beach whole, our Surf City, where the children, and I was a trustee for years, 8 years at Capistrano Unified, and worked with all the districts up and down the coast interactively. And the education there, the children are very beach-centric and very focused on ocean protection. It's a major coastal city in Orange County, and if you've chosen to dismantle our coast, please at least keep our coastal cities whole. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6030, and that is my last hand. If you have called in to give comment and you have not yet done so, please press *9. That'll raise your hand and get you in the queue. Again, if you're calling in to give comment and you have not yet done so, please press *9. That'll raise your hand. I see those hands. Thank you so much. Up next, we've got caller 6030, and after that'll be caller 9389. 6030. Go ahead.
My name is Daniel Maldonado. I am a first-generation Mexican-American. Regarding the congressional map for Santa Clarita, I would like to remove Sylmar from the map, because Sylmar is home to nearly 80% of Latinos in the area, most of whom are working-class and immigrant households. Sylmar is an important part of the Sylmar, Olivine View, San Fernando, Pacoima Latino community of interest. Their voices should not be silenced. If you don't remove Sylmar from this map, you will be responsible for destroying a working-class Latino community of interest that has worked very hard to gain full representation. Simi Valley and Moore Park are similar to the Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley and share very little with Calabasas, Agoura Hills, and the coastal cities of Ventura County. Simi Valley and Moore Park share much with the Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley, for example, similar housing, population age, median income, employment, military industries, national forest management, and Southern California Edison power shutoffs. I think this will be better as it will keep an important Latino community of interest together and will give them strong congressional representation to address their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 9389, and after that'll be caller 3175. 9389. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Barbara George, and I live in a coastal community in Orange County. And as I've been tracking this progress and process, I have always understood that VRA districts were top priority. Orange County coastal residents have been very honest that we wanted a coastal district to protect this community of interest, building around the Santa Ana VRA district in our county. Instead, we watched as the commission dismantled the coast, prioritized Irvine's testimony over the coast, and decided that San Diego districts were untouchable once complete. That left the OC coast with no real district, even discussion of splitting up our beach cities. It was a frustrating day, but I suppose I just hope that the commission can consider what they did today and revisit the OC coast on Saturday.
30 seconds.
When you see that we have had situations like oil spills and natural disasters, the coastal cities had bonded and got together to be able to find solutions. We have the most in common, the coastal cities. Please keep coastal OC together.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 3175, and after that'll be 3321. 3175. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is John DePake, and I am a lifelong Korean American resident in North Orange County. I'm calling today with my concerns about the adjustments made to the Savannah Ana district. As I shared yesterday, the Korean community has grown significantly over the course of the last 30 years across North Orange County and the adjacent cities of Cerritos and Artesia. As working-class Korean communities seek to stay and remain in our Korean community hubs, as well as have access to resources regarding immigration and health access to many practices, we'll need urgent representation to ensure that working-class communities can remain in the cultural hub located in North Orange County. Our communities have much different needs compared to those in beach cities like Huntington Beach or wealthier areas to the east like Yorba Linda or Anaheim Hills. Moving cities like Brea and Fullerton with areas like Yorba Linda and Anaheim Hills and splitting Fullerton away from Buena Park will effectively dilute the voices of working class Korean Americans in North Orange County. Korean communities in Fullerton and Buena Park not only share needs with other Koreans in Cerritos and Artesia, but with other Asian American Memphis immigrant communities, as well as other communities all across Orange County, including those in North. That being said, we ask the Commission to restore the Savannah-Anna District to the way it looked in the original draft. Thank you.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 3321. 3321. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ana Charco, and I am here on behalf of Latino Health Access, a nonprofit organization located in Santa Ana. We appreciate all your long hours you and the line drivers have put into balancing so many diverse communities. While the original map in Orange County made a lot of sense to us, the changes you made today were shocking and disrupted key districts. The Garden Grove and Westminster Coy, Diamesta Coy, spanning South Park, South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County, and the Korean American Coy in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton are all overwhelmingly immigrant. In contrast, communities on the coast are native-born who have higher levels of incomes. Indeed, Huntington Beach is home to some of the most anti-immigrant parts of Orange County. Please reverse these changes by going back to the draft map and make Irvine whole by bringing the portion of Irvine north of the 5 freeway in district non-coast.
30 seconds.
And unify the city of Irvine by drawing it together with Costa Mesa. Please reference shape files sent earlier today by the People's Redistricting Alliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Chair, the queue is clear.
Thank you very much, Kristen. And thank you to all the public who've called in and given us your comments. We certainly really appreciate it. We can't do this without you. And with that, thank you to everybody, our staff, all the our videographers, our captioners. I already said to the line drawers. Thank you very much for sticking with us this time. And we will go into recess until 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.